can see it coming, which is why I stress, I know it's tempting. You get the warning, you want to look outside. In a hurricane setup like this, these things touch down fast and they move very fast. You're not going to be able to look out your window down the road and see it coming slowly at you. It's very fast, which is why I'm telling you, if you're anywhere near the mall,
harmonic NQ on the
in
3.
part of your house right now, away from windows, a closet, a pantry, something that is the centermost point of where you are and whatever building you're in. So let's zoom this out, put a track on it. We haven't tracked out the where it's going yet in a few minutes. So moving northeast at 40. So let me narrow this cone down because I don't want it to be quite as wide. So that's where the tornado is going towards. Cocoa. Now, I had a scan here of a radar for about 2 minutes. We had a tornado debris signature would indicate tornado debris. Right now, I can't wait. We're waiting for the new. Yeah, that's probably tornado debris. But yeah, Laurel, real quick, I'll give you the towns here. 612 Cocoa, Port St. John 621. It would look like, Laurel, at least to me, that we probably had our first tornado touchdown in our area here within the last couple of moments.
Yes, I definitely agree with you there for sure. What we're seeing right now, again, a tornado warning in effect for areas just along the Cocoa Beach line, area that we're watching right in the smack dab center of the Banana River. This is going to continue to make its way further on land. So Merritt Square Mall areas up more towards Indianola as well. We're going to continue to watch those areas specifically, and I'm going to actually zoom in a little bit more so I can give you street by street names of areas that we're going to be watching. Again, this is right on East Merritt Island Crossway right here, and that's what we're going to be focusing on for the next couple of minutes. What you can see right here is a lot of red and a lot of yellow. Specifically, what we're looking at is the yellow. So with that, that's actually what we're focusing in on with that possibility of debris. But if you're on Morningside Drive, areas across Milford Point Drive, Island Drive, Anchor Lane, Glen Haven Drive, Phyllis Drive, any of these little sub areas right here, all along that area of the Banana River, just to the east of Cocoa Beach and west of Cocoa Beach, make sure you are hunkered down. Get into the most interior point of your home because there is where you're going to be the most safe. One of the sayings that I like to go by, you want to make sure you're putting as many walls, as many windows in front between you and the outside as possible, because that is what's going to keep you safe in one of these scenarios. Like Noah was saying, we are really not used to seeing any of this here in Florida, but with that, areas especially across the Midwest, Tennessee, areas that Noah and I have covered, as well as TJ in the Midwest. This is our severe weather coverage right here of what we know and what we're really raised off of, especially in meteorology with this. So you're in good hands here for sure. So make sure you're sticking with us. Right now, if your areas are in across central Brevard County, you are under a tornado warning. And specifically, we're watching the smack dab center of the Banana River. So once again, if you're just joining us right now, let's do a little bit of a reset. Let's take a look at the reflectivity to really show where we could be seeing this. And this is one of the scenarios that this is, again, almost textbook severe weather coverage right here. Again, tornado warning in effect until 6:15 for areas right along Cocoa Beach area and just over the Banana River. What I'm seeing right here is this little dropout right in the center of the river that's continuing to make its way just off to the northwest right here. That is definitely signs to me, and one of the three signs that we can definitely keep an eye on is if there is actually a tornado happening. So that is sign number one, seeing a little bit of a dropout in green in between the red and the yellow. Second one is going to be whether that rotation is still happening. And I'm going to click off of this tornado warning, make it a little bit easier to read, and coming out just a little bit. We are still seeing the possibility of that coming out just a little bit. We are still seeing the possibility of that coming out just a little bit. We are still seeing the possibility of that coming out just a little bit. We are still seeing the possibility of that coming out just a little bit. We are still seeing the possibility of that. 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 Still seeing
Fib.NQ on the 3. Fib.NQ on the 6. Fib.NQ on the 6. Fib.NQ on the 3. Fib.NQ on the 6.
all of this. Now, there were boats basically filling this marina, and after the storm, all those boats were just crashed up against the shore here, and basically millions and millions of dollars worth of damage. About 25 boats, even some floating buildings that were as part of the dock infrastructure, they were all destroyed. Everything was basically obliterated here. And so it took them several years. 2021, they finally rebuilt this marina, and now you can see basically there are no boats here. Everything is gone except for that one large party boat, riverboat style boat that's out there, the white one, and then to the right of that you've got that small tiki hut boat out there. Other than those two, the entire marina is deserted, and that is a good thing, because with the predictions of the damage that Milton could cause, it's a good idea that everything is gone from here because of the possibility of surge, because of the waves, because of everything that could happen to this area. Now, we've been seeing the bands of rain and wind coming through here throughout the afternoon. If you look across Lake Dora, you can see the tree line there. That's something that we actually have only recently been able to see because of we have very little rain or precipitation coming down right now. However, it comes and goes. In the course of the next maybe 15-20 minutes, the rain and the wind will blow back through here, and then it'll look like trees. What trees? You won't be able to see across the lake. So we are definitely seeing these bands coming through the area. Now, if you look off to the right, we are on, again, a seaplane base, and you've got those seaplanes that are stationed there. They're strapped to the ground. Hopefully that is enough securing that they'll need so that they don't tip over or blow over if there's a very strong wind. But again, people here taking no chances. There are also restaurants and hotels all surrounding the lake here. We talked with two of the ladies who were securing a restaurant that's on the other side of the trees there. They were wrapping the television sets all in plastic. They were getting all the alcohol at the bar under lock and key, getting everything boarded up and set. And they say they don't want a repeat of what happened back in 2017.
It took everything out. The boats were up on the shore. It was pretty bad. This place survived. Most of the businesses survived. It was just the docks and the boats. We're hoping that this place is up and running by the weekend, and people are here saying we made it through.
And that is what they are hoping happens this time around, that they make it through, that there aren't any really significant impacts in Lake County from Milton. But you never know. One thing that they did do as far as this seaplane base goes, and the marina, as they rebuilt it, it had been permanent pilings that were driven into the bottom of the lake there that were securing all the marina and the infrastructure here in place. They learned their lesson from that. Now in rebuilding this, they've put in platforms and walkways that are all flexible and are able to move back and forth with the wind, with the waves, and hopefully that will mean a lot less damage if the water moves through here, because then it's not really a fixed object that's just there, you know, brittle, breakable, something that'll move and sway with the force of the water, and that way perhaps avoid any more of the damage that might happen if the water really raises and shifts things around here. Now, we were talking with some of the emergency operations managers in Lake County, and they said that you know, all right, we're going to send it back to you. For now, live in Lake County, Matt Trezza, Fox 35 News.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Appreciate it. And the reporting there, you could see from our live shots, the last couple of views there, really starting to see the wind pick up. And we've got another tornado warning now. We've had several across central Florida. So the newest warning here is for the Titusville area. This just came in probably about 2 minutes ago. Till 7:15, so it's not a long tornado warning, but it is a tornado warning that's going to go for about maybe 15 minutes. So let's put our shear rate on, and you can see where this rotation is, right over the NASA shuttle landing strip, going towards the Indian River. Let's put our velocity data on. Yeah, I mean, is there a tornado in here yet? That's what I would say. I've seen stronger. Let me pull up my radar off the camera here. Actually, no, I take that back. It's deceiving. So it looks a little easier to see from this. You see right where this little curve is, like that. and then like this. That is where, if there is a tornado, it would be right in here. And this is going to drift towards Mims, Turnbull, and Scottsmore over the next 20 minutes or so. Can't see a ton in there. Well, actually, you can see on the velocity data here. A lot of this is up by the Space Center there, but you see the wind speeds here, 75, 81 miles an hour, 73. So even if there's not a tornado, there's probably very strong wind in through here blowing. And the negative signs, by the way, the negative signs indicate the wind's blowing towards the radar. So from moving north to south, in case you were wondering what the heck the negative sign means, it's not negative wind, it's just the direction of which it's moving. And actually, there's probably two areas of rotation here. There's one right here, and there's one right here. So there could be two different possible tornadoes here right now. So if you're in this area, innermost room, closet, bathroom, let's track these out for you here over the next little bit. This area of spin is moving at 20 miles an hour, and it's moving north-northeast. So I'm going to track it this way, 20 like that. You can see Allenhurst about 709, Shiloh Beach, that particular one about 719. But there's another one here, another tornado possible here, right here. Wind blowing this way, wind blowing that way. Actually, pretty good rotation there, right in the middle. And that's over Max Brewer Memorial Parkway. And let's see where that one's moving. That one is moving a little more to the northwest. So that is probably the strongest rotation on the board right now. Going northwest at 20, I'd say like that. So Indian River and then Turnbull, about 720. So Titusville, folks, you might have heard your tornado siren go off on your phone. Again, as I've said many times tonight, the tornadoes are small and counties are big. The tornado warnings cover more people than the tornado actually will threaten, but you see the path there towards Scottsmore, Turnbull, Mims. You might have heard your warning, but this is the rotation right there we're keeping an eye on. Let's look at our debris tracker. Don't see anything yet. If there was tornado debris, it would show up as yellow right here. So this is still, at this moment, a possible tornado. But it is interesting, I have to admit. Actually, really interesting, because, and we're going to bring in TJ in a second. If you look here, on remember, we keep saying a lot of words you may not have heard tonight a lot. Reflectivity, well, what is that? Well, that's just the precipitation mode of the radar. It tells us where there's rain, where there's wherever. And you see how the thunderstorm here curls around like this, then goes back down like that. That indicates what the air is doing. So it's blowing like this, around like that.
Fib.NQ on the 3.
Probably right in here is where you've got that spin, and that spin is going towards Mims, Turnbull, JJ, and we'll put the velocity data on right there, and you can see it's correlated pretty well. This is a mode of the radar that takes out the forward motion of the storm. It just shows us the wind of the storm. We call that the storm relative wind. You can see right here, there's your wind blowing this way, circulating right there. But as of this moment, do not have a tornado confirmed. So we're going to watch that close. So if you're in the Scottsmore area, Mims, JJ, let's keep an eye on that. It's not on the ground right now, but there's some strong wind there nevertheless, about maybe 8 miles southeast of Turnbull, and that's where it's moving. 724 Turnbull, about 720 the Mims area, that one tornado. All right, so we haven't had a chance to cover a lot of weather the last couple of hours. So we're watching this close. TJ and I and Laurel here, we've got 6 eyeballs on this right now, so we've got you covered if the rotation strengthens quickly or changes. But real quick, I just want to give you a bigger reset here, because we haven't yet covered, well, we haven't had a chance because we've been covering tornado warnings. The status report of our hurricane. First of all, we've got this arcing line of storms here from Oak Hill off the coast of Brevard. The rain is shutting off in Brevard. This was forecast. This was expected. A little bit of a dry slot now into Brevard County. You see that here. This is that dry air up at about 10,000 feet wrapping around the hurricane. This is air that if you had launched a balloon, let's say over St. Louis, up at 10,000 feet, you put a jetpack on, went up to 10,000 feet. That air is fall, dry air. It's beautiful weather in the Midwest right now. That dry air came all the way from the Missouri down to Louisiana, the Southern Gulf, and it's wrapping all the way from there into the east side of the hurricane, which is why the rain shield here has shut off. But out ahead of that, you've got tornado warnings and a lot of storms here offshore. Most of these are offshore right now, and again, we're keeping an eye on some more areas of rotation right there than this little area right there. You see that little blip of green tracking towards Turnbull over the next couple of minutes. So a tornado warning there goes till 7:15. Elsewhere, Ocala, Leesburg, Bushnell, just some steady to at times moderate rain. Now here's the eye of our hurricane, Milton. This is earlier and more north. We talked about this last night that the north part would verify. A little surprised at how early it is. North was definitely what we favored last night, but this early, this is going to make a landfall well earlier than forecast. In fact, one of our short-range models brings the eye ashore at 8 o'clock. That might even be a little early, but certainly before midnight. Now, as the hurricane starts to weaken, we're getting the eye starting to grow. The diameter of the eye, you see the reflectivity here is a little faint on the southeast side, a little ragged, but the eye itself is about 35 miles in diameter. And you can still see some of the wind in here. Now, let me turn that off, and I'll put some more queries on here for you here in real time, because the radar moved. You see some of the winds in here. These are the sustained winds, by the way, 111, 114. So this is still a major hurricane. 130 in the eastern eye wall, 96. So when you remember the negative signs, the negative sign is towards the radar. So this is the radar in Tampa Bay. That's wind blowing that way and then this way. So you've got category 2 to 3 winds in the western eye wall, category 3 sustained winds, even a couple blips of category 4 winds in the eastern eye wall. And it's getting windy in Sarasota and Bradenton and Gulf Estates and Lakewood Ranch, but the worst weather is still a long way from there right now. And it's going to be coming in here in a matter of hours. So there's the velocity data from the radar in Tampa for that. And right now, the center of the eye is about 35 miles away from Anna Maria Island, which if you just do basic math, the forward motion is 17. That equates approximately a landfall at 9:03 p.m. The way this eye is going to go, it may spare the bay barely from a major surge, because remember, the wind is like this in here. So that 15 foot of devastating surge, Venice, Longboat Key are just going to get decimated from that surge, unfortunately, in the words of the National Weather Service. So as the 7 o'clock advisory, 120 sustained, northeast at 15, pressure is floating at about 952 millibars. It's still firing a lot of convection. You can see that there in all of the severe weather and flash flood alerts on the east side. And here's the visible imagery as the sun is beginning to set. You can still see in the last couple of frames there as the image is going away. Still firing a lot of thunderstorms here right near the center. And the eye's going to come right either over AMI or just over the Sunshine Skyway Bridge in a couple of hours. So the arrival of the strongest wind tonight for Milton, Laurel, TJ, and I just updated this about 10 p.m. along and west of I-75, Ocala, Gainesville. About midnight, the strong winds start in Orlando, and then about 2 o'clock in the morning for the I-95 corridor. That's when the strong winds start. Now, we just updated this as well, and it's coming into better focus now that we're in range of our short-range computer modeling. And the rain is going to happen. We're going to have that major flooding. Welcome, by the way, in case you're just joining us at the top of the hour at 7. The rain is going to happen later tonight, so it's a 3-chapter hurricane for us. We had the tornado warnings. So far, we may have only had one tornado touchdown in Cocoa Beach. The majority were just south of us. Now we get a little bit of a break, some kind of a break. Then the winds, and then the flooding. But the wind aspect, now that we're in range of our short-range computer modeling, TJ and I were talking about this. Well, we've talked about it all week, about how on the backside we're going to get strong winds. And I think this forecast is pretty much in line with how it'll occur. Now, these are not the sustained winds. I want to make that clear. These are the peak gusts, and I feel quite confident that this is how it'll play out. So first you see here the Space Coast, Daytona Beach, Flagler County. That's mid-morning to midday tomorrow. You'll get a strong couple-hour period, maybe just 3-4 hours of winds that will really get up to 90, 95. Could see a 101 gust in Daytona Beach Airport. Right along the immediate coast as this pulls away and merges with the jet stream. Well, we've already seen gusts to this right on the beaches, but 100 plus the Tampa area up to Lakeland. But we've kind of narrowed the goalposts here for the wind forecast around Orlando, Orange County, Seminole County, 80 to 100 mile an hour gusts overnight. Again, this really doesn't start till about midnight, and then 2, 3, 4 in the morning, it's just going to howl those winds. And then Gainesville, 50 to 80 miles an hour. So that's an update with the winds in the landfall. Coming up in a few minutes, I'll walk you through the hour-by-hour forecast of the simulated radar through the night. We'll talk more about the flooding aspect. But I want to bring in now meteorologist TJ Springer for more on that tornado warning we still have ongoing. TJ, I've lost track, but we've had certainly a lot of tornado warnings out there tonight.
Yeah, we have been, and it looks like, thankfully, from what I can understand, I'm going to turn the play mode off and go back to our current time. It looks like we may have been allowed to see that expire. I'm not seeing anything right now on at least currently, so I think that's some good information. We've seen the rotation at least fade away. Reflectivity wise, I'll throw that back up on there. And we did see that kind of S-curve almost that Noah was talking about, and it did show some signs of almost that, you know, two storms merging, spinning up that area of rotation, but at least right now the National Weather Service has gone ahead and canceled that early. So that's always good information. We can see a tornado warning get canceled early. And I think as we hit on earlier today, with us starting to lose that daytime driven instability and all of this activity moving up into a more favorable environment for just showers because it's been raining throughout the day, we've seen our tornado threat slowly start to fizzle, which is good.
Sure, TJ. Are you seeing any other rotation with those cells just offshore real quick before we come off of the radar? Because we've seen this, you know, with these things coming in off the Atlantic where they're sitting off there. Is there anything else you think off the Cape Canaveral area, maybe a few minutes we'll have to keep watch for, or no?
There are still some areas. I'll throw back on our storm relative velocity here. There is one that's, I would say, here, we'll throw on a ruler here and go off Cocoa Beach. It's probably about, let's see, 35-ish, 32, almost 33 miles away. So we'll have to watch that little area of rotation there, because that is popping up on what we call our shear rate product. It's our in-house product that gives us a good handle on rotation in storms, and we are seeing some of that deeper red popping up there, and we're seeing a little couplet, a little area of the red and green coming together, indicating that rotation there. So that'll be something we'll have to watch, Noah, as we see some of those areas of rotation working closer to the eastern seaboard within the next half hour to an hour or so.
Yeah, for sure, TJ. And the good news is, as you said, looks like that tornado warning's been allowed to expire. So real quick, let me walk you through, because we haven't in a while, the hour-by-hour forecast, because again, we've been so consumed with the tornado warnings. I've got that here in a second, but first we'll take a view from Daytona Beach. Thankfully, nobody's out here tonight. You see the wind really starting to pick up. Sustained wind now, northeast at 31. At least that was probably 10 minutes ago. 29 sustained wind in New Smyrna, 19 Cocoa Beach, 23 in Bithlo, 28 in Leesburg. Wind gusts last couple of minutes, 44 in Leesburg, 46 in New Smyrna. And this is a very unmeteorological, or it's just basic math. The way I think about this is we're 7:05, winds are 40-ish, 45-ish. We're about halfway, a little less than halfway to the peak magnitude of the wind, just looking at the profile of the atmosphere. So just very basic, old school weather forecasting. We're already at 40, 45, 46. So if we're about halfway to the speed of the wind aloft, that falls right in line with what I think will end up happening overnight with 75, 80, 85, 90 gusts. Wouldn't shock me if a few spots around Orlando get up to 100, but the majority will be that 75 plus range. Certainly, I think everybody will end up seeing hurricane force winds overnight across all of Central Florida. So the wind aspect is right in line with what's going to verify later. But the flooding is still a major concern. I know we're throwing a lot of graphics at you with flashy colors and blinking and this, that, and the other. But the flood threat overnight, this is the final chapter of this event. It's the tornadoes, which is winding down, a little bit of a break, and then we're going to get the wind, and then the flooding. The flooding will be the final act of this hurricane for Central Florida. And where you see this purple, the villages, DeLand, Daytona, the city, Kissimmee, Lakeland, Titusville, Cocoa Beach, there is going to be many areas that get significant flooding out of this. So with all that said, let me walk you through the latest forecast modeling. So the models are actually doing a really good job of picking up this dry slot, which you can see, this dry slot meaning where the rain shuts off. Notice how it gets much spottier here, much spottier here. There's really not much rain. Meanwhile, this is 9 o'clock. The rain actually starts to pick up here north of the city, going up towards Marion County. So our model is a little bit slow with the landfall. But it could slow down. Now, that's an interesting thing. TJ was bringing that up earlier. It's possible, assuming its current forward rate of motion, it's going to make landfall before 10. There's some reason to believe that it will slow down briefly, so we'll watch that. But our model's got the landfall around 11-ish or 12. Either way, it's going to be at the earliest 9, at the latest 2 in the morning. So somewhere within that ballpark of where it looks to be right now. But here's 11. Here's 12:31, and then notice this is when we start to get to the wind. The core of the wind picks up, and also the flash flooding. Here's 3 o'clock in the morning. Here's 4. Here's 5. Here's 6, 7, 8, and it's still going. And this is when we'll really have all of that flooding here. This is very unrepresentative of how this will be. This right here, this is the eye. Like a nor'easter, the worst of the wind in the eye wall detaches north of the center, and this is actually what's left of the northern eye wall. So this right here, you see this right here at 3 o'clock in the morning over Lake Mary, Sanford, Deltona, that, hold that thought in your head, hold that thought, don't look behind me, hang on, hold that thought. That is what this is right here, right now. Just imagine this over up here at 3 o'clock in the morning. So this is where all the big wind is and the flash flooding is. So we're literally going to get this, but right now it's attached to the eye. Later, it will spread north of the low-level circulation, and that's why we're going to have really major rain in Central Florida overnight. So back to 3 o'clock in the morning, here's 4. You see that? Again, this model takes the center right over Osceola County, 6:30 in the morning, and you've got these very, very strong winds going around the center at 6:30 in the morning. So tomorrow, there's still hurricane force gusts through the morning. Our surge on the East Coast beaches will be felt in the morning. Palm Coast, Flagler County, Volusia County, that onshore wind here will be maximized in the surge of 2 to 5 feet in the mid-morning and then the early afternoon. Brevard County, folks, you're going to have offshore flow. I don't even know if there'll be much of a surge. In fact, the majority of the surge, if there is any, would be tonight while the wind is onshore, because by 11 in the morning tomorrow, there's the center. You've got this long fetch of onshore flow into Ormond by the Sea, or Wilbur by the Sea, Daytona Beach, Palm Coast, New Smyrna. That's when there'll be a 2 to 5 foot surge and some beach erosion in those areas that got hit really hard from Ian and Nicole. And that will go through the day tomorrow. And then by 4, the center's offshore, and these will still be really windy showers, but the wind will taper down substantially as we go into tomorrow afternoon, into tomorrow evening. Let me show you the wind gusts quickly, and then I'm going to send it back to, I believe, Manny and Lou at the desk. So we got one more hour-by-hour thing to show you here, because again, we've been covering all of these tornadoes tonight. We really haven't had a chance to get into the to get into the data and the forecast going forward for you. So here's the latest thinking with those wind gusts, and I'll show them to you right now. So we're talking about, again, the peak wind coming in after midnight. Everybody, for the most part, will experience hurricane force gusts, which is 75 or higher miles an hour. So let me get this to right now, and we'll play this out to tomorrow. So here come those winds. We'll play this forward, and I'll get this camera zoomed into our area so you can see. So this is tonight. This is a forecast model that updates every hour. It's generally pretty good, and it's done pretty good so far. Just take it for the visualization of how this plays out. And you can see 5 o'clock in the morning, it's this backside, this little stripe of wind here, 87 in Claremont, 70 in Leesburg. It's that backside wind that's going to be really substantial. 80 into land, 74 Palm Coast. These north to south winds that come in behind the eye as it transitions and merges with the jet stream will really be strong. And you can see here, there's your hurricane force winds in Sanford, in Orlando, and Kissimmee at 6 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. This is when trees are going to come down, power is going to go out. You see here, I'll pixel query some other numbers here because there's no data there. We don't have a town there, but notice, see these little things here? There's an 86-mile-an-hour gust right outside of Kissimmee. There's an 80 gust near Altamont Springs. So the 75 to 100 seems to be a pretty good call. And you see here, as this pulls away, the winds will go from north to south to northwest to southeast. 88 in Sanford, 85 in Kissimmee. This is 7 a.m. tomorrow, 90 in Daytona Beach. Here's the remnant center over Cape Canaveral. And then there you see the winds pull away. And again, there's that little pocket. TJ, Laurel, and myself, we've been telling you this today. We've said it all week, that there's this little sliver of the beaches where there could be a brief window of gusts higher than Central Florida, right on Daytona, New Smyrna, 100, 110 gusts. You see there 98 in New Smyrna at 8 o'clock in the morning tomorrow as the center pulls away. Then you see the winds start to move more to the west. They taper off Ocala, Gainesville, 9 o'clock in the morning, but still 80, 75, 90 miles an hour. New Smyrna, Sanford areas. Then from there, you see 90 in Titusville, 93 in Titusville, 10 a.m. tomorrow, noon, 1. And then by 2 o'clock, finally, the hurricane force winds are gone, and things will start to subside by tomorrow evening. So there's your latest view of the hour-by-hour forecast. Manny, Lou, I'll send things back over to you at the desk.
All right, thank you, Noah. Fox 35 News starts now, tracking the tropics.
All right, thank you, Noah. We are getting closer to Hurricane Milton making landfall along our Gulf Coast tonight. Thank you for joining us for our extended coverage. I'm Manny Martinez.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Lou Ansro. We have already seen a number of tornado warnings all across our area. This is what we can see from our network of live cameras across the state as Hurricane Milton continues to head towards Florida's Gulf Coast. An update now from Cocoa Beach. Winds are really getting strong out there, and we've learned that a possible water spout actually came ashore.
Yeah, Fox Weather's Bob Van Dillen shot this video here. It's hard to even make out the cars in the parking lot because the wind is just blowing that rain around just with such a force. Fox 35 does have a crew headed to the area to assess any damage and speak with neighbors. We will have a live report coming up.
And we have live team coverage tonight all across Florida. We begin right now in Flagler County.
That's where we find Fox 35's Randy Hildreth at the Flagler Beach Pier. Randy, the curfew for the county just took effect at the top of the hour.
Hey, good evening to you both. So you know that we have been at the pier pretty much all afternoon. Throughout the shows, we have introduced you to people who are from the area. We've seen a lot of people coming out. As of now, it is cleared out. And every couple of minutes or so, I will see law enforcement drive down this street, monitoring not just the conditions, but making sure that people are at home. About 45 minutes ago, Sheriff Rick Staley released some updated information. One, reminding people about that curfew. It went into effect at 7 o'clock. It expires 7:30 tomorrow morning, but he says it could extend based on what Milton brings to this area. He says the only people who should be out on these roads, and you may see a law enforcement officer pass by shortly, will be law enforcement officials, utility crews, relief people going to help and provide any aid. You know, people at home, they want you to stay at home. Also in that updated video, he talked about some of the roads that are already experiencing flooding, and that's why he wants you at home. If you are found out and about, you could face a $500 fine, or if law enforcement encounters you, he said you could be loaded into the back of the police car and have to ride out Milton at the jail. In terms of the conditions that we're seeing, certainly more wind, certainly more rain. The big concerns for this community in particular, as Noah mentioned, 2 to 5 feet storm surge. We are anticipating a lot of rain, which has some concern about some potential flooding. And when we look at some of the businesses right behind me, right across from the pier, you can see that they have taken precautions. We see the windows boarded up. If you look a little bit farther down the street, you can see sandbags in place. The county said at least from their initial count, at least 10,000 sandbags were distributed in the community. So they know that people have taken the precautions to try to protect their homes. I know that the curfew is in place right now. And so they, again, want you to hunker down. And just a reminder, if you are out and about, you could face a fine, or if you are caught, you could have to go to jail. For now, I'll send it back to you. Reporting this evening in Flagler, Randy Hildreth, Fox 35 News.
Thank you, Randy. This here now is video from inside Milton. Noah shot this earlier today as the storm was in the Gulf. Looking at these waves, you can see the might of the storm. Noah reported waves that topped 28 feet. And then we're also seeing new pictures and videos of damage left by Milton in Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula. Entire piers torn down, washed away completely. There are lots of local reports of torn down trees and power poles. Roads along the coast are also totally covered in sand. And we've learned
Order
a neighborhood
submitted.
in North Fort Myers was just hit hard by a potential
Order
tornado
filled.
within the last couple of hours.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of pictures on social media from this. And take a look at this one. We just got these pictures into our newsroom from the Lee County Sheriff's Office. It shows part of a mobile home community is just thrashed. You can see gutters, trees, and bricks strewn all over the place. Other pictures show part of a strip mall where decks, fences, and light poles were torn to splinters. The National Weather Service is sending a crew to survey more of the damage. And here locally in Volusia County, Sheriff Mike Chitwood is preparing his high water rescue teams for emergency response efforts overnight. The sheriff says rescue teams will do their best, but with rising waters, rescue crews won't be able to reach everyone immediately. The emergency shelter at Mainland High School has reached capacity right now, but there are some other emergency shelters you can go to if you need to in Volusia County. Creekside Middle School, DeLand and University High Schools, and the Volusia County Fairgrounds are open to the general population. Special needs shelters are open at Galaxy Middle School in Deltona and Hinson Senior Middle School in Daytona Beach.
And you can depend on the Fox 35 Storm Team to keep a close eye on Milton. Download the Fox 35 Storm Team weather app right now. If you lose power and can't watch TV, you can still watch us live on your phone.
And you can listen to Fox 35 on the radio as well. We're on AM 950, FM 49.9, AM 990, FM 101.5, and Real Radio 104.1.
Hurricane Milton is closing in on the west coast of Florida, and just a few hours ago, funnel clouds spotted near Naples. More than 100 tornado warnings across Florida today. And here's another video showing a possible tornado moving through Fort Myers around noon. Security footage shows the palm trees there just blowing around. And look at that ferocious wind moving through. Now, today has been full of tornado warnings, and it's something our storm team forecast earlier this week.
Let's get over to the Fox 35 storm team meteorologists, Noah Bergeron and TJ Springer. And guys, it appears Hurricane Milton is going to be making landfall very soon along the west coast.
Yeah, that's the way it looks like right now, guys. We're going to continue to see this here, and Noah's joining me as we speak, and this is what we've been talking about through the last few hours, that, you know, at this point we're really starting to see it approaching the coast, and now it's really not model data. It's just looking at it and really knowing how fast it's moving, when's it going to strike the coast, and it's looking like it's going to be within the next couple of hours.
Yeah, if it holds its pace.
Yes.
But you know, remember, while we've got all this ample time, you know, back 30 years ago when we were forecasting hurricanes, there wasn't no models that updated every hour. This is what
you had to do.
They used to take a picture of the satellite, put it up on a wall
at
the Hurricane Center, take a pencil, X, and just trace it out by hand. So, you know, right now, if you trace it by hand, it's going to stay south of Tampa. But if it slows down, it might be closer to midnight. But this is the big concern overnight, is the rain potential, or rather, I should say the rain likelihood. Possibly a foot or more of rain. And I got to tell you, the wind threat for us has come up. We suspected this earlier in the week. Our Fox model started showing this when we talked about it on air, and I gotta tell you straight, I really think the wind, TJ, is gonna it'll be within our forecast. But I'm curious if it might even be in the upper ranges. This is very much like a nor'easter type thing where
it is.
And just thinking ahead, I have a hard time seeing there not being 4, 5, 6 hours of 75, 80, 90 gusts of wind, which that combined with the rain, there's going to be a really high threat for those power outages. I mean, we've already had tonight, I think, 2, 3, 4 inches of rain in spots. And this is the rain still to come. And with the wind, really easy to have some trees come down.
Thanks to the saturated ground, the front really intensifying the rainfall rates, and the extreme wind just going to really throw a wrench in things as we head through time. So
yeah, so we'll be watching the rain build through the night, and we'll be watching the wind build as well. But we've got our Esther Bauer, I believe. Our live team coverage is going to continue now with Esther. She's out in Brevard. We were tracking this earlier. This tornado came through. I don't know if we can go straight to Esther. Esther, you're out there now. I assume you just got out there. What have you seen so far?
Yes, well, a lot of damage here in Cocoa Beach. I'll set the scene for you. I'm here on A1A in the Publix strip mall parking lot right now. We have an eyewitness. He was in a nearby condo. Drake and his beautiful daughters over here. Sir, walk me through where you were. What did you hear? What did you see?
Yeah, so the tornado warning came across our phones loud, and then we live on the beach at the Saturn condominiums, and it came right off the water, probably right through Lori Wilson Park, about 3 blocks to our south. And we saw it come off the beach straight onto A1A, right through the plaza right here. Really loud, really fast. And you can see it blew out all the windows in the supercuts. And then there's a road right behind us with a big neighborhood power lines down. Very loud and fast, dangerous tornado.
I mean, were you thinking, I know our meteorologists have been seeing tornado warnings pop up around the clock for hours, but were you actually thinking this would even happen?
No, not today. We were thinking maybe tomorrow morning, strong winds, but no tornado threat today, but it just happened that way.
I know, absolutely crazy. I mean, for you guys, when you were in your safe space and then heard what your dad said was loud, I mean, how did you process that?
I was just really scared at first, so I was just listening to him, doing what he told me to do.
Absolutely. And how has it been for you surveying this damage?
Scary.
Yeah. Absolutely. I do want to share some good news, though. We thank you guys so much and so glad you are safe. some good news from the city manager. He tells us he has crews out here surveying all of this damage, which we're going to give you some better looks here as well. No injuries reported at this time. However, in this Publix parking lot, it looks like a Supercuts. So this is a hair salon location. Several windows completely shattered, just gone. We have some flooding over here, so we do want to be careful with where we are stepping. These windows, I'm not sure how well we can pick it up because it is dark. We have a little bit of this wall where the windows are fine, but if I keep walking, number one, I'm dodging, debris and other things from trees that have fallen. But then on this side of the Supercuts too, same thing. Windows absolutely shattered, completely gone. Now, we mentioned there are several homes that were damaged. It's actually on the street right behind us. We're going to be heading over to that area right after. It also does look like power is out for the time being in this specific area. But as the city manager said, no injuries reported at this time. But that fast-moving tornado, Noah, this family said they watched it start on the water and then make its way on land. That was not something they were expecting to see. And obviously, they were not expecting to see this kind of damage, but they are glad they are safe and really that everyone in this community is safe. Manny and Luann.
So, Esther, is it just that one store, or does it appear like you're in a strip mall there? How extensive is the damage there?
Right, so I'm going to walk. So this Supercuts is separate from the additional shops, but we are in a strip mall, and this is specifically the Publix parking lot. I'm not seeing damage to any of these other buildings behind me. The damage that we are, talking about, and I'll see if we can try to make it over to this spot. It's on the opposite side of this Supercuts. We also know a Wells Fargo bank lost its roof. I haven't even been able to make it over to that side yet, but let's see if we can see where that bank roof came off. More damage over here to the Supercuts. Oh, definitely some standing water, a lot of tree limbs down. This is really pretty deep, so do be aware. And really right now, if you don't need to be driving in Cocoa Beach on A1A, do not, because we have several emergency first responders vehicles out here right now trying to survey. I mean, there is debris everywhere. I'm getting a better look right now at this salon. I can see the little hair dryers. We have a picture that is still on the wall, but I mean, the entire roof, not sure if you guys can see it, the entire roof is completely damaged. This is still that Supercut salon. I have not been able to see the Wells Fargo bank, but like I said, the city manager did confirm at that bank the roof is completely gone, and we do need to make it behind to this residential street because that is where we are told several homes are damaged. So good news is, like the city manager said, at this point,
Harmonic NQ on the 3.
Anyone was hurt, but you can imagine first responders are going to be out here for quite some time trying to survey all the damage that they are dealing with.
Thank you. So we have Noah Berger in here now. Noah, explain how that water spout and then turned into a tornado.
Yeah, if you were watching us earlier, we were calling this the play-by-play when it was offshore that it was coming, and 5 minutes before we said there may be, and then there it was. This was the radar at 5:54, which you can see there's A1A, there's Cocoa Beach. That bright pop of red and green, that's the tornado. So a tornado over water is inherently called a water spout. And then if a water spout is on the ocean surface and comes onto the beach, as soon as it crosses over land, the definition just changes to a tornado. Fundamentally, it's the same thing. It's a rotating column of air attached to a thunderstorm. The whole process is, it's fundamentally a tornado. It's just called differently because it's over water. But as soon as it comes over land, it's a tornado, and it looked like they're just before 6 o'clock. And by looking at the radar, I'd say EF0, EF1. We'll await, obviously, a Weather Service survey to officially attain a rating to it, but that would be that.
Were you able to see just how big it was when it came ashore?
Yeah, I can measure that now. If we take that full, I can step off and put a little distance on there for you and show you how big this was. So this was at 5:54 this evening. And I'll zoom in and show you. I don't know what street Esther's on, but you see there's the rotation. It came in, and then it went over towards Angel City too. But in terms of some of these roads, yeah, it's uncanny. We called this out when it was out there. I remember saying Jamaica Drive and A1A, but in terms of the width, Lou, 3 mile, 0.3 of a mile wide. Yeah, I'd say it was about maybe a half mile. So is it huge? No. But this was it right here. I mean, that's literally your tornado that came in earlier. You see right where those green and red meet, that's the tornado.
Any other confirmations? I know we've had so many. You had a dozen tornado warnings at one time. That
There's one, well, the one that was coming out of St. Lucie. Earlier, I remember if you guys, so we had the tornado emergency with a huge one.
Yeah.
And we were worried, that was the one that prompted those warnings in the Orlando area. It moved north towards Orange County. When it was in rural parts of Osceola, we had a storm chaser send a video of a very strong tornado. But it was in the middle of Osceola County with a zoom, and thankfully nobody was there.
That's good.
But we could have very much been reporting on us now a EF3 tornado hitting a town somewhere. It just happened to be in the middle of nothing in Osceola County, thankfully. But that I would say, would be the second one that we had.
So now that we're getting later into the evening, are our tornado threats dying down a little bit?
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
Because when the sun was up, even though it was cloudy, the sun still heats the ground through the clouds. Not as much if it was sunny, obviously, but now that the sun is set, that little reduction of the temperature is probably just enough to put a lid on the tornado threat for now.
So that threat goes down, but then increasing is the flooding risk.
And wind. Chapters 2 and 3, I think, will be the biggest, and especially the wind has trended up. I think the wind is honestly going to catch a lot of people by surprise, even though we've talked about it all week. I think when this is all done with, people are going to go, wow, in some areas, it was windier than I realized it may be, just because this storm is going to merge with the jet stream. So the winds in front of the eye are not bad. Now, 5, 6, 10, 11 p.m., and then at 4 in the morning, it's going to be bam, on the backside, the winds flip it the other way, and that'll be really strong.
Yeah, so time things out for us. It's 7:30 right now. It appears the eye wall is going to start to come ashore within the next hour.
Yep.
When is the worst time going to be for our area?
The wind, probably, I'd say 12 to 12 a.m. to p.m. tomorrow. But more specifically, maybe like 3 a.m. to 9 a.m., the strongest wind area-wide, and then the rain will be in that time frame as well.
All right, thank you, Noah.
Yep.
So we are going to be listening now to Governor DeSantis, who is speaking. We're going to take it live.
Is predicted to be between 5 and 13 feet, depending on where you are on the Gulf Coast of Florida. As of right now, the peak storm surge looks to be between the Charlotte-Lee County line up until Anna Maria Island in Manatee County. Prior to landfall, the state completed nearly 2,000 missions. Generators were sent to shelters. We have massive amounts of fuel reserves that are staged and ready to go, millions of gallons of gas. When the ports reopen, Florida Highway Patrol will be standing by to escort fuel trucks to service stations so that people will have access to fuel as they return to their homes. The Florida Department of Transportation is staged and ready to go as soon as the storm passes. They have 156 bridge inspectors, which will go to clear the bridges, 402 cut and toss personnel, and over 1,000 generators and 350 pieces of heavy equipment and trucks. We have massive amounts of search and rescue equipment and personnel standing by. And we hope that there's not a big need for that, but we're prepared for that. And that's not just our state and local, it's also our National Guard, our State Guard. We have about 9,000 National Guard personnel between Florida and other states. We also have Florida Highway Patrol, Fish and Wildlife, Department of Law Enforcement, and of course our Florida State Guard. There was a lot of questions about pre-staging linemen, which is our practice here in Florida, given that you have a lot of linemen working for Hurricane Helene in places like Georgia and North Carolina. I'm happy to report that we have over 50,000 linemen that are in the state of Florida, and as soon as it's safe to do so, they will commence with power restoration. We're already seeing power outages. You're going to continue to see a lot more power outages over the course of tonight and into tomorrow morning. Now, at this point, it's too dangerous to
on the 3.
evacuate safely, so you have to shelter in place and just hunker down. Category 3 storm for most places in Florida, particularly newer construction. Likely the building is going to be able to withstand it. But if you start to get in a situation where trees are snapping, power's popping, you do have to treat it like a tornado. And then if you are in a tornado warning, that's a duck and cover in a place that's safe in your structure. Those can be very, very dangerous, even if you are inside in cover. Stay inside and stay off the roads. Floodwaters and rushing storm surge are very dangerous. And I would say that's even more so in spite of everything the state did to help these local communities hit by Helene remove a lot of debris, and they did move a lot of debris over the last 72 hours. You're going to have new debris created, and you still have some of that old debris in some of those places. So there's going to be hazards in the storm surge and in the flood waters. Stay put until the storm is passed. If you are in Sarasota,
Fib.NQ on the 6th.
The eye of the storm is going, it may be where things calm down for a minute. Just understand that means you're in the eye. It's going to go back and get really nasty very soon. So don't go outdoors until it is confirmed safe. You can listen to your local emergency management officials about that one. Power outages are going to happen, as I mentioned, so please, if you're using a generator, make sure that you're using it safely. Do not run the generator inside your home. That can be fatal. Make sure it's outside the home at a safe distance from windows and doorways. If you see dangerous conditions, please report those to your local authorities so that they can help protect people and mitigate it. So the storm is here. It's time for everybody to hunker down. I know we've got massive amounts of resources that have been prepared for this storm. People are tired because of having to deal with Hurricane Helene, and yet all I've seen is people just dig deep inside and say, we're not going to be denied, we're going to get the job done. So I really appreciate everybody that's worked so hard on the heels of Helene to prepare for this storm and to be ready to go. And you will see that in action very shortly as this storm passes. Okay, Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor, for leading us through this. Appreciate your support. Conditions across the state continue to deteriorate as Hurricane Milton approaches landfall on Florida's. No more Michael, no sir, no sir. As Hurricane Milton approaches
Fib.NQ on the 3.
Florida's west coast. Many areas are already experiencing life-threatening storm surge or life-threatening tornadoes. Please make sure if a tornado warning comes in, especially on our east coast of Florida, we have certainly had a lot of tornadic activity over there.
This is, look, boy, you see just how the camera is shaking. You see the wind, and obviously the waves are big out there as well, and certainly the skies out there looking pretty.
Going into those areas to help with those structural collapses that have happened. We're receiving somewhere in the neighborhood, this is really, really rough numbers right now, but about 125 homes that have been destroyed, most of them mobile homes and senior communities. So we're trying to get into Florida's most vulnerable to make sure they're taken care of.
So it's no longer dragging down the strongest winds just above the surface with all of that heavy rain.
As I just said,
I expect
as
the
the
most
governor just said,
intense
you need to
footage
stay
that
inside,
we'll see
stay safe,
upon
and
landfall
stay
here
put.
and over the next hour
Make sure
or so
that you're getting to a
afterward
central
is going
area
to
of
be
your
within that
home
really
that
heavy
you're getting
band
as
of
low as you
rain.
possibly
For
can.
anyone
That
who
is,
is
if
in
you have a single-story
Bradenton,
residence,
essentially
and no storm
sort
surge, you
of
want
the
to get
worst
as low
of
as you
that for a
possibly
while
can.
until some of that rain may
Fib.NQ on the 6th.
Bottom of the house, if I got storm surge, the answer is no. If you've got 2 floors, you need to go to the lowest part of the 2nd floor to escape the storm surge. Please do not.
This area
if you
right
got storm
here
surge coming in, please
for some of the stronger
winds
that are going to be coming in here
do
very
not
soon.
attempt
We're
to leave
also
your home
still seeing
or drive during the storm.
obviously
Order Bill.
on the southern
Order
side
Bill.
as well. But
Please do not
the
risk
big
it.
concern right now
If you
for
hear
a lot of these
the
people
governor said, if
and
you
for
hear
our storm
trees
chasers
snapping,
that are
that
set up
means
down here
that
between
there is
Inglewood
going
and
to be
Port
flying
Charlotte
debris.
is
You
the
should
water.
seek
It's
shelter
coming up fast
immediately
and it's going to
and
keep
treat
on
it as
coming
if
up.
it's a tornado. Protect yourself from flying debris by putting household items such as pillows,
Exit.
coats, blankets on top of
So the
you.
winds are picking up
There
in
may
Punta
be a point
Gorda
where you think the storm
and
is
Port
over.
Charlotte
If it goes from
and
absolutely
Inglewood.
nothing or
And you can see
absolutely
that very
horrible and
clearly
terrible to
here
absolutely nothing,
from
then you are most likely in the eye of the
especially
tornado. Please stay
those
in
cameras.
place. Do not come out. We are anticipating power outages, as the governor's already mentioned, with this storm. Take time now.
All
if you
good.
still have power to
All
keep
good,
those
Brad.
electronic devices plugged in and keep the charge full. If you lose power and are going to use a generator for backup power, please use it safely. You've heard the governor and myself say this. Keep it 20 feet away from the doors and windows of your
Milton's
home.
landfall is imminent.
Make sure you wait 20 minutes for it to cool down before you refuel it. Make sure it's on a
we
clean,
could probably
dry
even take 30
surface.
minutes off.
And then
we're
be sure
less
to have
than
a
1 hour
carbon
away
dioxide monitor in your home.
from
After the
landfall
storm has
here.
passed
And
your
remember,
area,
like
it is
Andy
critical
said,
that you listen to local
landfall
authorities for guidance
occurs
on when it is safe to go
whenever
outside or
the
to
center
return home.
of this eye
Do
gets
not
over
venture
land.
out.
So even if
Hazardous
like
materials, debris,
33%
and
of it
flooding could still be present.
is
Do
over
not
land,
attempt
it's
to clean
still
up the
not
debris or by
technically
yourself,
landfall.
especially
Even
fallen
though
trees
the
or
majority
power
of the
lines.
eye wall
If
may
you
be
see a
over land,
dangerous
that's
condition,
still not
please report it
technically
to your local
landfall. So we
authorities
are
utilizing
still
your 911
a
lines
little under an hour
or
away
non-emergency lines.
from official
Residents
landfall
needing
now.
information can continue to call our state assistance information line, which will be open for most likely weeks. That number is 1-800-342-3557. That's 1-800-342-3557.
362,000 people
X
are without
and
power
Instagram
right now in
at
Florida.
FLSERT
That number
and on
will go
Facebook
up
at
a lot.
FDEM. That is the best way to go and catch up on latest up-to-date information from the division. If you do not have access to that, but you have access to the internet, please make sure you go to floridadisaster.org/updates. Floridians, we are with you.
Chris, let us know if you see any birds,
We will
man.
be with you.
There's apparently a
The
bunch
state
of
of
birds in
Florida
the
is
eye of the
leading the way
storm,
on this
and you're going to be right in it.
Please know that we're coming as fast as we possibly can. There's going to be places that we just cannot get to until the winds die down. But as I've already mentioned, there are strong winds.
Yeah, right now, oh my gosh.
So we have the men and women of Florida Task Force 1 out of Miami-Dade, as well as members from the Ohio and Virginia Task Force going into harm's way to help you out. We will continue to do that all night long. I will be here throughout the night along with my team.
Earlier, but we ain't
Governor,
seen them since
it's
the
been
wind
a pleasure
started, so we're
working
keeping
with
an
you
eye
for
out
this
for the
fight,
birds.
but
We
I
saw that
also
too.
want to say thank you for your leadership.
Man,
And I know that you're not going to go
this is
anywhere
the real
anytime
deal
soon.
hurricane right here.
And
This one
I
is
appreciate
meaning
your
business.
leadership.
We've
Thank
had
you, sir.
just, I guarantee you, well over
So
120.
we are staged with massive amounts
so
of search
Chris
and
is in
rescue
Sarasota.
assets,
Caleb
not
is
just with
in
the
Bradenton,
cities and
a little bit
counties
farther to
and
the
their
north.
considerable resources,
And
all
once
the
again,
state
sorry about my
assets for
voice.
our state agencies
I'm
and
hanging on to
National
what
Guard,
little bit I have
as
left
well
of
as
it here.
urban search and rescue teams. And so we will be
Probably
ready
sound,
to
if
help people
if you've watched this
who
before,
are in
I
harm's
probably
way. And
sound
hopefully we
a lot
don't
different.
have a lot. I know a lot
but
of
I'm
people did
fine.
heed the call to leave,
I'm
but
just,
that will be a priority.
I've been talking a
to
lot over the
save
past couple of
lives.
days.
We
I've
also
got a little
have
bit
a
of a
record
cold.
number of people there for the
This
restoration
is
of power.
the
These linemen,
of
people
major
love seeing the
Hurricane
linemen
Milton,
coming in on
Category
the
3,
interstate.
120
It's
mile
a
per
great
hour
sight.
winds.
They
The
will get to
strongest
work,
winds
get their
are
power
right
resumed as
in
quick
here
as possible,
right now.
and then we
and
have
they are
massive
moving
amounts of fuel on
into the
standby that
Bradenton
we can
area,
use, but we also want to
and
make sure
we're
these
also
ports
probably
get
going to see
up
some
and
of those
running.
really strong
we'll see
winds on
what
the
the damage is
backside.
to Manatee.
We had a similar
and to
situation with
Tampa.
Hurricane Ian.
We have been
Whenever it was
discussing,
kind of
and
being
Kevin and
moved
his team have
along
been
by
discussing
a trough,
with our federal
where the
partners like
backside
the
of that
Army
storm
Corps
was
and some of
actually
these
more
agencies,
intense
some
than the front
expectations about
side.
getting these
So we
ports
might
back.
see
And I
something
think
like
there's
that
a
for our
difference between
communities
kind
down
of Florida
here, especially
expectations,
around
which is like
Inglewood and
we get
Venice,
this stuff done
where
quick, and maybe how the
we
federal
get
bureaucracies
some of this
typically work.
wraparound
But
action
I
as the
think
storm
that
makes
we
landfall.
have had
And that
very
actually
good
could make
conversations.
the
I
storm
think there
surge
is a sense of
situation a
urgency
little bit worse
with
as
some
well.
of the federal agencies as well, but we want to get these ports back
already gonna
open
be
as
bad.
quickly
There's
as
no
possible. We're going to have to
getting
assess some
around that.
damage. Now, the track of this storm, the fact that it is Sarasota, perhaps the Port of Tampa is not going to take a major hit like it would have if it was a direct impact, but we'll see. Manatee is probably going to be a little bit closer to where it's getting some of the big impact, but we think it's really important that all services are be able to resume, and we have contingencies to be able to get fuel in where it needs to go. It sure be a lot easier if we just get that coming into the ports, and so those are all going to be priorities from here on out. So if you are watching this, just hunker down. If you're in the path of this storm, it's dangerous outside. There's going to be a lot of hazards. Even when it passes, if there's floodwaters, be very careful about any of that. Help is on the way. We're going to get everyone back, get everyone up on their feet again, and we'll mitigate the damage as best we can.
The president said that he has spoken with you. Have you talked about
a little bit,
getting more resources?
about a half an hour, a little bit over half an hour away from landfall. If you are in Tampa, you're getting some big time winds right now and some extremely heavy rain. Now, the winds are going to be a big problem. You are under that extreme wind warning, but I do think that Tampa and places around Tampa, especially around Temple Terrace, even back there towards Lakeland, you really have to start thinking about the extreme risk that comes along with the flooding as well. You're going to see an extended period of incredibly heavy rain, and it's going to overwhelm those waterways very quickly.
Let local governments do the debris a little bit differently so that we incentivize people to come and do it quickly, because the way it goes now, it was hard to even get people to do their debris. You had them going other ways. It just didn't make economic sense for doing that, and a lot of the debris takes like 6 months to do, and that's just kind of been the standard. I think we showed by surging our resources, which is really unprecedented, we knocked out a lot of debris in like 72 hours.
Yeah, the shed.
So we want to have a debris where there's incentives to do it and do it quickly.
See it back there?
Look, I don't want to have to
this is what
even talk about this now,
like
but we're not out of hurricane season.
A couple hours ago.
There is the possibility of another storm brewing, and it's going to come into the Gulf. It's possible. I hope it doesn't happen. But so we want to be able to have them with contractors and have them have things working with the FEMA reimbursements that makes sense. And I think Kevin,
I think
Administrator Criswell has been very receptive to that, because it does. It just makes sense.
As far as these cameras go.
Dr. Guthrie, in terms of the timeline of recovery, and last time with Helene, you were able to get search and rescue units kind of out there before, if I remember correctly, before the sun even came up.
That'll happen again. Yes. So, yeah, they will do in the dark. That is totally, absolutely fine. It's just a question of making sure that it's safe for them to go out. So as soon as that storm passes, and the fact that it came in earlier than thought, that's good for the high tide, because the high tide's not here yet. I think it'll help with the surge, but it's going to mean pretty much all the rescues are going to be done in the dark in the middle of the night. But that's fine. They're going to do that. All of our folks are doing that, and they will be on target.
Right in that heaviest rain, so we are seeing the results of the stronger part of the eyewall system where the really heaviest rain is dragging those winds down to the surface. So like you said, if that wraps around and with the storm surge as well, we would see
we need to figure out how much power's out. I mean, we just don't know, right? And so we'll see. But
I just want to
thought
also
we didn't get hit with Dorian, but it was coming, so we prepared. I thought maybe we had reached 50 with Dorian. We didn't. We reached in the 40s. We did 40,000s for Ian in the 40s. This is the first time we've crossed 50, and so I think that's good. I think there's a lot of people that are excited about going to work. I know Floridians really appreciate these guys when they get out there. And if you look, the fact that it's going Sarasota across, that's heavy Florida Power light territory. Those guys are a well-oiled machine at this. They do a really good job. A lot of their infrastructure handles the storms very well. And so a lot of times when you're talking about power restoration, if you have the people there and you go quick, you can potentially reconnect relatively quickly. If the whole thing is blown out where you have to rebuild it, it takes longer. My sense is that if it's a lot of FPL stuff, their infrastructure probably going to be able to weather a lot of this, so they'll have to do some reconnects, but maybe not a full rebuild. Fort Myers Beach for Hurricane Ian was
this is going to be Bradenton,
FPL, and they
St.
honestly
Petersburg,
they could have gotten the power back on very quickly. It was too dangerous to hook it up because of the homes with the storm surge.
The strongest winds are, and it's still over the ocean.
Actually did pretty good.
Moving over
so I think it remains to be
St.
seen with
Petersburg
that
and Bradenton right
in
now.
terms of the search and rescue personnel,
even
I'd
without
like
the
nothing
rain,
better
you can
than to
tell
be
that
here
the
tomorrow
winds
night telling you we're sending
are
all
also still
of it
very
back
strong.
to the States.
Even
I would
down
love
here,
that. To say, you know what?
near Inglewood and Port Charlotte, this is where our cameras are that have the most
and then
intense
24 hours
look to
later,
them right
it was
now down
fine.
there. And,
Thank you. And you guys go back home. We would love to do that. I'm hoping that we're not going to need them to be long, but it's just going to depend
we still don't have
on what
a
the damage
complete,
is. So
correct
we'll
orientation yet with the winds against the
it's like how many
the beaches
what population,
to kind of say that we're in our peak storm surge moment. That's still yet to come.
And this thing has come up. It kind of went east into Sarasota County. I don't know where they're going to say the landfall was. Maybe Venice, from what I'm looking on the radar. Maybe middle Sarasota County. But if it cuts across from there,
Harmonic NQ on the 3.
Areas was. Whereas if it would have gone into Tampa
I'm being
Bay
told
and rode
from
up I-4,
our
that's
team
like
and the y'all
millions and
squad,
millions
we
of
have
people.
officially raised
I do think north of the storm, there's a lot of
over the past 2 days
precipitation. I think you're going to
for
see
hurricane
inland flooding
and
in
obviously
central
tornado
Florida,
victims.
north central Florida. I think
Thank
you're
you
going
guys
to
for
see
doing
storm
that.
surge
And they
in
also told
northeast
me to
Florida,
tell you
places like
guys
Daytona
specifically,
Beach,
thank
Flagler
you for all the
Beach,
sweet
St. Johns
messages
County. I
that
think
you
you will see
include with
that
your
coming on the
donations.
backside of the
We've been
storm.
reading them,
So
and
we'll
we
see how all
appreciate
that
everyone's
shakes out.
support.
But bottom line is we
We're going
have
to be able
the
to do
resources
amazing
amassed. We'll
things.
use all that we need. But yes, I hope I can just send a bunch of them home to say, we got the job done.
And Evan Speak posted a video earlier today of a dog chained to a fence. They went and rescued it. Do you know what's happening with that dog?
I mean, first of all, what kind of an animal would just leave a dog chained
Milton
to
is
a
nearing
pole in the middle
landfall
of a hurricane?
as a major
I mean, it's just
Category 3
unbelievable
hurricane
that
with
somebody
120
would do
mile per hour
that.
winds
And so I'm
just
thankful
south
for
of
the
St.
FHP
Pete
folks
near
out of
Sarasota.
Tampa for rescuing the dog. They did bring it to the vet. The dog has a clean bill of health. And who knows,
Sarasota
maybe we'll do
City
some
is
adoption,
filled
put the
with
dog up for
explosions.
adoption, and we can
We're
have some
hearing
people
from
in Florida
chasers that
come
it feels like a
and
war
compete
zone
for it and take
out
it.
there
But
with all of the power
it's just
flashes that are happening.
I mean, people do a lot of dumb things, but you just see that. And so I hope they find the person who did it, and that person should have the book thrown at him. We've got very good laws in Florida against animal cruelty. These dogs, we've got dogs that are going to be helping in the storm. These police working dogs, they're great. They're great canines. So we don't have tolerance for that in Florida. I thought it was outrageous that somebody would do that.
Can you talk about the size of the storm and what people should expect from the wind fields, how wide the eye is, or anything like that as it comes on the shore?
So it's interesting. I think the storm did deteriorate because of the wind
What is a power
shear.
flash?
I mean, we were here
That's a flash
24
of
hours
light
ago, and it was
that we
180
see
miles an
in
hour.
a situation like
and
this where we
no
have
one thought it
strong
was going
winds
to come
taking
ashore
out
at that.
power
But I
lines
think a lot
and
of people thought it was
transformers.
going to come ashore as a pretty strong 4, and it ended up coming as
sometimes can be
basically a
mistaken for
mid-level
lightning.
3. Now,
But
it doesn't mean
it's an
there's not
actual
storm surge. It
explosion
doesn't mean
happening
there's not
as a result of
hazards.
strong
There
winds
is.
taking
It's
out
a
power
serious,
infrastructure.
serious storm. But in terms of some of the damage that we're going to see from wind, there just is a big difference between 140, 150, and 120. We saw with Hurricane Ian, which was basically a Category 5. I think it may have landed just a tick below.
Unfortunately, we
Of
are
course, we
dealing
saw
with
with
another
Hurricane Michael, which
nighttime
was a
landfall
Category
here.
5. As you get into the 120 range, 115 range, still hazardous, can still do a lot of damage. But Florida buildings in particular, new ones, they're going to be able to withstand that for sure. And so I think that likely, look, I'm cautiously optimistic that with the Florida building code that you're going to do. Now, the storm surge is a different story, and we've had storms that, Hurricane Michael was not necessarily known for being massive storm surge, even though it was like a tornado and it obliterated so many structures.
Really
and then there have been other storms that have
Inglewood.
been Cat 3 that produced massive storm surge. So I think it's too early to tell on that, but I think the fact that whether it was the shear or whatever happened, the fact that it did weaken before it made landfall is going to be a benefit to us compared to what we were looking at 24 hours ago. But regardless of the winds from the storm directly, we've already seen probably more tornado watches than I've ever seen. I was talking to people, do you ever remember? No one remembers ever seeing this many tornado warnings that have been done. So that's spun off a lot of tornadoes, and you have them. It's not like, there was Fort Myers, but there was Palm Beach, there was Port St. Lucie. I mean, it was all over the state.
What's the
that
damage
is a
outlook in
hazard
Port
for
Charlotte?
sure. And I think we're
there's
likely to
nothing more that
continue
we
to
can
see
tell you
those
other
throughout
than
tonight.
what you're seeing. We're going to have significant damage in coastal areas due to the storm surge. We're likely going to have some strong wind damage as well.
So as the governor said, he and I had a conversation today with Deanne Criswell. She's actually coming in here tonight at some point in time when weather permits
the nowcasting
to
phase.
be with us tomorrow. But I will say she said that we were on the right track. She felt like that was a very good idea to get some type of incentive for individuals to come here.
You're just now tuning in. We are
again,
less than a half hour away from official landfall from major Hurricane Milton
We're
here.
not competing against people that are in North Carolina.
Storm chasers
But again,
are on
we
the
talked about
ground,
some
positioning
opportunities there.
themselves.
And she was going to get her
in a situation where they can capture some of the storm surge and also some of the extreme winds whenever they get in there.
Who is actually over that entire
And then
program?
we have our
is actually
camera
cameras,
from
DC tonight
ratchet
as
strapped
well,
to palm
actually
trees.
sit down and have a conversation with us.
Also
so that we
out
could
there
all
showing
get
us
to
the storm surge as it
situation
comes
where we
in.
think the best move
We are
forward,
not at the
we
peak
can
of
take
the
that best
storm
move
yet.
forward.
It's still on the
However,
way.
as the governor also
And
alluded to,
also
there's
for most
I think,
people
a
who are
parallel
watching
path,
this right
and you
now
know
that will
we,
feel some sort of
we don't do
impacts.
bureaucracy, we don't go a linear path.
The strongest part
we
of the
don't
storm
throw all of our
certainly
eggs in
hasn't
one
got to you
basket.
yet.
We are talking
as it's
about
out to sea
reaching
for
out for
most of us.
emergency management
Go ahead,
assistance
Riley.
compact, EMAC, or mutual
Ryan, we
aid
just got an
through
update
other
from the
states to
National
start
Hurricane
bringing in
Center,
some
and looks
other
like we are going to stay at 120
DOT-like
mile per
public
hour
works
wind
like
landfall.
individuals to help us with mutual
All right.
aid.
Thank
to
you,
again,
Riley.
we don't know
So
what might happen in the next
this
10
will
to 15
officially
days. We want to get some of this
make
debris picked
landfall
up again. We want to get.
as
We've been listening
a
to Governor
powerful
DeSantis
Category
and Kevin
3
Guthrie, the
major
head
hurricane
of emergency management here in the state. The
somewhere
governor said the storm
near
is here,
Sarasota.
Luann.
Yeah, it is coming ashore very quickly,
just south of
a lot
Siesta Key,
earlier than we
more than
expected.
likely.
So they're saying that there are a bunch of emergency response crews on standby, waiting if they're needed for any emergency rescues, but they're going to have to wait until the winds die down a little bit because it is going to be historic storm surge is what it's sounding like in the Tampa Bay area.
Yeah, those waves are coming in
We will be
hard.
right back
in
with more of
Inglewood.
our extended coverage tracking Hurricane Milton in just a couple of minutes.
At the same time.
Right now at 8 o'clock, most of this state feeling the impacts of Hurricane Milton. Landfall on Florida's west
hopefully we don't
coast
have any
is imminent.
problems with that.
We have tracking
We
Milton
are
all
also
night long.
about
Thank you
to
for being here with us tonight. And we
experience
have meteorologist Noah Berggren and Laurel Blanchard joining us
big-time
at this hour. Noah, you
increase
first
in
with the
wind
latest
in this
update
area
on
as
this
well. St.
track.
Petersburg,
Yeah,
we've
man,
already
it
been
looks
dealing
like
with.
landfall, I'd say
This is going to
within
move
the
on
hour.
into
Within the
Largo,
hour.
Brandon, Tampa.
Landfall.
Temple
Here
Terrace,
is 8 o'clock.
along with the wind, is going to come
Out of
with
Tampa
even
Bay,
more rain.
Northern
We're already
Iowa,
hearing
significant.
about
There
some
is the eye,
flooding
Venice,
that's going on
Sarasota. We talked
up here
about this
between
last
Lutz,
night. Our Fox
Temple
model
Terrace,
was in
Brandon.
Sarasota, and it could
This is
not
the kind
be
of situation
more
where
spot on. It would
even
be
this
right
far
over
inland, we can
Sarasota.
have
I would say
a
closer
very
to
serious
9
situation
mil.
with the flash flooding.
And remember,
it's very important that we
is when the
continue to
center
harp
point
on
of
the
the
fact
eye
that
gets across
it
land.
can be
Not the
life-threatening too,
nose
even
or,
though you're
an inch
inland
of
and
the
maybe
eye.
you might
The
even
eye
be
center
far
point
enough away to
itself
not
has
worry
to
about
get,
the storm surge.
over land. So that's
The
gonna be
the
imminent
freshwater
over the
flash
next
flooding is
couple of
about to be
hours.
a
And
big
then
problem
this
back here.
hurricane undergoes transition away from a tropical system. And as that does so, we're going to have what's called a sting jet develop. We'll go through that more later. Essentially what that means is that there's going to be really strong wind on the backside of this storm here in Orlando. There's the northern eye wall all through Tampa and Pinellas. Now, because of this track, the flow has been Tampa Bay and out. There's really no storm surge. So the Tampa Bay
videos that
area
you're
is
seeing
going
down
to be
there from the
saved
Mesovorts,
from a
the
generational
one
surge.
in
They're not
Port
going to get
Charlotte
that
and the
15-foot
Inglewood
potential.
camera,
In
those
fact,
are
there's hardly
capturing
any
the
surge there.
storm
The monster
surge as
is
it
already from
rushes
Venice,
onshore. Those
down
are not
towards,
time lapses. That's
Port
real
Charlotte
time.
and
That's
Fort
live
Myers.
right now.
So it's the Sarasota area, Venice, Anna Maria Island. That's where the big storm surge is going to be. And the way the crow flies, landfall will be about 8:54 p.m. So within, again, the hour. Wind speed sustained on the left side. There's some bigger pixels in here. The radar just moved from when I did it. We're still talking about Category 3 winds. So as of the 8 o'clock advisory, 120 sustained, east-northeast at 15. And you can see it is still firing some decent convection there as the wind shear is starting to pull it apart.
Also, for those of you who
so
didn't
for us
see
here
earlier,
in Central Florida, when does the stronger wind arrival? This
we
is a 3-chapter hurricane for Central Florida. We had the tornadoes. We have a break.
A lot of the
now we're going to
blue
get the
that we can
winds.
see here
It's going to start at these
might
times.
be birds
And then the
that are stuck in the eye of the storm.
will be a major thing
Now
heading into
also
tomorrow morning right along the
making
I-4
landfall
corridor. Many
in
spots may end up with flooding
the
reminiscent
Sarasota
of
area.
Hurricane Ian.
Let's
10 o'clock,
talk to Brad.
Ocala,
Go ahead, Brad.
Gainesville, midnight around Orlando, Deltona, Sanford, Lake Mary, Winter Park, Kissimmee, St. Cloud. 2 o'clock in the morning, Daytona, Titusville, Cocoa, Melbourne. By the way, we did have a tornado touchdown in Cocoa Beach earlier this evening. So here's our updated thinking of the top wind gusts. And again, we'll go through the meteorology of this in a few minutes. But on the back side, these winds will be, remember, as the hurricane goes along this line, the winds are like this as it goes around. It's the backside winds that will really crank overnight. I've tapered it down a little bit, but raised it in some spots. So Ocala, Gainesville, the top gusts, 50 to 80 miles an hour for about 6 to 10 hours. In red, which is the I-4 corridor,
Brad
the
Arnold's
lands,
in a pretty
Deltona,
dangerous
Sanford,
spot here.
There's going to be about especially like a 3 to 5 hour
And
window
so
in the morning
is
tomorrow where
Bryce
the winds
Shelton,
just all of a sudden go
who is
from
showing
yeah,
us
it's windy to wow,
some of the water
then go
inundation
away.
that's happening
You'll
here
notice as
near
soon as the
Venice,
eye
Florida.
passes
It's
by,
coming in
the winds
really
will flip
quickly
direction
here.
And boom, we'll get
Venice
this really
is
strong north to south wind
about to
behind the
be
center of the circulation
in
that
the eye,
passes
technically.
right near Orlando. The Tampa area 100 plus, but again 80 to 100 plus. These are the top wind gusts I think that'll be recorded.
Go ahead, Elijah.
All around the Orlando area. There's a potential. We've been talking about this for a week.
Has
that
now
right along
tied
Costa
their
and Flagler
all-time
County,
lowest
there's a
pressure
limited window
at
tomorrow in the mid to late
962
morning where a couple of
millibars.
gusts
So if it goes
could
any
eclipse
lower, they will have
95
set
or
the
100 miles an hour. So tornado threat has been on pause. We've got some rain developing back in. Tropical downpours in South
Elijah,
again.
very likely
the big
will
landfall is imminent. We can't see it from the Melbourne radar, but landfall looks to be occurring.
Yeah, go ahead, Brad.
I would say about 8:30 to 9 o'clock, which is going to be in the Sarasota area. And this is adding to our unprecedented year of hurricanes in Central Florida, in Florida in the United States, with multiple strikes already to the U.S. So the sun is now set. You really can't see the visible satellite. There's what it looked like earlier with just a prolific tornado outbreak on the east side. So here's the latest track quickly. You see the center coming in. Tampa Bay will be spared from a generational surge, but Sarasota, Fort Myers, Port Charlotte, I hate to see it again. The images have been horrible. They've been getting inundated big time down by Sanibel Island. The center passes just south of Orlando.
All right, thank you, Brad. Be safe out there. This is what it looks like in Punta Gorda. This
8
is
to
what it
10
looks like
a.m.
right now
tomorrow.
in Port
Meteorologist Laura
Charlotte, which
Blanchard's
is
here with me now,
not very
and we
far
continue
away.
to track everything there is
The
about
water is
Milton.
rushing in
So, Laurel,
very
we've
quickly,
got
and with
some wind out
force.
there, not a lot yet, but the power outage threat really going to
I'm
go
surprised
up
whatever this camera is strapped to is strong,
because as you were saying, we kind of
because it's not moving. As these huge waves slap into it, probably a palm tree.
To go, especially here in Central Florida. So here's what we're looking at the possibility of future
but the winds are picking up and the water is rising very quickly.
From Tampa to Orlando,
let's go check back in with Bryce Shelton. We'll see if he has time to talk to us. Bryce, things look like they're getting rough there. Give us a verbal update whenever you get a chance, man.
And confirmed tornadoes as well. Up further the coast, we're
Caleb
going to see
Beecham
across
is out there as
Levy
well.
and Dixie counties, those more sporadic.
A little bit farther inland up towards Bradenton. This is where we expect to see some really strong winds.
So let's actually take a look
not too
at
long
those
from now.
current power
Yeah, Ryan, we're
outages
seeing
that
the surge
right
push in
now.
pretty hard now off of the ocean. It's actually reached the first level of this condominium in front of me here, about to enter the first level of the residence there.
Folks without power tonight. And that again, we're
right,
just closing
that's
the book
Venice,
on
Florida.
more of the tornado chapter of everything. But let's actually take a look more closer to our neck of the woods, where we can see lots of power outages. As of right now, most of those counties clocking in roughly about 10,000 people per county without power. But we are still seeing a few areas, especially such as Marion County, seeing about 12,000 people without power tonight, which is about 5% of the population there. A few other counties that we're seeing those massive power
Milton
outages with
is going to break our
150,000
streak
people, or excuse me, about 7% of the population
of hurricanes undergoing rapid
County.
intensification
About, 1,500
just
people
prior to landfall in the Gulf of Mexico. This one is actually weakening on its approach,
we're going to really start
and
to see
despite
more of those
that,
power outages start
it's
to pop
still
up,
going to cause
especially because we're going to start to see those
widespread
winds
destruction
really pick up.
across
700
these
folks
areas that are
without
getting
power
hit the
tonight in
hardest
Alachua
right
County,
now,
and
from
as we continue
Sarasota
to go county
down to
by
Inglewood,
county,
Port
2,500
Charlotte,
folks
Grove
without
City,
power
Northport,
in Lake
Venice.
County. At the moment, that's about 1.25% of the population there. Continuing to make our way, Seminole County, 1,500 folks
Hurricane
without power
Milton
there this
was at one
evening.
point a
Orange
Category
County is
5,
up next,
actually at 2
2,000 folks
points.
without power as
A
well.
Category
We saw a
5
tornado warning
hurricane,
a little bit ago
one of the
as it made
strongest
its way from
hurricanes to
Osceola
have
County
ever
into Orange County.
been
And
recorded
even as we do take a look
in the
at
Atlantic
parts of
Basin.
Osceola County, as of right now, only 100 folks without power. It hit more the rural parts of
And
Osceola.
now we
but
are
with that,
minutes
we did
away
see multiple tornado warnings,
from landfall.
especially along the coastline. Not necessarily in Volusia, but Volusia holding about 5,000 people without power this evening, but Brevard County especially. I was here for 2 of them. Maybe there were a few more, but right now, about 1,000 folks without power. And again, we do now know that there was a confirmed tornado report in Cape Canaveral.
Yeah,
right there
Category 3 is nothing to play around with.
Tornado warning in between Cocoa Beach and Cape Canaveral earlier on this evening. Manny, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Laurel, thank you. You heard from Laurel.
You see the winds are really starting to pick up even more here in Venice. We will see a brief moment where the winds die down, where Bryce Shelton is here, as he's going to be in the eye of the storm. Things are probably going to pick up quite a bit, though, on the backside. Remember, there's 2 parts to landfall. We're going to have the front side of the storm, which we are experiencing now. There's going to be a period of calmness.
Ready to go. 50,000 line workers across
And then the backside is going to come in. And with Ian, the backside was even worse than the front side as far as the winds go. We might have a similar situation here.
Check out these 2 snapshots of what looked like a tornado over Port Canaveral Beach. Viewer Samantha Burkett sent these our way. We've told you tornado warnings have been going out for hours now. Thankfully, we haven't heard, though, of any reports of any damage caused by tornadoes there. But we go to Fox 35's Esther Bauer, who's live in Brevard County, and that's where we are starting
huge
to see
shout
some
out
of the
to
damage
everybody
in Cocoa
at
Beach.
the National Hurricane Center and the National Weather Service offices. This was another great forecast and great communicated event, I believe.
Who tells me
I do think that
his home,
in the future,
when a tornado
I think that just
near his home.
casting a wide net with telling people,
you know,
which communities should evacuate and stuff like that. I think we should cast a little bit of a wider net rather than trying to hyper-focus on the pinpoint area that might get the hardest hit. Back a long time ago, if there was a hurricane in the Gulf, they would just tell tell everybody on the coast to evacuate. And honestly, I think that was probably a better method.
Look at this gentleman right over here. This is a volunteer, and we have been watching him move
But still,
so quickly,
very well communicated, well forecasted event here, and we are once again just minutes away from official landfall near Sarasota and Siesta Key. Category 3, 120-mile-per-hour winds. Storm surge is still coming in on the southern side. Inglewood, we're really going to start to see it pile up there in Port Charlotte here over the next little bit as well. But Sarasota, some places over there are already dealing with very, very significant storm surge. And you can see it, it's still rising where Bryce is. Like on the left side of your screen, that was dry when he drove over here for the first time.
Water in the area right now. Do we know if that's sewer water? Do we know if that's storm water? I'm not sure, but there is a strong odor just really taking place in this specific area. Tons of standing water. We mentioned the Wells Fargo lost its roof. It's right over here. This is the roof that was ripped off the bank. You can see the shingles. We have to be very careful because that gentleman, you saw the volunteer, he's been stopping drivers because nails, they're scattered.
Fib.MNQ on the 9. Harmonic NQ on the 3.
Just have some police officers arrive here on scene.
Kenzie, if that gets down below 5 and we don't have an official announcement,
the medical group sign.
And
this is a
Andy
urgent
agrees,
care.
add 5.
We got power back on just right now. If you see this street light came back on, that would be amazing. It would help us a lot. You can get a better look at the damage. I'm going to try to step back, see if you can see this roof. You can see this
order
tarp.
submitted.
This is all part of that roof.
Order filled.
Now, like we said, if we just flip around, it came over from this Wells Fargo bank when a fast-moving tornado ripped through Cocoa Beach. Again, you can see that volunteer just grabbing whatever he can
Clearwater
in his hands. He doesn't want to see
is
any of
even
this
in
debris
Clearwater. We are also starting to see some reports of some storm surge over here as well. Likely coming in from the Tampa Bay area, not coming in from the Gulf.
Off of A1A. It is shocking. Now that we're getting some lights on, that is good. We can really, really see it. And I started off speaking about the mayor of Cocoa Beach. I just got off the phone with him. We're going to head over to his house right now. I mean, he's surveying damage. He had some trees come down. He told me on the phone he was watching the winds and he just watched them pick up and get so fast. And he told his family, this is a tornado. Get inside. So he immediately shut all their doors and tried to get them to their safe room.
90-mile-per-hour wind gust official report there coming in from Sarasota.
City manager, if you're curious, where any other Cocoa
just to recap,
Beach
also
hurt,
so far today, the Florida National Weather
is
Service
not saying
offices
anyone
have
was
issued
hurt. That is great news
133
because so
tornado
much
warnings.
damage in this area. But the Cocoa Beach mayor, his house was struck. We are heading over there right now. He told me his boat, it's in a position he's never seen it before. He doesn't know how he's going to move his boat.
Exit.
He doesn't know what that is going to be like, but he is so happy him and his family is safe. So a lot of cleanup underway here in Cocoa Beach, and really people just hoping they can move fast enough to get any of this debris out of the way before the eye does hit and before things will get worse. Guys, we'll send things back to you.
And Esther, that was my question actually to you because
Go ahead,
I saw that
Riley.
there was a police officer there kind of
Ryan,
blocking
take a
it
look
off.
at Mesoport number 9.
But
It's in
at
the
some
5
point, if
spot.
the
That
winds
water is really
and
starting
they're
to
going
rush
to
in
pick
now.
up, they're going to have to leave themselves.
Thank you, Riley. This is, if I'm not mistaken,
Absolutely.
our shed
I think
camera.
what they're trying to do is get as much done as they can.
We still have a shed. I don't know how much longer we will.
People who had damage themselves, people who are just trying to check things out. But I think the fewer people that can be out right
And this
now.
is right around
Order
Inglewood,
submitted.
Florida,
Help
right
like
on the
this
beach.
one volunteer is
Holy
doing,
smokes.
but there will come
Order
a point
filled.
where you can't move this. And hopefully they can get enough move where we're not going to see this shooting around and doing damage to someone else's home.
Esther, thank you. She is in Cocoa Beach giving us a look at some of the shops that have taken on damage from what is likely a tornado. Today has been rife with tornado warnings, hundreds of them all across Florida. And right now it is 8:14. Noah Berggren
At 15,
said landfall
actually.
is imminent, likely within the hour. And we are waiting on Hurricane Milton to hit the west coast of Florida. Stick with Fox 35 News as we continue to track the very latest of this storm. We will have continuing coverage on Fox Local and the Fox 35 News app So if you
Yeah, it looks like the northern side of the eye wall right now is the one, it's the part of the storm that's most wind and rain loaded. It's absolutely a washout right now in St. This is what we're dealing with here. We've got this huge circulating area.
And this video shows a
The
pretty
reason
clear
why the
tornado
water is
earlier this
receding
evening
in
as
Tampa
outer bands
Bay
from Hurricane Milton
is
swept
because
over
all of the winds are
South
blowing
Florida.
this way,
This was shot from someone's
out to sea.
balcony in the city of Plantation.
The reason why we're starting to see
Tornado
water
warnings
come
were in
up
effect at the time,
in
and
portions
folks
of
there
the
were
southern
urged to
and
find a
southeastern
safe place.
side or southwestern side of Florida
All of that
is
red
because
that
we're
you
now
see
starting to see
here on
the
this map
waters
of
move
Florida.
up against
Tornado
the
warnings, more
shoreline.
than 130
It's
today
still
because of
not
Milton.
at
The
the
Melbourne
maximum,
office called at least 35 of them.
angle. It's not at the
535
most
storm team has
intense
been
angle
all
yet, and it's
over this
getting ready to
historic
be.
storm, and Noah,
And that's when we'll see most of the water come in.
warnings in one
Go ahead,
day
Elijah.
ever in Florida.
Hey, Ryan,
Correct.
so
And
for the National
unfortunately,
Hurricane
Manny,
Center,
it has turned into a deadly day of tornadoes.
It has officially
in
made
the
landfall
Sunshine
as a
State. But
Category
that
3
part of
hurricane.
this story is now over with,
Maximum
which
sustained
unfortunately is
winds
not a
of
good one. It's
120
a
miles
horror
per hour
story
with a
for
central
many
pressure
people.
of
And that story now turns to the
954
wind
millibars.
and the rain. So here's the eye.
All right. Thank you so much, Elijah. It's
If it's
official.
not going to make landfall in the next few moments, it will be
It's official.
shortly
We
after I toss
officially
it back to Manny.
have
So you can see
landfall
there's the center of the eye
recorded
right
here
over Sarasota, of which I was just looking
and
at the gauges
officiated
in
by
Sarasota.
the National Hurricane
We
Center.
are now eclipsing
Go ahead,
a 10-foot, I actually
Caleb.
think it's 12 feet now. 12-foot storm surge in Sarasota, which is right here. And actually, the water is going out of Tampa Bay like it did with Ian. I think we have video that we could show you that maybe later. It's just like Ian. The water is going out, and we have now landfall. As of 8:30 p.m., 8:31 p.m., Category 3 hurricane near Siesta Key.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
This is a pressure of 954 millibars. So as of right now,
Well,
you can watch
I'm
me
glad
update
you're all
this
right. I
live
thought
on TV.
when
So
you
we
first
have
did
a
this,
landfall now.
I thought you had made a
Hurricane
decorative
Milton
addition
has
to the
made
truck.
landfall with winds of
But
120.
sustained
winds.
you're telling me that this
There you
just
see
happened?
120, the
Like
pressure
this just
954
landed like this?
millibars. The forward speed 15
I have not
millibars,
gotten out
and
of
the
the truck
official
recently. I was
location
driving down, and I'm pretty
was
sure it fell off
5
of a street
miles.
sign. I was literally just sitting here, heard a loud
west
bang, so I swung the camera
of
around, and there
Siesta
was
Key.
just sitting on the truck.
So that is as
All
of
right.
8:31.
All right, thank you, Caleb.
The Hurricane Center. So 1 minute
I guess
ago,
it's got to be a
the
permanent
Hurricane
addition
Center
to the
has
truck now, so make sure you keep
officially
that thing.
stated that we have a landfall, and you get the luxury of seeing me type that out.
All right,
live
so
on
Caleb's
TV.
out there in
you
Hall
go.
Force 1
So as of 8:31
with
p.m.,
our
sustained winds
PTZ
120,
rooftop
pressure
camera there.
954, the forward
Almost got
speed
took
at
out by
15
a
miles
street
an hour.
sign, it
And
seems.
this
I
landfell
swear I
is a
don't understand how
Category
that's just sitting
3
there. Like it looks like it's
hurricane.
installed.
Remember, Category 3
It looks
is
like it's
115
installed on the
plus,
truck.
so a middle-of-the-road major
All
hurricane
right.
Category 3, 8:31 p.m., again, 954, the central pressure. Forward speed, not Ian level slow, but not Charlie level fast, kind of somewhere in the middle. Charlie, when it came across Central Florida and Orlando, ended up being about 25 miles an hour. This is 15. Ian at one point was 7, 6, 8 miles an hour. So this is about twice as fast as Ian, but about half as fast as
Unfortunately,
Charlie.
we
That
are
gives
still
you
over
some perspective.
600,000
Again,
people
5
without power.
miles west of Siesta Key. So that's the latest now, Manny. We have a major hurricane landfall, and now the attention will turn towards the impact here in Central Florida, which will be major flooding and major wind.
Extremely
I do think the
dangerous
wind
Category 3 Hurricane
is
Milton
gonna be
has
more
made
than many
landfall
people may think, even here in Orlando overnight
on October
into
9th
tomorrow morning. We'll toss
at
it back to you,
8:30
Manny.
p.m. Eastern.
Thank you, Noah. That breaking news just right now, and Hurricane Milton is
Near
over
Siesta
Florida.
Key,
Fox
Florida,
Weather's Brandon
life-threatening
Campbell is
storm
live in
surge,
Fort
extreme
Myers.
winds, and
Brandon,
flash
what are you
flooding are
seeing right
occurring
now?
over Central Florida right now.
Well, Manny, right now in Fort Myers is mostly a wind event.
And the
It's
waters
not too
continue
hectic
to
at this time. I
rise.
mean, just looking behind me, you can see the trees are kind of calm at this point. So it's on and off.
Here's an
but what we
update from
cannot
Venice,
see
Florida,
is what's
where
happening along
Bryce
the waterways.
is,
We
and things are
actually
even
retreated
getting
to our
more
hotel
and more
to make sure that we
intense
were safe,
in
as
Punta Gorda,
everyone else in the
where
area should be doing as well. But
Brad
we were
is.
not too long ago, about an hour and a half ago, near the Caloosahatchee River, where we could see the storm surge coming onto land. So those waves just slowly making their way on. We know along the river, the wave heights or the storm surge could go up to 6 feet. But if you are on Fort Myers Beach, that could
Landfall
be up to
has
12
occurred.
feet. And again, we know we just had landfall, and Governor Ron DeSantis, he did tweet out or post onto X that as soon as first responder, well, he was just basically saying first responders, they're staged and they are ready to go. And as soon as the weather conditions allow, the search and rescue teams, they will be on their way to help people and save lives where needed. So we know it's kind of a waiting game to see where people need the help at this time. So hopefully everyone's in shelter. We know earlier today, over 6,000 people took shelter here in Lee County. We also have just over 500,000 outages here. Thankfully, where we are, we still have power, especially given the winds that
Yep,
do
for those
get
of you
pretty
who are just
strong
now
at some
tuning
point in time. But
it's official. Hurricane
again,
Milton
it's
made
a
landfall at
wind, and
8:30
it's a
near
storm
Siesta
surge
Key with
event for us
120 mile
here.
per hour
So,
winds as
and
a
on
Category
top of
3
that,
storm.
we're part of that tornado impact as well. And there we go. We have a gust right there. But here in Fort Myers earlier, we did have some
Conditions
tornadoes
do continue to
on the
rapidly
ground,
deteriorate
ripping
in
off some
Tampa as
roofs,
well.
unfortunately
Strong
displacing
winds and
people
heavy
right
rain are
before the storm
causing
has hit.
flash flooding
Manny?
problems. We are getting to the point where we are probably going to start hearing about freshwater rescues here soon. This is a serious flooding event that's about to take place in Tampa.
This is the view from a DeLand officer's dash camera. Oh my gosh. Thankfully, we're told the driver is okay. Their car, however, a different story. There you see the massive dent in the windshield. Unbelievable. Another story here, keep in mind, DeLand has a curfew that's now in effect. This was from earlier today. This was before sundown. The curfew started at 8 o'clock tonight and lasts through the night. So we are going to go back now to meteorologist Noah Berggren. Landfall, Noah, that's the big story of this 8 o'clock hour.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Manny. And I've got an interesting nugget of information for you here. As this now is just the 6th season. Let me pull this up here.
Thank you, Elijah. Unfortunately, that is something that I was preparing for. I was hoping for the best, but I'm telling you all some of the imagery
2005
that
and now
we saw
2024 with three
from some of those tornadoes
So we've had Debbie,
are,
Helene,
I mean,
and
they go
Milton.
hand in hand with any other major killer tornado that we've seen before. So hopefully that number, obviously it's terrible when we lose anybody, but hopefully that number doesn't get too high. As once again, the warnings and everything were really efficient. I think today, on behalf of the National Weather Service, and of course with us and Andy here, trying our best to get those warnings out in front of everybody. It's a tough thing
tornadoes and this, that, and the other tonight. So where do we
to
go from
communicate
here?
sometimes, especially when people are expecting a hurricane.
Because,
you know,
look,
the
we're on for hours
damaging
earlier with
tornado
tornadoes,
aspect.
But the storm impact
again,
here hasn't even started yet.
I would
Orlando area,
caution
Central
and
Florida,
say that we can
Volusia,
expect that number to
anywhere
rise a
if
little
you're
bit,
listening
but
to this
hopefully
area,
not too much.
our storm
Because
hasn't really even
and I don't want to do it right now, but we'll show before this
like
stream
the peak
ends
stuff.
some more imagery
the
and
storm now starts to
some
merge
some
with the jet
more
stream.
kind of
There,
recaps of
the
the tornado
center is
outbreak
gonna
part of
track
this, but
towards
those were
Brevard County by
nasty
dawn.
tornadoes, and we're starting to see some
The consensus of the
devastation
modeling and our thinking is
from the
that,
damage as well.
The center will end up at about Cape
But now
Canaveral,
we are in full-blown
mid-morning
hurricane
tomorrow.
mode
The eye will track across Osceola
as a
County to
major
Brevard
Category
County.
3
And I
Hurricane
cannot
Milton
say this
has made
enough.
landfall.
The winds on the back side of the storm. So remember, there's south to north ahead of it, the north to south behind it. The winds will be strongest on
Tampa
the back side of
is getting in on some
for
heavy
Central
rain
Florida.
and strong
As
winds
of the
right now.
8:30
That is getting ready to
120
move up
sustained,
into
east-northeast
Lakeland,
15.
Lukes,
And
and Dade
notice
City as well.
The left side is starting to erode away. That's because, again, it is starting to merge with the jet stream. Here's the high-res infrared imagery with all the warnings today. Just a prolific day of tornadoes, almost 140 tornado warnings, and unfortunately, a day that turned deadly in southeast, south central Florida in a retirement community. Let me pull
this
that
is the
back
sign
up
that's currently
and
stuck on top of Hall Force 1.
Flash of
Somebody
info
found
come
it on
by
Google
that.
Maps.
I believe it was
Street View.
Actually, there's now multiple reports of fatalities at the Spanish Lakes community of Fort Pierce, Florida, where mainly 55-plus communities are located, and that's some sad news to report there. And there were a lot of big tornadoes down there earlier today, but there now we go to the flash flood threat for Central Florida. So wind speeds, these are the sustained winds. Already tropical storm force sustained winds. 32 New Smyrna, 17 Titusville, 19
Be
Cocoa
prepared
Beach. Look,
for Hurricane Milton in the event of a power outage. Obviously, you want to make sure you have your phone charged or a tablet.
charge your
but
phone
in a
right
worst
now.
case scenario,
If you haven't done so,
it
and
would
you're
be
sitting at home and you've been
useful
watching
if you had a NOAA weather
plug
radio
your
to make sure
phone
you know where
in,
that
as I
is
think
and make
a
sure
lot of you
batteries
are
are in
gonna
it.
lose power starting in a few hours. So if your
162.4.
phone is not
That's
on
going to be
or
your
close to 100% and
frequency
you're sitting on the couch
over
or
there
you're in
for the
your
NOAA weather
office or
radios.
wherever,
You can also get that
go
on
plug your
the
phone in, your laptop,
162.4
your iPad, your
FM.
devices. That's my
92.1
advice to you there,
FM
because,
is
many of you
iHeart
are
Radio,
gonna
which will
start
be
to lose
broadcasting
power,
weather
in
alerts.
a couple of hours ahead.
WENG
In fact,
Radio,
in Orlando already,
107.5
a wind gust to
FM,
55, and this is
98.1
interesting
FM, and
because
1530
the
AM
winds,
as well.
again, are going to be
The
strongest
Florida
from the
Public
opposite
Radio
direction
Emergency Network
overnight.
is 88.5 FM.
57 Bushnell, 50 Winter
Hopefully we
Haven,
don't have to deal
59
with a
Leesburg,
situation where we
43
don't
Daytona
have
Beach,
power
27
or
Cocoa Beach,
cell phone
28,
service, but
in
ask
Melbourne. So the
our
arrival of the
friends
strongest wind in red about 10
in
p.m.
North Carolina about
so
that.
coming
It's
up
a
in about an
problem
hour and a half.
that some of them
the
are
strongest wind
still
doesn't even
dealing with
start in
today.
the Orlando area till midnight. That's the central part of the I-4 corridor, Disney Springs, the theme parks. Then 2 o'clock in the morning on the I-95 corridor from Palm Coast down towards Brevard County. So we've updated this. A couple of changes to the peak wind gusts
700,000 people without power
we've
now.
Trimmed both the red, moved it south here and moved it north here, just because the corridor of intense winds is going to be narrower, but it's still going to be focused right over the heavily populated areas of the I-4 corridor. So first up here, Gainesville, folks, Ocala.
Look at the
50, 60,
the
70
donation
gusts.
counter up there for the y'allsquad.org.
Between, really, it's
we are
midnight,
crossing
1 in the
over
morning to 8, 9, 10, 11 in the morning
$190,000 raised
tomorrow.
now.
Really, this will be later in the night.
Thank you all so
for
much.
the I-4 corridor, Disney,
We're going to put it to good
Claremont,
use.
Altamont, Winter Park, Sanford, DeLand, Lake Mary, Titusville, Kissimmee, St. Cloud, Osceola County. I feel confident that the peak gust in most spots will be 75 to 100 miles an hour in red. So hurricane force.
Ryan's voice
and,
is slowly drifting into
models have
late
really
night
done a good
smooth
job
R&B
picking up on
radio
this
DJ
jet
territory.
that's gonna come in behind.
Yeah,
I'll
I'm
show you
starting
that
to
in a
actually
second.
kind of like
Notice
it.
this
I think I'm
little
just
sliver
going to stay
over here we
sick.
added for coastal Flagler and Volusia County. There's a limited window tomorrow midday that as the winds scream around the backside of the low could briefly get a little bit more intense right on the beaches there tomorrow. So the latest with the forecast track again. I don't know if the eye, if you're wondering about will we see the sun in the eye tomorrow?
I can't taste anything anyways.
I don't know if it'll be still clear enough for, to see the sunshine poking through the eye. There might be a lot of clouds in it. So it's not like this is a major 4 coming over Cape Canaveral. It's not like you'll look up and see total blue sky, but you'll notice it'll get much calmer where the center is.
Yeah, landfall has occurred.
Tracks through the southeast part of Orange County, then over Cape Canaveral, then from there merges with the jet stream and again
we're officially,
goes out towards Bermuda.
We're officially over $200,000 raised
from Daytona Beach where it is
over
rocking
at the
and rolling
y'allsquad.org.
right now.
That is,
and you can see
that is
clearly.
insane.
The winds
That is
again
huge.
are just getting started. They haven't really got
lots of
close
records
to their peak
broken
yet.
today. Unfortunately,
we're still only
it's
at 30, 40
not.
mile an hour. We'll be about double
It's not. It's not anything
maybe
to celebrate.
More than that later tonight. There's the iDrive camera. So here's the hour forecast.
Terrible
we'll pick it up at
circumstances.
10:30.
I am
So
happy
there's a little bit
that
of a
so many
break in
people
the
are
rain
taking
now.
the weather
rain will start
seriously
to
right
pick
now,
up
though.
again by
It's a beautiful
midnight.
thing to see.
Notice these are isobars. Here comes the center of the low. Now north
Go ahead,
of
Brad.
the low, right here, that's where there's going to be some very intense rain and wind at 12:30 from Apopka to Orlando to Claremont to Disney, Dade City, and it's this
Fib.NQ on the 3.
Here's the low right over Lakeland at 2 in the morning. It's right in here where, trust me, you're going to hear it outside your house. It's going to really get windy first from the northeast, then once the center goes east, the winds will switch to the northwest as it goes by. But it's this corridor here where it is just going to rain to beat the band as we've got a cold front merging with this and the jet
All right,
stream.
we've got front row seats to whatever happens here in Punta Gorda, thanks to Brad Arnold.
Orlando. Notice here's the center of
Bradenton,
the eye, 5 o'clock in the morning.
Caleb's got us covered.
Titusville, Cocoa Beach. So the rain really goes to about 4
And
or
then
5 in the
Venice,
morning, but the wind on the
which
backside
is a little bit
really
calmer
cranks up.
right now than it will be
for
later.
coastal Flagler, Volusia counties, that
We've
storm
got,
surge is still 2 to 5
Bryce
feet, and that'll
Shelton out
be
there.
late tomorrow morning into the afternoon. Here's noon tomorrow. The hurricane force gusts are done probably by 11. Then through the afternoon, still windy with showers, but certainly the afternoon tomorrow is improvement versus the morning. About that rain total, this is our brand new model that just came out, and it clearly shows
Shout
you
out to the guy at Dollar General
We've talked about this
who
at
sold
great
us
length.
the honey.
Ocala, Gainesville, folks,
He's
you may
watching,
not see a ton
apparently.
more rain. But look at this swath
Thank
here
you so
again.
much
This is
for
an
the honey.
I-4
I
storm
heard it's
from
gonna
this
help.
point out. I can't repeat it clear enough. I-4 corridor is going to get hit with a lot of rain, a lot of flooding, and a lot of wind north of that center track.
Not a fan of honey water.
And show you our model. I'll query some of those rain totals for you. Now look, this 18 here could be over the downtown area for all that I know. This is not a model. It's not gospel. Just take the idea. A large swath of 6 to 12 inches of rain, additional on top of what's falling. This model just computed, and it starts at 9
Yes,
p.m.
landfall
So on
has
top of what's
occurred.
already fallen,
It's already
not
made
including,
landfall. We're now waiting on the backside to really kind of showcase the power of the storm down there in Inglewood. You're really feeling the full brunt of it, though, the closer you are to St. Petersburg right now. Now, I don't know if we have any chasers up that way or not, but if we do, we should try to tune into one of them.
I believe this just updated.
Go ahead, Elijah.
And this will be the last thing I show you here.
Hey Ryan, so I have an
3:30 in the morning.
on the
Notice
overall
here comes
death
that
toll
low.
now for
Let me
Hurricane
do this a little
Milton.
slower here. Sorry,
So far,
didn't put a
I know
pause,
of at
pause
least
in there. I want
5
you to be able to
deaths
see
that
as
have
this
occurred
comes
in the
on by.
United States.
So
all
here we
those in
go. Here's
Florida,
the wind.
and
Now
one
notice
death
there's the
occurred
center.
in Mexico for a total of 6
You see the
deaths
little
so far.
hole there.
4 of
now
these
notice at 4:30 in the morning, it's south
3
to
of the
north
ones
wind
in
here,
Florida occurred
but
from
north to
vehicle
south here.
crashes during
As
evacuations.
this merges with the jet stream,
We have the multiple fatalities
over here.
report for
Notice
the
how much
tornadoes that occurred
brighter the
today.
colors
So that's
are
kind
in
of,
this corridor
these
this
two.
way
And
than the
then one
wind
in
is
Mexico
over here.
occurred
So a
from
very
drowning.
strong
So far, 6
on the
people
backside.
have
You'll
been
hear
killed
it on your
by
house, and it'll
Hurricane
be
Milton,
notably
directly
more
and
than the forward
indirectly.
side of the center from the opposite direction.
Right.
This is 4:30 in the morning, and
so
you can
much,
see the
Elijah.
wind there. 83 in Claremont,
Unfortunately, we're going
77 in
to
Leesburg,
continue to hear sad stories that come out of
and then now we go to Sanford,
this,
Lake Mary,
this storm.
75 in Sanford, 74
And that's one of the
in
reasons
Orlando,
why you heard so much about it leading up to this. We knew it was going to be a bad one.
In Sanford, 84 in DeLand, 90 in Daytona Beach. This is
we're right in the middle of it now. I really do think that a lot of the devastation, a lot of the stories that you'll hear about this hurricane in the future are going to come from that tornado outbreak, and that alone was
Fib.NQ on the 6th.
a wild thing to witness. And now we're still awaiting the full effect of what will happen as a result of this storm surge, and the strongest winds also haven't made it on the shore yet. So we're going to continue to document this and show you what's going on here. Go ahead, Riley.
It's going to be the rain
Hey
picks
Ryan,
up,
speaking
the
of
wind
those
picks
stronger
up, and
winds,
somewhere
if you take
tomorrow
a
there's
look
going to
at
be some very
Bryce
bad
Shelton's
flooding
camera, those waters
across
are
central
just starting
Florida,
to
but
make
you
their
can
way
see,
onshore.
here's the
Obviously,
view
there's
from
been
the
some
Daytona
water to
Beach right
already
now,
make
and
it
you can see
onshore, but now we
it is
can
blowing
start to
pretty
see
good.
things floating
So
up
that's the
from the
latest.
beach and the
Hopefully you
water
got the
moving
idea
a
with
lot
the
more
slow
rapidly.
walkthrough of the hour forecast. There
Thank you,
could be a
Riley. Go
tornado
ahead,
in the middle
Caleb.
of the night. We'll be watching things. Obviously, we're going to be here, but the main tornado
I'm
threat
here in
has pretty much ended
right on the coast,
at this point.
the Tampa Bay.
No, I
And
do have a
because of
couple of
that
questions
offshore
for you
flow, we're actually
because you
beginning
mentioned the
to
rain
see
is going to be
storm
picking up,
surge,
but even here in our
coming
studios in
from
Lake
what you would
Mary all
normally
afternoon
look
long,
at
we've
as
heard
inland,
the rain
because
in
that offshore flow is
pockets, as
pushing it back
you've been
into a
saying.
little bit of the
Is that
peninsula
going to
that,
continue
sits
all
here
night,
in
or will it be
Bradenton. So
consistent?
I'm going to continue to monitor this situation.
There'll be maybe like a 4 to 5
Thank you so
hour
much,
window
Caleb.
where it does get consistent.
So we've got a team out there keeping an eye on everything. The water's rising quickly everywhere.
So right now it's kind of patchy,
Even
but
though
notice
the winds are technically
1:30 in the morning,
getting a
as
little
the
bit
eye
calmer
comes
in places like Venice.
It's this band
But
here.
man, the storm
right
surge
here.
is
It's
really
the center
starting to
of the
come in now.
hurricane. At this point, still a hurricane.
And it's only going to get
It's
worse.
this band here, Manny. See this on the north side,
No,
where
I'm
once
good.
it starts raining, it won't stop. It'll just be a constant, all-out tropical downpour, not a burst here, a stop, burst, stop. So when this comes through at 1, 2, 3, 4 in the morning, it'll just be constant downpour.
All right, Noah, thank you. Very, very thorough. I appreciate it.
Looks like some down trees here.
With you, we are here
in front of
for
Caleb.
you, and we will be here all night long, and we will all get through this storm together. If your power goes out during the hurricane, you can still listen to us on the radio. We're on AM 950, FM 94.9, AM 990, FM 101.5, or you can listen on Real Radio 104.1. This here now at 8:48.
Yeah, so the backside of this storm is likely going to be more intense than the front side. We just saw the front side. this system that we created here. So thank you for giving us the ability to do that. We've reached about 12 million people today with this live stream, which is huge. I'm excited about the future. Unfortunately, there's going to be more big storms.
On the phone with my friends, and then a tornado came.
You know, it's inevitable, but I think that
even the mayor left
that this channel is going to be a big resource for people, thanks to you guys and the support that you give us. All right, that's enough. That's enough. I got to stop talking. Thank you guys for watching. Stay alert. The weather is not done. Orlando, all the way over to Daytona Beach and everywhere in between in Florida, there's still a hurricane. It's still going to cross over the peninsula of Florida. Pay attention to those alerts from the National Weather Service. Tune into your favorite local weatherman, whatever it is that you need to do. Follow us over on Twitter, and we will see you in the next one. Thank you so much.
And you probably hear it out your window. I'd say that's the first thing now, Laurel, is the rain now is just really starting to get to its peak.
Yes, for sure. Rain is really going to start to build in. We closed the chapter on tornadoes. We're in the chapter right now of rain, and wind is going to be next. So I think that's really a good way to kind of describe what's left of Milton for our region.
And you know, so sorry, Manny.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, because people have been emailing saying it sounds bad outside, and somebody had a good analogy about the wind, what it sounds like, and this is kind of a Charlie level wind in some ways with the Ian flood. It's really just kind of the both mixed together, and that's how it's going to end up being by the time we wake up in the morning.
It seems like mostly north of Orlando. South of Orlando is pretty dry still at this point.
It's filling in right now. That'll be
Fib.MNQ on the one.
More longer, but it looks like it's going to pour for 6 hours at this rate.
Yes, and that's what's going to be a big story for the next couple of hours, because we've already been really talking about those flash flood emergencies, and we just got notifications that they're going to be expanded. So make sure you are having your phones on so you can be up to date with those latest weather advisories, because this is life-threatening flooding is what we're talking about with this.
Especially we're watching, we're going to try to get some river gauge forecasts in, but the St. John's River, and we're going to get some forecasts on that really starting to come up now. And once those winds start to really crank overnight, we're going to watch for flooding in that area. So 11:04 p.m., we've got the northern eye wall right here of Milton that's just starting to come in. Apopka, Orlando, Disney, Kissimmee, and believe me, when it comes to your house, you will hear outside your window, it is pouring. And it's a wind-driven rain at that. So this is a prime example. We've talked about this all week to not focus on the landfall. Every storm is unique, and this one is where in a lot of ways, Central Florida and the I-4 corridor is going to get hit harder than the West Coast with rain and wind because of how this is going to transition to a non-tropical low. We may get stronger wind in Orlando than Tampa at this rate. Let that sink in. So flash flood emergencies in Polk County, that continues. We'll see if that gets extended east, but this is the corridor of that heavy rain that's setting up. And Brooks, when he came in earlier,
Fib.NQ on the 3.
About this, that this is kind of an Ian level, or an Ian vibe, if you will, of just this very slow-moving torrential downpour where it rains multiple inches per hour. There's the view from downtown. There's the view from Daytona Beach, where a sustained wind now of 51, at least that was a minute ago. It's updating so quickly here. Our system's doing a good job. You see 44 in Leesburg, 48. Those are the sustained
Hey, welcome back
winds.
to How to Barbecue Right. I'm Malcolm Reed. Today I'm going to run a little chicken wing experiment. I love cooking chicken wings on the grill. I've been using my Vortex inside my Weber kettle to produce some high heat to get those wings crispy. But I've seen online that you can use cornstarch to coat the wings with, put a little seasoning on it, and it makes them super crispy. So I'm going to kind of do a compare and contrast today on the video. Let's get to cooking. So I've got some whole fresh wings I bought this morning at the grocery store, and instead of cooking them whole, I'm going to break these down into what people call party wings. It's just a big wing. So what you want to do is just expose that joint there, and you take a knife and you can go right through it. It's nothing to cut these up. Same thing on this side, go right through it. Once you hit the joint, you can separate them into the flat and the drummies. And I'm just going to do that for all these wings. You can save the tips if you want. They make good stock. I'm probably just going to toss awesome today. And I like buying these whole wings because they're bigger. Sometimes when you buy the frozen wings, the drummings, the drumettes are super small. I like a good sized piece of chicken when I'm doing wings. All right, so we've got our wings split. I pulled our controls over to the side. These I'm just gonna season and run just like a normal grilled chicken wing. This batch is where we're gonna do our cornstarch. Now I have a Ziploc bag and I'm gonna put a half a cup of cornstarch right in the bag. But I also want to get some seasoning in there. And I'm just using my barbecue rub. You could use whatever you want. I'm not really measuring it. I'm just going to free pour it. There's probably, you know, a couple tablespoons. That looks good to me. We'll take that, mix it up a little bit, and then we're going to drop our wings in a few at a time. Close it up. And we're just going to toss them in this cornstarch. They have a little moisture on them from where just sitting outside, coming out of the package. That's going to make this cornstarch stick. Now we're going to take them out, and we're going to put them on a little drying rack. We're going to shake the excess off, and we're just going to start lining them up on our rack here. Check that out. They got a good coating, both sides, that cornstarch and rub mixture. Also, I got to add a little seasoning to these plain wings. We haven't done anything to them. That's our control batch. Put some barbecue rub on them. Flip them till we get both sides. A little more seasoning. I'm gonna put a little on these, season the tops, get a little bit more of that rub flavor on them. Gotta get both sides, right? Just a touch more rub over that cornstarch. Now I just want these wings to sit here for a few minutes and air dry. Perfect time to go ahead and fire up the grill. I'll show you how I'm gonna set the Weber up today. So I'm just using my standard Weber 22-inch kettle grill for this cook. I've got a charcoal vortex in the center. I've got some charcoal in it and a couple fire starters. And I'm just gonna light these and let these coals get good and hot. We're going to get the grate in place, then we're going to put our lid on. Let this Weber really heat up. That vortex is throwing all that heat up in the center of the dome, and it's going to spread out over the cooking grate. We've got the vents 100% on bottom, 100% on top, so it's drawing air up through the grill. Now, it doesn't take no time at all for this grill to get hot. You can see it's already busted 500 degrees here. I want to take the lid off for a second. We're going to start getting our wings on. So we're just going to set these wings right on the grate, out towards the edge. Now we're going to put up the wings on that we just seasoned. No cornstarch. They look good already. And we're also going to place one chunk of wood right over the vortex. I've just got some hickory smoker wood. I'm going to lay that right on top. We're going to get the lid in place. We're going to let these wings cook. All right, it's been 10 minutes. Smoker wood's ablaze. That's what you want to see. Start turning these wings. Seem to be getting a little crispy. Still see some of that cornstarch. That's okay. I think it's going to turn into a beautiful crust on them. Anytime you're cooking with this vortex, you've got to remember, don't go right over the top of it because you can see it's hot. I will say this, these rub wings look better. They're all flipped. What we're going to do now, put the lid back on and just keep cooking them until they're done. Now we're starting to see some crispy looking wings. Still see a little cornstarch on them. That's okay though. The wood's about burnt up. It's going to give us all that smoke flavor. I'm going to go ahead and flip some of these. We're going to continue to cook. They're not done yet, but the ones that are really looking good, these are barbecue rub wings. I love the way that looks. I want to eat those as is. They need another 5, maybe 10 minutes. We're just going to keep cooking them and see. Let's get the lid back on. I'm going to start checking them every 5 minutes now because I don't want to overcook these wings. Can't wait to try them though. All right, 25 total minutes. And our wings are looking fantastic. I'm going to give them a last flip. But what's really getting me, these cornstarch wings, you don't see any of that cornstarch anymore. It looks like fried chicken on the grill. The rub wings look phenomenal as far as looking like a hot wing. But our little cornstarch experiment starting to get crispy. They need just a few more minutes. Let's get the lid right back on and give them 5 more minutes. All right, so we're total 30 minutes in on these wings. We definitely have some crispy action going on the cornstarch wings. They look totally different than the ones we just put the rub on. I'm going to call them. I'm going to start getting them off here. Check that out. It's beautiful. It's got a crust on the outside. Looks like it's been fried, but it was cooked right here on the Weber.
Fib.NQ on the 3.
I got to do a compare and contrast on these. So both wings turned out really well. I want to try them without any sauce or anything. So the first one, I've got to get one of these crispy wings. I mean, check that out. Cornstarch cooked, made that crust on it. You can't even tell there was any on there. You can see some of the seasoning in it, but it looks like fried chicken. So I'm going to pull a piece off.
The mangled roof over here.
I know it's
in
gonna
the
be hot.
image there. And then we probably can't see from where we are standing, but
It
over
tastes
in the
like
distance,
fried
there's
chicken
a
on a
minivan,
grill.
by the
When you
way,
get that outside,
and
that crust
the
flavor
window
from
to
it,
that
I'm not really
minivan
picking
was
up anything
shattered,
strange on the
and there's some
cornstarch.
other
It just
things
tastes
over
like
here,
chicken
but
skin.
the
It is
biggest part
crispy.
is really
It has
where
that
we are
crispy taste, but you
standing.
get some of that smoke from the
All
wood
right,
that we put
Stephanie,
on there.
thank you.
It's picking it up. It could use a
New
little
video
more
from
seasoning. It's a
southern
little
Pinellas
flat
County
because
this
I didn't
year,
really put a whole lot of
traffic count
rub
near
in with the
St.
cornstarch.
Pete Beach. Look at the way
But the flavor
wind
is really good. Chicken's
howling
cooked
along the
perfect.
street,
Bones
just
clean.
whipping that
Now let's
rain,
compare it to one of the
whipping the
ones
camera,
that
too.
all it had
Well,
was
you'll
rub
notice
on
it
it.
looks
So I'm
like
going to
the
grab one of these
street
flats
lights
here.
are
Let's pull the
on.
bone
That
out.
wind
Bone comes
angry
right out.
and
That's beautiful.
persistent.
And we are continuing to track Hurricane
And that one
Milton
tastes
right
like a
now.
grilled
We wanna
wing.
get out to Fox
You
35
taste the
Canada
seasoning on the
Mackenzie, who is
outside. It's got the
live in
grill
Volusia
flavor.
County
Tastes like
now.
barbecue
last
chicken.
time we
It's
spoke with
really,
you,
really
almost,
good,
got,
but it does
your
not
hat
have the
blown
crunch
away.
factor
How about now you're
that the
hanging on to it?
cornstarch gave the crispy wing. But now I want to see what they're like when we toss them in a hot wing sauce. And I've just mixed up spicy garlic buffalo wing sauce. Started with a bottle of my Killer Hogs hot sauce, some butter. I'll put the recipe right up on the screen. It's really a great buffalo wing sauce. But I want to toss some of these wings in that sauce. And then we're going to compare them again. Do it a few at a time here. Just going to pour a little sauce over them. Give them a quick toss. That looks good to me. We'll put them right back out. I want to see how that crust stands up to the sauce once we've tossed them in it. Let's do a few of these regular seasoned ones. We'll keep some tossed and some not tossed. How about that? So now let's compare the sauce
Bib.NQ
with
on
the
the 6.
cornstarch batter. I'm just going to grab this one right here. And that just kicked it up to a whole nother level. You still get the crunch coming through, but now it's got a ton of flavor. The taste of the garlic, I can get the heat from it. It's buttery, it's rich. You can taste the spices that we put in it. I really like that. That's awesome. It's like a fried hot wing, but you still get the grilled flavor. Now let's try one of these that we just put the rub on. No cornstarch, just a plain wing with the sauce. I don't know which one's better. I mean, I love just the plain wing with the rub on it. It tastes great, it's juicy, it's got a lot of grilled flavor, but they're different. This one has the crunch. It's more like a buffalo wing you get out of a restaurant. This one tastes like a grilled hot wing. They're both fantastic. Now the sauce on these is what took it to a whole nother level. I mean, it brought out the crunch in the wing, but it gave the crispy ones a buffalo hot wing joint type flavor. And these, it just brought some heat to it. Went right with the barbecue seasoning, so it's like a grilled hot wing. Both are great ways to try wings. I call this one a wing success. I'm definitely going to have to try the cornstarch again on a grilled wing. I think you can really add some seasoning to it, ramp up that flavor, maybe put some cayenne or something that's going to make it spicy, and you won't even need a sauce. Now the grilled hot wing, hey, that's a standard around here. We love those. But try that sauce. It's very good on wings. You don't even have to grill them. You can do them any kind of way. Thanks for watching us here at How to Barbecue Right. If you like what we're doing, subscribe to our channel. You can find us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Catch us at the end of the week on our podcast where we wrap up all the delicious stuff we do. We'll see y'all next time.
When I was out there in Perry, and we were getting the wind kind of just in the face. Yes, for Helene. It is hard to even breathe.
Oh yeah.
So the rush of wind just floods you, floods your face, floods your nose.
I was down in Key West for Katrina when that moved through, and then Wilma and Rita on the beach of Fort Lauderdale, and especially when you're on the beach. And
hello, this is Chef John from foodwishes.com with tzatziki sauce. That's right, I'm going to show you what I think is the best method.
Where she doesn't have to hang on to the hat. But you would also mention that power outages, too, have gone up since the last time we saw her by almost 20,000.
Yeah, we saw her about, what, 20 minutes ago? It was 25,000 people without power in Volusia County. Now that's already gone up to 45,000 in Volusia County alone. Across the state, they're at 1.9 million, so almost 2 million people without power, and the strongest winds in our area are yet to come.
And we're at 2 million already, and the governor's been saying that after Helene, crews had 2.4 million connections. So we are nearly matching that number, and we still have more to come.
The good thing, we know that they have staged a lot of those linemen all across the state. So as soon as the winds die down, they will jump into action and try to get power restored as quickly as possible.
Yeah. All right, let's get to some new video. We just got into the newsroom here. It shows a wreck on the side of I-95 in Port St. Lucie. You'll see that a viewer sent it to us showing a truck on its side in the grassy median, and then some people pull over there, and one of the trucks, you'll see it right here, going across the lanes, looks like they're going to stop and try to get out and help, just make sure, check on
Bib.NQ on the 6.
Make sure they're okay.
And you got to wonder if that is when the tornado moved through with those strong winds, where we've been telling you that some deaths have occurred in Port St. Lucie because of a tornado. And you know, when you are in one of those high-profile vehicles, any gust of wind
Bib.NQ on the 3.
right over.
Right. All right. You are watching Fox 35's special coverage of Hurricane Milton. We will be with you, here for you every step of the way as the storm moves across Central Florida.
Check this out, though, before we head to break. The horses for the Orange County Sheriff's Office Mounted Police Unit are riding out the storm at the Orange County Convention Center. They are safe inside there. The sheriff says stay inside because this isn't time to venture outside in the storm.
Breaking news, brand new video here from St. Petersburg. We are seeing the roof to Tropicana
Super Chat. Wind's picking up in Melbourne, Florida.
Right, you can
what I really want to know is the bench story. The bench story.
You'll see the stadium lights.
So if you guys don't know, for her, we did her. Let me go back to this.
And the stadium is right now being used
so
as
Hurricane
a base
Debbie.
Camp to support,
We had a stream.
to support the Florida
That you see
Department of
also
Emergency
Super Chat, but
Management.
back when Hurricane Debbie made landfall in Florida,
Yeah,
we had a
National
stream
Guard troops were stationed inside
that essentially
Tropicana, so
we had a
obviously
bench.
that's not
We had one of the
protecting them
four, I
from
think,
the
meso
elements, but
forts that Radar
is
Omega
just
deployed.
an amazing
One of them had a
sight. We know
bench.
they're eventually
And the
getting
bench
a brand new ballpark over there,
it
but
overcame
that
substantial
is
storm
a
surge. It was still there
major
even after it
project
got flooded
to get
over.
that restored.
restored.
So that's where it
after
started.
Hurricane Milton moved.
It started
through.
with
And all
Hurricane
those
Debbie
pictures
when it made landfall in
of the
Florida.
cots that are set up. Just think
And
about
then
how many
Earl, one of the people that
of
watches this
them
channel, who
are
sent
in there.
this as fan
Supposed to
mail,
be on
he
it.
got an
Yeah.
engraved
Yeah, it was
Max Velocity
thousands
official
stationed in
weather
there, correct?
forecasting
It looked
bench
like it.
Yeah.
sent to us, which is
Definitely
like the
looked
coolest
like
thing.
it. So,
pretty lit
that
stuff.
new video just into the newsroom, and we will stay on top of
Looks
the
like-
story and get you any updates as
Looks
soon
like Connor
as
Croft
we
and
learn
Freddie
them.
McKinney are trying to help
In the
Brandon
meantime,
Kopic
though,
out
let's
with
go
the
now to Osceola County. More live team coverage. Fox 35's Kelsey
I'm not
Cannons
sure
with us
exactly
now.
how they're
Hey
going to
there,
fix this,
Kelsey.
but
Good
again,
evening.
Brandon
It looks
Kopic's
like
car
maybe
gets
you're
stalled.
in a lull right now, huh?
While this happens, I'm going to take a quick 60-second break. I'll be right back.
Yes,
Stay
well,
tuned.
that's because I'm under the overhang right now. But if we step a little bit closer, I'm going to show you just how crazy the wind is right now. I'm thankful here at the Rosen Hotel in Osceola County that we have this overhang. But if I step a few steps back here, I know it's probably a little dark for you to see me, but if you can see the outline of me right now, the winds have really started to pick up. The rain is not really pelting my face as much. When we checked back in with you guys about a little over an hour ago, the rain was just really hitting your face, but now it's all about the wind. But I do have an update actually here at the Rosen Hotel. My photographer and I, we were kind of sitting waiting, just trying to see how the conditions were looking. There was an awning back toward the back of the hotel that actually fell down in front of one of the windows, and now it appears that there's some sort of electrical issue going on. The power may have been knocked out because right now all the AC is off, and the lights went down and they flickered a little bit, and it was like something clicked back on. So I assume, I'm trying to confirm that still with the front desk. I assume, excuse me, that may have been a backup generator just kind of
Hey, Brittany, for the $25 Venmo, appreciate that.
We've got some lighting going on out here because that's all you need right now. You just make sure you can see where you're going.
I didn't realize that this was still
there are so
live.
many families that are
We're
staying
still
here
live,
this
6.5
evening.
hours in.
We've seen tons of dogs. I'm going to show you some of those people.
We're live earlier today, too.
Kind of just hanging out here. This area open.
Thank you, Ash, for the $10 super chat. I have a question. The path seems more south than where the hurricane actually is. Is this accurate? I don't understand.
The Gulf side, the west coast
go
of
to the,
Florida.
map here.
Or we've even spoken to
Well,
some
the eye,
people who were from
I call it the eye. There's not really
Orlando
any eye
area
anymore.
who
Wait,
lived
actually,
in a
let's go to
vulnerable
Connor
spot
again.
and
Look
decided,
at the amount of water
I'm
that's
play
here.
it safe rather than sorry and really stay here at the
Lakeland,
Rosen, which is
Florida, there's a
exactly
ton of water.
what we're
This is
doing
probably
here
how
at
Brandon got
Fox
his car
35,
stalled
but we
out.
know conditions are going to continue to deteriorate here in the Osceola area, right by the Rosen.
Order submitted. Order filled.
That's a lot of water. Again, this is on I-4 eastbound near
It's pretty
Lakeland.
strong right now. I'm thankful that I'm not getting soaked by the rain, but hey, we've got our rain pants on. We've got
That's
our
actually
rain
kinda
gear
crazy.
on. We're ready for anything. Bring it on.
What I
Milton,
was
as
saying
we
is that
say.
the eye is essentially like
yes, of
right
course, we
here
are
or
staying
so.
safe,
Actually, might
as
be
I
further
just
back west.
mentioned
Might be like right
earlier.
here. Wherever it is, it's
But
actually
yeah,
going to be
I
south
mean,
of where all
rain,
the rain
not
is.
so bad, not
So
so
that's
much
why
of an
it's
issue,
actually
really
further
just
south
the
than you might
wind.
think.
But yes, it has
Even then, I think it's
knocked
actually
out
further south than
a
that. It
little
might
bit
be
of
down
power
here.
here at the hotel. I mean, this is a massive hotel. I mean,
say?
it's totally sold out right now. So you can only imagine.
Now, this
you
is
can
all the way
start
back
to feel
down.
the
Okay, so it's
humidity
way down here.
inside,
So
yeah,
there's a lot of
definitely
dry
no
that was kind of
AC as
dry
of
air
right
that was
now,
kind of
but at least
feeding
we
into
have
this,
the
and there's
lights
also a
on.
lot of wind
So that's
shear,
the good news. We
vertical
also,
wind shear. So that's
spoke
why
to
all
someone
the
inside
rain and
hotel.
stuff
We
is
wanna go
further
on
north,
camera.
and there's nothing
Someone
here.
who's also
But that's
staying
the
here.
eye, and it's actually going
And
to
she
be moving
explained
more in the
to her
direction
they're
of like
going to
Palm
start
Bay.
to shut off the elevators at a certain point inside this hotel. I mean, we've got,
Hey, you
tons of
Blunt
floors
for the
here. She
super
was
chat
on
as
the
well. What's up
24th
with Port
floor,
Charlotte?
and she's like,
I
well,
haven't
I
gotten
better
Port
make it
Charlotte
up to my
camera in a
room
while.
now because it's going to be 24
But mostly storm surge.
flights of
Again,
stairs.
it doesn't look like there's much more water
really no
that's like
power
coming
right
in,
now,
at least
except
big
the backup
waves. We've got a
generator
couple.
here at the Rosen
This is
Hotel. We're
live
going
on
to
the
continue
Radar
to
Mega
monitor
Mesoport,
conditions
but
here and check in with our friends
again, this
who are
water's just
staying
going to kind of chill in
And
here
of
for the
course,
next like
here at,
probably 12
Fox
hours. It's
35,
not
we
going
are
to go
staying
anywhere. I
safe.
don't
So we're going to
think.
send it back to you in studio. For now,
Thank you, Michael, for the $20 super chat.
County, I'm Kelsey Cairns, Fox 35
Thank you, Tim, for the $10
Thank you,
super chat. How
Kelsey.
does
Now,
the
earlier
actual
today,
impact compare to
when
the
I saw you
forecasted
in the 8
impact?
o'clock hour,
I
you
would say
spoke
that
with
this is
the
a
man
little
who
bit
was
less significant.
local,
Oh, another power flash.
seeking shelter.
There's been a lot of power
Is it
flashes.
mostly locals,
I'd say
or
this
have
was a
you
little bit
found
less significant
more
than
evacuees?
forecasted, but with that said, I still think this has been
it's actually really
significant to the point where I think the forecast was not unreasonable. Because what could have happened is that the eye could have made landfall north of Tampa, and then this would have been catastrophic for Tampa.
From the Orlando
Like,
area,
easily.
who just
So the fact that this made landfall south of Tampa, it avoided a catastrophe, I think, for Tampa Bay.
Previous hurricanes, so we're just going to hang out here and keep
I still
it
think this
safe.
was forecasted
We did
pretty
see some evacuees
well, in
from
my
like the
opinion.
Tampa Bay area.
I think I think the scenarios that were in play, and with
tonight,
that in mind, I think this was really
just right here from Central Florida, just trying to stay safe and make sure they have a warm bed to lie in. That's not
also
super
thank
low
you
to
to Kale for the super chat.
area,
How late will I
or
be
if they're in a
streaming tonight? I don't know.
manufactured home.
It might
But
be
yes, that's the
for a
majority of the
while.
people
It also
that
might be
we've
until I
seen
lose
here at
power.
the Rosen
I'm not sure.
tonight.
Interesting. Kelsey, thank you.
Let's say if. Hopefully I don't.
We want to take you back now to North Fort Myers, where a tornado touched down earlier tonight.
Massachusetts for the super chat.
New video here showing a walkthrough.
Jacksonville should be mostly high-end tropical storm force winds.
A mobile home park. You can see that
storm surge near the coastline.
Scattered. People are out now.
Tomorrow morning.
At that time, looking at the damage on their golf carts.
I had no idea that channels like this existed, or the y'alls existed.
Just from
I mean, I'm not like I don't work.
Definitely looks like
Ryan Hall is not my employer or something. I'm a separate entity, but we are
that road.
We have joined forces for the y'all squad
we
to
also
help raise
don't know
money
yet
for
if anyone
Hurricane Milton relief efforts.
To learn that is
pretty lit.
We want to get back over
if you want to donate to the y'all squad and make a 501c3
so guys, the storm
tax deductible donation to help Hurricane Milton relief efforts. You can donate. It is the pinned link in the chat.
And Laurel, we got the 11 o'clock
update also in the description below.
A couple of minutes ago, and
hey DJ, appreciate that. Thank you, North, for the super chat. Can you tell me about World Golf Village in St. Augustine? Should be around hurricane force winds up that direction.
Which we'll talk about when we get to the track.
Be the biggest concern, in my opinion, for that area.
Continuing to make its way towards central Florida, bringing in intense rain, intense wind, and that's what's going to be the next chapter as we head through this Milton journey.
I don't know what's going on here, but like Connor might be getting stranded in the
wind
water.
Sustained at the moment. This is still a very powerful storm as it continues to move to the east-northeast at 16
They are like the rain's quickly accumulating here on I-4. I'm not sure what is going on, but like
especially across the
this is a sketchy situation. This is why you don't you turn around, don't drown. Ryan got
very
stalled. I'm surprised they're still here.
Continue to keep this widespread rain across central Florida as we head through the next couple of hours. So flooding now the big concern. After that, then it's going to be the winds, which is going to increase our power outages
Water's
all
getting
across
pretty
the
damn
region. But this is the 11 o'clock update from the National Hurricane
Center. Hey Brian for the super chat. Thank you also Big Mac for the $20 super
and
chat.
The biggest update is that it's holding
Appreciate that.
Category
Hopefully
2,
they stayed safe
and
there.
before the 8 o'clock update or the 10 o'clock update had this storm weakening to a tropical storm as it makes its way off the East Coast. This is still going to be holding Category 1 strength as it continues to slam the East Coast. So Daytona, areas across Volusia County, areas all down Brevard County.
For the $10 donation
are going to be
on
feeling
PayPal.
winds of 100 plus miles per hour, and they're going to also start to see not only the wind but also the rain from the backside of the storm really pummel the East Coast as this Milton is going to be making its way out of Florida. From there, slowly weakening into a tropical storm, and then from there, finally fizzling out.
There were 126 tornado warnings in Florida
This
today.
is probably, they're only going to go up from here. We're looking at 1.8 million people in Florida without power tonight,
really
and that is 16%
I'm kind of concerned they might get their cars
Counties
sold next.
Across our viewing area are really starting to add up. Every county looking at over 10,000 people without power.
Yeah, I love Brandon. If I was in this position, I would just get in the car and leave him.
Of the population of Marion
the
County
water's getting high, and the water's just, it's still heavy rain. If you look at the radar, this is where they are. It's still all red. It's literally just heavy rain still falling.
Or 16% of the population. 10,000 people without power in Seminole County tonight, and that is because of not only the wind but the rain.
Lakeland has reported close to 12 inches of rain. I believe it.
Through the rest of the overnight tonight. 26,000 people in Orange County, 3.75% of the population of Orange County without power tonight. Osceola County did have a confirmed tornado earlier on this evening. Right now, looking at about 9,500 people without power this evening. And Volusia County, 26,000 people without power. Finally, taking you down to Brevard County, where once again, they did have a confirmed tornado earlier on this evening, as we saw that tornado outbreak along the East Coast.
I wouldn't be doing this.
They're with the least people without power at the moment, only looking at about 1,500 people without power.
Further reminder, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. 1,400 subscribers from 585,000.
Well, it's like hurricane force gusts for everybody, and those gusts are going to be within this northern eye wall.
Marjorie for the $20 super chat. How's West Palm Beach? Should be mostly just tropical storm force winds.
Really starting to go up. We don't have flash flood emergencies yet. We will see what happens with that. I'm just keep telling you that so you're not spooked or scared if you hear your phone go off. There's no more tornado risk with any of this, but just all out downpour now in Ocoee. This is some of the heaviest of rain in the entire state right now over Windermere, Lockhart, Phillips. If you're watching us from any of the theme parks, if you evacuated from Tampa, I know there's probably a large number of you watching us who are not from here. You might be from the other side of the state and you're watching an hotel room or somebody else's house, or you're just stuck in a hotel at Disney or something.
You're just tuning in. Connor is towing Brandon Convict's car that got stalled in the water.
The Disney area. But look at the rain right rates here all over Orlando, and it's actually going to rain for about 3 to 4 hours at this rate. It will come up and down, variably, but 4 to 8 inches per hour is going to be the rate for the next several hours. 7.2 here, West Colonial. You go
Where are they even
White
staying?
Road,
I have no clue.
6.1 inches per hour. 6 inches per hour is the rain rate right now in downtown Orlando. Not seeing much in Mims and Titusville. In fact, it's totally dry there.
They're near their hotel. Oh, are they?
Specks of rain from Palm Coast down towards Oak Hill. But Brevard folks, you're probably saying, what are you talking about? It's windy a little bit, but not bad. A lot of the flooding is going to miss Brevard County to the north. There's that flash flood emergency for Pasco County. All right, so as we go through the remainder of the overnight,
huge W's in the chat for Tarvish with a $100 super chat.
Southern Orange County, and it's this band here.
Any idea when the worst will be over for Leesburg?
Fib.NQ on the 3.
Flooding, if you will. This is 3 o'clock in the morning. The northern eye wall continues to sit over Apopka. So this rain at this rate
worst
is
will be done probably in about like
for
4 to 5 hours. Thank you, Michael, for the super chat.
In the northern eye wall, it's not till really like 6 or 7 in the morning. The rain subsides, but this graphic is misleading.
Daytona Beach will be mostly wind and potential for flooding. That'll be really getting going
tomorrow.
A few hours.
The eye is offshore, the Space Coast.
Order submitted.
You can see the sun poke out.
Order canceled. Order canceled.
In the eye over the Space Coast in the morning tomorrow.
Order canceled.
Dylan for the $10 super chat.
To south.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw the Tropicana Dome in Tampa.
There'll be some showers that continue through the afternoon, but the winds will subside substantially afternoon tomorrow. Here's the rain still to come. This is why it's a huge concern. Look at the rain totals on top of what's already fallen. We've already had about 5 to 6 inches of rain. So you add that with what's coming, and now you're talking about in line with the forecast of 15 to 20 inches of rain in Lake Mary, in Deltona, DeLand, St. John's River, towards New Smyrna Beach. If it floods, it's going to tonight. Pretty easy forecast to say that. Now, in terms of the wind, we'll pick it up at 2 in the morning. Here's the eye of the storm. Now, notice the backs, I've said this 1,000 times, backside winds are strongest. So believe me, it may even go calm as the eye comes over.
Hey, Julie for the $25.55 super chat.
Look at that. It gets calm, and then the winds switch to the northwest, and then you'll get a very strong.
Also, thank you, Tanya, for the $25
northwest. But we'll explain this again in a few minutes. It's called a sting jet, where the winds on the backside are stronger than the front side.
Yep.
So 4:30 in the morning, 85-mile-an-hour winds in downtown Orlando. 91
like
New Smyrna at 5:30 in the morning, and then we go into the 6 o'clock hour, still talking about 100-mile-an-hour gusts in New Smyrna Beach.
This just happened.
It's not until really about 9, 10 o'clock in the morning tomorrow.
Just absolutely crazy how many people
to subside,
that we've
and then finally by noon,
we've officially reached 10 million people in the last 48 hours for Hurricane Milton updates, coverages, and videos.
Just look at the rain slamming down.
Never have had a number that high before.
This could be a possible water spout here that moved ashore. Fox Weather's Bob Van Dillen shot this video. It's a little hard to see the cars in the parking lot at times.
I'm in Clearwater, still strong winds. Yeah, they're going to continue for the next several hours. Again, we're still not done with that impacts there by any means.
Continues our team coverage tonight in Brevard County.
Yeah, she spoke with the mayor of Cocoa Beach outside of his own home just after a tornado ripped right through his neighborhood.
We have a view of that bench yet?
Fib.NQ on the 3.
We have a better view at Anna Marie Island. I don't see a bench right now. That bench that we had here earlier might be gone. Can't really tell.
And then ripped through
I don't think we'll be able to tell till tomorrow, to be honest.
We've shown you damage to a Supercuts, to a Wells Fargo
almost at 600K subscribers. We're getting close.
Of Cocoa Beach Mayor
we need currently 55 more subscribers for 584,000. So it'd be like 16,000 away.
You guys were home, weathering the storm, sheltering in place as we were told. Kind of walk me through what you heard, how things changed.
Yes, I was basically on the second story watching my boat because I was afraid, with the high winds, it was on a lift. And all of a sudden, it started blowing harder than just a big gust. And next thing you know, just a wall of white. And I just yelled down for everybody to.
If you guys have any questions, by the way, feel free to leave those in the chat. We'll answer questions.
Story, and we all went down and basically wrote it out, shut the doors, and hung out in the hallway until the noise went away.
Keep covering Hurricane Milton as it continues to go through Florida.
Get inside, shut
we'll
the
probably
doors,
at least be live here until like 1 or 2 a.m. by the way, so we'll at least be here for another hour and a half, 2.5 hours. So we'll be here
first thing I knew.
Need weather updates and stuff like that. Tornado warnings get issued, anything like that will be here. Flash flood emergencies. Still got storm chasers out there, like, well, Brandon Kopic was, but still got Connor Croft, Stormer Media, Coy Gherkin still out there.
I'm not sure if you guys can see Kid's Dark, but
They got a live shot with Connor Croft towing a car right now on I-4. Thank you, Ashley, for the $25 super chat.
But kind of walk me through some of the damage now you guys are dealing with.
Lots of loved ones in Lakeland and Stewart area. We're heading that way to help Friday from Georgia. Hey, I gotta say, guys, like, you can help for sure. I mean, I don't doubt that, but just be mindful. There is going to be a lot of traffic tomorrow and through Sunday. Like, a ton of traffic going into Florida. Because how many people evacuated the last few days? There are going to be so many people coming into Florida. And then factor in the snowbirds that are still coming back. There is going to be a ton of traffic tomorrow in Florida. Like, trust me when I say that. It is going to be crazy. Especially back over near Tampa. Like, I'm just saying, like, tomorrow and any other day after that, like, you know, you can come to Florida, just, like, be mindful.
Of trees so far.
The traffic is going to be absolutely insane.
And you put it in the ground, it'll grow back. So
it's fine. ATL for the super chat.
And he just grabbed a ladder, so we
Jeff
are
Petrosky,
just making
W.
our way
Is he in the
through an
Cybertruck?
obstacle course.
Is he doing the Cybertruck chase? Hey, Matthew for the super chat.
Now, I'm gonna try to step on this so V can come through.
Yeah, traffic getting out of Florida was insane, and it's going to be bad this weekend.
I don't want this to snap. Okay. Okay.
It's going to be really bad this weekend.
Wow, this tree's down.
Yeah. And not even this weekend. I mean, today's Wednesday, so Thursday, Friday, too. Thank you, Michelle, for the $50 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you.
This big tree here blew down. It's a really big
how much sleep have I gotten? Like 7.5 hours.
Blew over into our fence.
Yep, okay. And then where we're heading, I think the mayor's taking us
I got 7.5 hours of sleep. I got up at 10 a.m. and I went live at 10 a.m. Like, I literally had 10 minutes to eat some munchkins, and that was when
this is the home of the major.
we had like a 40-minute break early, and that was it. We've been live a total today of man, how long have we live today? Almost 13 hours now. We've been live for like 13 hours so much today. Thank you, Thomas, for the $20 super chat.
I mean, talk with me, sir. When you see that your boat was moved,
I'm glad your family's okay.
How shocking is that to know that this tornado?
What about Hurricane Leslie hitting Florida?
You know, I anticipated, something happening just because there's a lot of sail area there, but
good old Hurricane Leslie
on the lift itself
going nowhere towards the United States.
Insane. Wow, I mean, that's a big boat, 30,000 pounds, 56 feet.
And the straps you had put in over here, this was to secure it for the hurricane.
Yeah, right now, all four corners. On all corners of the lift here as well.
A crane has fallen onto a building in Tampa.
And I'm not sure you guys can't see this because it is so dark out, but this water, I mean, Mayor, this is high.
Yes, and then you can see also the dock has started to sag over here, probably from the wind shaking the lift and making it push down in the water more.
I'm retweeting the photo on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX.
We know that landfall is
there is legitimately a crane that fell into a building in Tampa. So I don't know why the crane was still
keep
up.
Our community, feeling peaceful during this.
Sure. Well, again, guys, this is a hurricane. It's a minimal, Category 1, but don't take it lightly because, like I said before, these tornadoes are the worst part about a hurricane, or at least a minimal hurricane. When you've got greater hurricanes, sustained winds are the real driver. But on a smaller hurricane, it's the tornadoes that you really got to watch for.
We're so glad that you are safe, that all of you guys are safe, and I know you've talked with neighbors.
Thank you, allegedly, for the $10 super chat. Radar Omega doesn't show your cameras. You need to be a subscriber on the app to see the coastal cameras.
And that's all I can say is,
Project Mesoports. They're very expensive to set up, and they're very time-consuming as well.
Thank you so much. So, this is St. Croix. They are going to be doing a lot of picking up.
Flooding in Orlando is probably going to be significant. We already got a flash flood warning. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a flash flood emergency for Orlando here pretty soon. We've probably already seen at least 4 to 5 inches of rain, maybe even more. I bet we're going to get up to 10 to 15 inches, honestly, like every other area. Moisture. This is crazy. Rainfall rates over the last hour or two, or over the last hour have been anywhere from 1 to 3 inches across this entire area. For Connor, it's been upwards of 2.5 inches.
Keep you safe during the hurricane, even if your power goes out. You can listen to Fox 35 on the radio at
Thank you, Mike.
AM
Super chat.
950, FM 94.9,
Jason
AM
has asked me to
990,
verify.
20%
FM
chance becomes
101.5,
Colin, you
and
see
Real
that message there
Radio
from Jason?
104.1.
Me.
We're back with more
Trying to see
right
here.
after this.
Hang on
What are
one
you talking about?
Fox 35.
show some respect. Screw you, Plantation. How about that? How about there's some respect for you, buddy?
The name is Brian. Just said Brian mentioned.
Big wind again. Still driving through this.
Yeah, we're gonna come right back.
Max raid. Getting raided by Max. Even though he lost power, I'm confused. I'm confused on what is happening.
People coming over from Max.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. I'm trying to keep my microphone dry.
Welcome in. Welcome in. If you're coming over from Max, welcome in, guys.
What's up, guys?
I don't know how many people Max has left because his internet's dead, but welcome in. Welcome in. Wow, we got a lot of new chatters. Apparently we got a lot of people on the radio. Welcome in, Max's stream. Welcome in. Okay, I'm back to 24K, so I guess you had a lot of people. Welcome in, everybody. We got about probably 30 to 45 minutes left on the stream. We're headed towards Orlando.
What's up, guys? What's up, Max's people?
Connor is not sharing a room with Randy. What? Yo, chat, where do you get this chat from? Brody, thank you for the super chat. EBT, appreciate you. Super chat. Rest in peace.
Got some Max people in here.
Rest in peace, Max Milowski's internet. What an absolute dog. Legendary live stream. Gained like 100K subs in 2 days. Got like 5 million total views on the live stream. Absolutely ecstatic for my boy Max that he's been having such a successful stream. And the amount of people Max was able to warn in this hurricane through his channel is just amazing. Like, it's just amazing what Max is doing. So welcome in, Max's viewers. Pleasure to have you. Honored that Max raided me tonight.
Max, are you in here, man? Are you in the stream right now? I guess your power's out, but maybe you're watching or something.
Connor tells us viewers to screw you. Peace. I told one guy, bro. You guys are so dramatic, man. Like, you guys are so dramatic. I told one viewer to go screw himself. You guys are all fine. I guess this helps filter out the people we don't need watching anyway. Welcome in, everybody. No problem, Darth Memes. Thanks for the super chat, man.
Max, if you're in here, bro, congrats on this.
Max is in here.
Is he in there?
Yeah.
Good work on the stream today, bro. That was incredible work.
Max is just an absolute legend, guys.
Absolutely just killed it today.
Feels like someone just took a bucket and just dumped water.
What are you at, like 700K or something?
Like, dude, it's just an absolute. He's a machine.
What is he up to?
He's a machine.
He's got 586.
He's got a huge influx of viewers, new viewers. If you're not already subscribed to the channel, I highly recommend smashing that sub button. We'll definitely appreciate it. And then go over and sub to Freddy's channel as well.
Thank you for that report. We'll check back
That'd be awesome, guys.
Almost 600K, yeah. What an absolute dog.
Storm team right now.
Literally, I'm gonna need that 500K hat, Max.
Yeah, Max.
Before it's 100, before it's 1,000,000.
Yeah, I'm gonna need some customs. I'm gonna need some custom merch.
I want my name on there.
Yeah. I want some custom merch.
Signed too. Hey, Gimmer, thank you for the super chat there. How much further we got here? Got 30 miles to the hotel. It's actually like right here.
No, it's a pleasure to be on Max's stream and be able to have my stream help him out with this coverage. So
It's getting the radar beam really can't see all the rain towards the Tampa area.
Happy that you guys are able to watch the stream through Max as well. Flash flooding in Tampa, yeah, flash flood emergencies. We're in a flash flood emergency right now.
Imagine they probably saw, but
Street Logic appreciate the
Brandon out of the water earlier.
Street Logic appreciate the super chat.
Definitely warranted that flash flood emergency with how much rain's falling out here. Interstate probably should be shut down back there.
Yeah, I mean, it might be impassable.
Yeah, but by now probably it's still raining.
Yeah.
What are you guys talking about?
Can you tell Freddie to check the group chat? Freddie, Max, check the group chat. Who's Max? Max Velocity. Severe Weather Center. That's his channel. Dude, if Mason, All right, Mason Hallmark is banned. I've had 3 new requests for $69 Cash App in the last minute. All right, Mr. Twister WX, thanks for watching.
We now have the new highest gust of the night, 78 in Daytona.
What are you doing? When's your plan tomorrow?
By about 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. So when do the strongest winds come? 1 to 4 a.m.
Connor, please check your Venmo.
I really have not thought that far, Max, to be honest.
I don't want to check my Venmo. Like, my Venmo is an absolute chaos right now. I don't even, like, I have 40 million new notifications on Venmo, and 80% of them are requests for millions of dollars.
So your apartment or whatever you're in on one side, and if you're up late or you're having trouble
thank you. Yeah, I can't go through this while I'm doing this. Tappy, did you send something through Venmo?
I'm sending you a text, Max.
Did you send something, Chappy? I can't sort through it right now. Alright, I appreciate you, Chappy. I literally can't see it. I just scrolled through and all I saw was like 15 different requests for $666,000. So, but I appreciate you, Chappy. Thanks, man. For everyone who actually sent donations to Venmo, I appreciate you guys. I literally can't sort through them while I'm driving. I might pull off just before the hotel and try and sort through and thank the people that actually donated. Thank you, Leslie, and thank you, Francesca, for the super chat. I'll probably pull off right before we get to the hotel, and I'll go through and thank the people who actually donated. I can't sort through it while I'm driving, guys. How is Brandon doing out there? You left it. Brandon's doing fine. He has Corey and Vince helping him. Appreciate you, Mama 4.
Service is selling.
Is your home destroyed? No, it's not. I don't live in Florida. Freddie did not send me a message. Skull emojis.
What? I have no service.
Ooh. Yeah, my service is
bar's
low.
like the bar's
I only have AT&T.
I'm trying to send it, but I'm on Verizon now.
We don't think he was supposed to be on the road. Right there on the beach, so those are tropical storm close with gusts, but yeah, I've been in Daytona.
It basically just says I don't know what I'm doing. Actually, I can't even really think about that right now, to be honest. I need to get to the hotel and.
What's the plan for tomorrow?
Think about it.
Plan for tomorrow is probably sleep the whole day, to be honest. No, I'll wake up at like noon. I'm gonna start. I'll wake up at noon. Tomorrow, I'm probably gonna head back towards Lakeland and start looking for trees on houses and stuff. Start getting to work on getting people and helping people with that type of stuff. If there's even any of that, there might not be. I don't know.
Connect to the Wi-Fi. Just get on AT&T.
Chase Hurricane over. I mean, we're kind of catching back up to some stronger winds ahead. Right now, we're making our way east to the hotel for the night.
Yeah, there we go. Now I got my chat back up, guys. Sorry about that. Service just died on me there. So we're headed to Orlando, where we got a hotel room. DL booked a hotel room for us. So big shout out to them.
W Stormrunner Media.
W Stormrunner Media, of course. And we're gonna be staying there tonight, so that's where we're headed right now.
Alright, if you want to sub to Freddie McKinney, hey, mods, I don't know if there's any mods even awake, but if you are awake, plug Freddie and Stormrunner Media streams if you guys could, please. I'd appreciate that. Plug them in the chat.
Appreciate that, bro.
I don't even know if I have mods awake anymore. I think Chappie might have just gone to bed.
I can plug a mod.
Yeah, I mean, you can plug your own. Guys,
hey, thanks, Live Life.
Just look up Freddie McKinney and Stormrunner Media, and those are the channels. I don't think there's any mods awake. Keep pods awake. Chappie, there you go. Chappie's a dog. Chappie's awake.
Hey, thanks, Chappie.
You're good, Peapod. You're good. Those are the channels, guys.
Yeah, we've just learned that Orlando police say that they will no longer.
Big shout out to they brought me up here too.
Expedite. Am I a boat or a car? What does it look like, Wyatt? How do I keep seeing Wyatt's chat? Why does the troll on every chat I read say something?
You're just not even realizing it, but your brain's
Yeah, we have a Max update. He just lost internet, guys.
A Max update?
Like, I meant like Max's screen on every.
You went back live or what?
No, like an update on what happened. Driving too fast for the weather. You know what? I'll floor it right now.
Hey, there we go. Just got requested $69
I smell so much gas.
Dude, why is it getting worse?
It's on my hand. Everywhere.
It's just smelling worse. DL's gone. What do you want, sir?
Rizzler DL.
Hello? Hey.
Just want to let you guys know, we're about 7 miles from our exit. We're starting to come across a little bit of water. It's not impassable, but I'm having to go on 20. And I just passed on the highway sign that said there was flooding at our exit. So I can give you another update, but just fair warning, you're probably going to have to take it slow to get there.
Okay. I appreciate the update, bro. Just let us know if it's like
impassable.
Yeah, like bad. So. Okay, bad. Alright, well, you be safe out there, bro, and don't. Yeah, just be safe, I guess. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. See you guys soon. Hopefully.
Yeah, see you soon, man.
Say I love you?
Huh?
That's what I heard y'all say I love you.
Did you say I love you?
I don't know.
Aw, DL.
Yeah, aww.
And that's the Rizzler at work, right?
Aww, that's why he's the Rizzler, guys. Tommy, thanks for the super chat, man.
Canada, thanks for giving the storm chaser there. Yep, we got the wrap. A lot of people calling the storm mid. It's definitely not mid. What storm you were watching?
The thing is, the reason why a lot of people think it's a bust is because there was a Cat 5 and a weekend Cat 5.
The whole time was forecasted to weaken.
Right. It was never supposed to make landfall but Cat 5.
If somebody said that, then they were just lying.
And literally Venice is underwater right now, so I mean, they call the bust.
Call a storm a mid that's literally killing us.
Yeah, it's
stupid.
Come on, chat.
Really, guys?
Come on, guys. Come on.
Disrespectful.
Lock in, chat. Skull. Oh
my gosh. Freaking trolls, man.
Oh yeah,
they're going nuts right now. I want to know what's like
Hardcore mods.
Yeah, I mean, guys, the full extent of the damage and everything will not really be known probably until tomorrow. So, I mean, we really don't know what happened. So, until people get in there.
Howlin' windstorm chances. Thanks for the super chat, man.
Exactly. A bust is a bad thing. It's not.
David, I thought.
It's not even a bust, though.
David, I thought Caleb played well. I like the direction we're going in. I think the Bears are on the up. 100% cellular. So do I have no Verizon? I have SOS Verizon.
My Verizon's cooked.
I have SOS Verizon right now. Where's the cell boost? Cell boost is gone. What? Cell boost is gone.
There we go. Maybe that'll give us a little Verizon.
Thank you for the super chat. Thank you so much, Steekar. Appreciate the super chat. I understand it perfectly fine. Thanks for watching. Thanks for watching from Canada.
Yes, I'm here.
Who's James? Why should I have brought James? Oh, James. Come back. Yeah. That's like 2 days ago, Chad. I barely remember bringing that. I barely remember.
There's so many things that have happened in
I barely remember bringing catch up is not working. Yeah, probably. You know why my catch up not working, Chad? Probably because I had 400 people request $1 million. So they were like, wow, that's a little bit fishy. They probably shut it down. That's probably why my catch up isn't working.
Through the rest of the overnight tonight, 3,000 people are 12%.
Yeah, probably getting sent like multiple $1 million requests. I would be surprised if I'm locked out of everything.
Boys just driving up for no reason now. We're headed to our hotel, dipshit. Oh, my, whoa.
County, that is 23% of the population, and they are seeing extremely strong winds and torrential downpours.
How fast am I driving? 50! I'm driving 50. You guys are like 6 minutes.
Giant fog keeps getting auto. Big shot of poison. It could be lagging. We only have Verizon. So.
Yeah, we could have been.
Let us know if it just gets like glitchy or something weird.
Guys, at this point, it's after hours, okay? When it gets this late in the stream,
we're almost there, guys. Almost there.
Let's get that storm runner had to call back. That means they get through.
Yeah, I hope so. Let me look at the notifications. Do that or they're just swimming.
Yeah, the Bears are gonna have a hard time, Chappie, because the division is so good this year. The NFC North for some reason is just so good.
Moving up there. Even all that far ahead of us. Or they stopped or something. Should be doing better now.
Got a lot of Packers fans in my chat.
Clever. A lot of Packers fans.
Yeah.
Probably because you're a Bears fan. So
yeah, that's true. I'm a Bears fan, so all my chat is probably turned to Packers at this point. Just freaking spite me.
Yeah, but somehow the Vikings are the best team in the division.
They're the best team in the NFL.
Yeah.
The Vikings are insane.
I know.
Guys, at this point in the stream, we're basically done talking about the hurricane. I mean, this is usually we move on to weird topics like food, sports, trolls. I mean,
yes, we got Brandon. We got him out of the water. We had to tow him.
Jen Chase the Storm things up in Super Chat. Combo chains. Let's spread in your favorite ice cream flavor. Also, go Bears. Bear down. Let's go, Jen. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. Peanut butter chocolate. That's my favorite ice cream.
I like that coffee actually.
Do you like mocha?
No.
Or cappuccino?
No, it's not like that. It's just like I can't remember what it's called exactly.
Cappuccino crunch is usually like a coffee flavor.
I like that coffee ice cream. That stuff's good. I've been liking that lately.
Rocky Road. That's a good flavor. Troy Dan's watching your stream on his stream. Troy Dan? Like the real Troy Dan? Troy Dan. Troy Dan reacts. Colin wins, thank you for the Super Chat. Troy Dan, if you're watching, I used to watch your react videos. Yeah, I don't know if you're watching early, but you missed. Right now, things are calming down. I mean, it was more crazy.
It got really weird.
Yeah.
Oh man. Some Lions fans in here too. Yeah, so at some point we're going to come across some water too on the interstate according to DL there, so we'll be coming up on it here soon. Lease, thank you for the $200 PayPal there. Get some W leases in the chat there. Thank you so much. Very, very kind.
Probably got some Verizon. Apparently we got some Verizon back.
I just max Verizon, no AT&T. I wonder if they're saying it wrong. Now people are putting their flavors. Y'all know Tornado TRX. Yeah, we met him in Helene. In the eye of Helene, actually.
Yeah. I don't know, my garage is just broken.
Or no, it's AT&T that route.
I have bars in the garage. That's not working.
I'm on, actually about to, my phone's about to be cooked. It's got 2%. My chat phone. Probably about to say something flip in a second. Maybe? It's charging. Please.
What is Troy that extreme on these days? Am I hiring? No, sorry.
Why are you going so slow?
Joyce, welcome to the Bears game. About to pass your exit. Yeah, right into Orlando.
Let's see, we got 14 miles left to go, so whatever you guys want to say, if you guys want to get out there and chat, this is your chance right now.
Am I in defeat? No. Nope.
What?
Hard pass. Not my thing.
Tell me in my chat, Max.
Coastlines.
For the water, chat, let us remind us when the water's coming up.
Closer to our area, we're monitoring every part of Central Florida.
So we go first to our Hard Rock Hotel camera at the Daytona Beach Hotel there.
Yeah. Now I have no AT&T. Zero. Dude, what day it's actually watching my screen? That's crazy. Dude, I thought it was a troll. I actually thought that was a troll. That's hilarious. Nobody Troy now.
I wonder who all was watching.
Yeah. That's hilarious.
Yes, thank you. It is raining.
You wanna go on a tornado stage, Troy, Dan?
This year now, downtown Orlando.
I'll drive you right up to a tornado.
Update location not up there. Might not be. Well, anyway, we're approaching Orlando. 9-4, that's our current location.
Sorry about that service job, guys.
Still 12 miles. Hotel's like right off the exit.
Okay.
Keep blasting Orlando here. And no time.
It's freaking 12:41 in the morning. We still got 26K in here. What a freaking stream, guys.
Viewers today have just absolutely insane. Hopefully they're doing all right up there. See
Chase.mnq on the one.
I just figured that either.
Are they there?
Yeah, we still got about 6.5 in here, guys, watching, which is just crazy. Especially considering it's 12:42 here, and we've been at it for a long time. How long have we been streaming? We've been streaming for 8 hours and 12 minutes. And we also did a stream before that.
Yeah.
So we've been at it a long time today.
Apparently we're at 108K now.
Just from the last 24 hours, so
that's actually
that's crazy. We were at 80K, 85K earlier today.
Yeah, my main phone might go down at some point.
My phone is stopped charging again.
It might be cooked, so.
By the way, floating on the exit wasn't too bad. Okay. They made it through then.
That's what we like to hear. Just hoping the power and stuff's on. Not even 11 out there? Yeah.
No ripping.
Dude, I feel like this thing's picked up at the speed right now.
Yeah, this thing's flying.
Main part of the, I can't even really call it an eye roll. It's just like a thing. It's gotta be, what, a Cat 1 now or something?
Yeah.
What a freaking chase, guys. I'll be honest, guys, I hope this is the last hurricane of the year.
I'm ready to chase tornadoes, Chad. That's more my thing.
I'm ready to not chase a hurricane for the rest of the year.
I'm ready for second tornado season.
Yep, second season there should be coming up. So these hurricane chases are actually exhausting.
That hurricane affects too many people.
And they also affect, like, they're just dumb. Hurricanes are actually dumb.
No, I'm ready to chase something that doesn't kill people. Snow. I want to chase a couple snowstorms. Chase something that does not constantly kill people. Those are the more relaxing streams. Just driving around in a snowstorm, taking people out of ditches.
Yep, got some snow streams coming up. And Starshine, thank you for the super chat there.
If you guys are new to the channel, I don't chase just hurricanes. We're live. I'm a full-time storm chaser, so is Freddie. I mean, that's what we do. We chase snow, severe weather, tornadoes, hurricanes. I mean, whatever crazy weather's happening around the United States, we're there and we're live streaming. That's what we do. So.
It's their job, but it's not just their job; it's their passion. You know, I hate to call it a job because I love it.
It's really not even a job. These hurricanes, maybe. The hurricanes might be a little bit of a job, but everything else.
I mean, it would be if it weren't for the fact that this is actually like chat, the stream, this stuff is fun.
Oh yeah,
I love it. I live for this stuff. So you guys make it actually and enjoy it. As much as we say we hate you guys, you guys actually make this enjoyable.
I'm not sure when the next stream's going to be after this.
Might be a while.
It literally could be a while, depending on what weather there is to chase.
Get you guys some member stuff though.
Hit that notification bell so you're notified when we do go live.
One thing's for sure, when we do go live though, there's a reason for it. You want to be there.
Well, yes, snowstorms can kill people. They obviously can, and they do, but not at the rate tornadoes and hurricanes.
Looks like we can just do, push people out in the snow, help people out, things like that.
Category 2 to perhaps Category 3 hurricane.
The strongest wind we see all night.
Hey, what's up? Sorry.
Yeah, the rain. Because it is just
Thank you, Alex.
Yeah, I got a hotel in Orlando.
Don't want to see some Wisconsin. Yeah, that's fair. I don't want to see us anyway.
Hotel Orlando, and then I figure I'll wake up tomorrow and kind of head back towards Lake Lemon. Check it out. I'm not sure. There was good wind, but I mean, all I bet on is the interstate. I mean, I haven't seen a ton on the interstate, so yeah. I mean, I'll definitely wake up and go there. But I'm thinking the Lakeland area is a good area. Yeah, it landfalled officially to 3, and then just 2, and now I think it's 1. I mean, there were some pretty good wind gusts. Yeah. North side, I mean, the north side will went through Lakeland. Yeah, this whole area is such a lot of trees, so. Yeah, and that should be a pretty good spot. Alright, yeah, that sounds good. I mean, I could definitely use some. I mean, I'm not sitting. Okay, yeah, that's appreciated. Okay, I'll talk to you in the morning. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, the strong winds of this thing are already moving through Orlando. They're out of that area. Yeah, the strong winds, yeah. Yeah, they should be. I mean, I've had a little bit of flooding problems on I-4, but I mean, yeah. That's the hotel that I go to? Alright. Okay, yeah. Sounds good. Alright, sounds good. I'll talk to you. Drive safe.
Starshine, I don't know if I got to your super chat there, but thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. It is pretty crazy seeing how empty the Orlando area is. This is a packed, just Tampa and Orlando. It's busy.
There's absolutely no vehicle.
The only thing I can compare this to is like the week that COVID started.
Yeah,
that's what this was like, you know? The only thing you can compare this to.
There's still power here, so our hotel will have AC. It won't be like Helene. The hotel we stayed at after Hurricane Helene,
it was just moist.
Yeah, no AC.
Super humid in there. Brandon's good, guys. Brandon's good.
Brandon's better than good.
I hope we got out of there. 5.4 pounds.
Vib.MNQ on the 1.
Hydroplane action. Neil said it was kind of like actually like flooding of some sort. But he's still taking it at 20, which is still respectable.
Did you go to bed? I mean, we're going to be going to bed here in about 30 minutes, so. What I'm going to do, guys, before I end the stream, I'm going to pull over and kind of sift through the Venmo and PayPal situation and try and thank people who donated.
Try to go ahead and, in fact, maybe I'll even try to do some of that now. Maybe you can do some of that like later, or like, you know what I mean? That's a smart idea. Guys, I'm gonna roll through some of my Venmos here real quick and PayPal and stuff, just to make sure to shout you guys out. So. But Andrew, thank you for the Venmo there. Jay, thank you for the Venmo there. George, and George again. Pete, Dalen, Paul, Parker, Jamie, Derek, Lucas, Ryland, Sharon, Caleb, Adam, Elizabeth, Glenn, Naomi. I think I got to all the ones down here. We're good there on Venmo. Switching over to PayPal here to make sure
another 25 basis points, I think that this is plenty fine. Like, it makes logical sense as to why real estate is backing off, right? And again, just courtesy of that stronger than expected labor report last Friday. Here's the XLP, definitely a D for defensive sector. Not really worried about this pullback over here. It's also a lighter weight sector, so it doesn't have too much influence over the S&P. I mean, don't get me wrong, downward pressure is going to be downward pressure, but generally speaking, even from a weekly perspective, any sort of higher low, or maybe you would say something like a monthly perspective, like this is fine for a higher low. Let this thing consolidate, let it cool off. It shouldn't be leading the market to new all-time highs, and it absolutely is not. Let's take a look at utilities backing off. Once again, makes sense given the understanding of where we're at with interest rates right now and the understanding of what's going on with the labor market report. CPI tomorrow can change things here. The XLU is the most bond-like sector, so be mindful and be open to some volatility as, you know, the gap being magnified on the XLU for tomorrow's session. So as of right now, a pullback in a very aggressive uptrend here. If it supports over 78, you know, no real concerns. Even if it breaks down, because it's a defensive sector, not really going to be, you know, beating the table about this one. Let's take a look at energy. Energy breaking down a little bit here as sort of some of the headlines cool off in terms of Middle East tensions. However, notice that we're holding up here. Today's low at 90.25. If this does find a big-time higher low, I would call that certainly a sort of successful retest of a neckline breakout from this very sloppy but there inverted head and shoulders. If that holds, maybe looking for some upward pressure back into these equal highs. I would say for inflation, at least on the energy front, which we know is excluded in the core, if we get up and over 94.25, we might have some larger concerns about, oh my goodness, maybe energy inflation is going to start, you know, impacting the headline number. As of right now, I don't think that this is, and it's certainly not happening in the right time frame. This is not going to show up in tomorrow's report. So not too concerned about the XLE. If we actually look at crude itself, CL, you can see pretty monumental level right here, right now at $72 a barrel. What was once support acted as resistance, then turned into a double bottom neckline. This is like about as classic as it gets for a brigade bolt. If this holds here, you have a full-blown trend reversal, and crude should probably head back up towards the $78 a barrel mark. So watching 72 very closely today, daily hammer candle, it does look likely that you could find this as a higher low. So watching out to see how that plays over time. Let's take a look at where were we at the bottom. TLT obviously is going to be continuing to move in the downward direction opposite of rates. XLC, communications, bull flag up here near the all-time highs. No concerns about this chart. It's got sort of more sideways, which is okay. If it does decide that it wants to break into blue sky territories, this would be a bullish breakout for the broad market as a whole. Let's jump on over to the ratio grid. If you're not familiar with this dashboard, check out this video tutorial in the top right-hand corner on how to set this up in Thinkorswim. Subtle improvement here out of the XLK, noting that it did make a new pivot high after breaking, or I shouldn't say breaking, but rather suggesting a higher low in the trend count over and now flattening out 50 SMA. So progress has been made. I'll put a check mark over there. This is D for defensive, so not really concerned about this one rolling over. This looks like a higher low pullback in the context of a huge uptrend here, so this would also be a bullish check mark. And financials are more so stable. We'll see how this starts to react when and if we can break out of the balance range, but I would say neutral here. What does that leave us with? Probably flipping a little bit more so towards the risk on side of the market as we're breaking out into these blue sky territories. Tech and discretionary are playing nicely. What else should I point out? Well, of course, XLP, which is defensive, is rolling over. XLU, which as we know is also defensive, is also rolling over. So it's not fair to say that we have a risk off market. This is a big improvement from when we last checked in as soon as Saturday of this previous weekend, right? So lots of progress here on the ratios, starting to indicate more appetite for risk in the marketplace, and we'll see this as well echoed in some of these specialized ratios. So you'll notice here, and this was one of our concerns, is that we wanted a higher high. We absolutely broke out. That is now back to the bullish side of things. XLY over X, so this is government-backed bonds versus the tech sector, right? This is discretionary versus staples. I like the continued hold sideways upside, so this is bullish, right? Let's take a look at XLU versus XLK, breaking this pivot high. I would say that things get even better over this high from back here, but certainly avoiding the threat of what was a descending triangle, some sort of flush through those lows would have been detrimental. So this break to the upside absolutely falls into the check mark category. If we take a look over here at the semiconductors versus healthcare, not quite there. Ideally, again, you get some sort of higher high, but you at least are sustaining this higher low over a now flattened out 50 SMA, so all set on that front. Let's quickly check in on emerging markets. Pullback after the breakout, not really concerned about sort of some of the things that have been happening with the Chinese markets. The Japanese yen carry trade is sort of off the table. Like these things, I wouldn't really say are a big contender as an influence right now over the S&P 500. Let's quickly check in on our dollar. What's going on with the Dixie continuing to break in the upward direction, which makes sense. We know that financial conditions tightened up after that stronger than expected labor report as bonds sort of sold off there to the downside, rates went up. So dollar moving higher makes absolute sense. The fact that the market's moving in the upward direction is a little bit of a head scratcher. I would tend to think a couple of excuse me, apologies for that. A couple of things. If CPI comes in hotter than the expectation tomorrow, I would continue to expect the dollar to grind higher, or the inverse, not inverse, but sort of a different modality of thinking about this is that the dollar's already pricing in that CPI is going to come in hotter than expected. That's why financial conditions have tightened. They're pricing in, nope, inflation is not gone yet, and we've got to be a little bit more stubborn with those rates, right? So that's an alternate perspective here. It certainly makes sense as sort of you're breaking out over this, even from a technical perspective, supporting off of the bottom end of this balance range here. If we take a look at gold, though, this is a little bit of a counter argument. If you thought inflation was going to come in hotter than the expectation, you wanted a defensive asset, you might think about gold, right? And gold is actually continuing to pull back. Notice on the relative chart, it is absolutely breaking down away from this breakout level, which to me is absolutely more of a bullish than bearish indication for equities down below. This is not a flight to safety trade over in gold, so continuing to monitor that. Let's jump on over to the TNX and see what's going on with the 10-year continuing to move in the upward direction. Not a shocker. Same thing over here with the inverted ZT. So all set here. Expect this to continue to move higher if inflation misses. If inflation comes in better than the expectation, we are going to look for these things to cool off a little bit and move in the downward direction. Let's jump on over to the Fed tracker tool just so we can continue to keep tabs on exactly what type of odds we're looking at over here. Let me give this a refresh. I'm not sure the last time if we had refreshed prior to the close. We did not. So there you go. I would say that the market's pricing in even stronger odds of some sort of pause or a 25 basis point rate cut, not the 50 basis point rate cut. So the market's kind of on edge here. What this is telling me, based on the way that the bonds are pricing this in, the market's kind of on edge about inflation, again, coming in hotter than the expectation, which I think is reasonable. If we look at the actual calendar, we all know tomorrow morning at 8:30, we get the numbers. The expectations on the core CPI month-over-month, 0.2. Month-over-month non-core, 0.1. Year-over-year non-core, 2.3. The issue with this is that right now, the Bloomberg swaps, and we talked about this a little bit in the Saturday update video, right, is the Bloomberg swaps are pricing in a miss on inflation to the upside. The month-over-month in white here is, sorry, in blue, my apologies, is currently being priced in at a 0.16, which will round to a 0.2 on the headline number. The year-over-year, which is in white, and your y-axis is off to the left, is pricing in a 2.37, which of course will round to a 2.4. So the swaps are saying inflation will come in hotter than the expectation, and as we know, it would make sense that financial conditions have to remain tighter to combat inflation. One of the things that we will talk about in tomorrow morning's pre-market prep when we get the report in live time, come hang out with us up in the penthouse. The show will start at 8 o'clock as it always does. We'll get these numbers in real time, 8:30. What I'm focused on is going to be the shelter inflation down here. We know that there was a move in the wrong direction for the August report. You can see that we were finally getting, okay, 0.4, 0.2. It doubled here in July and even went 10 basis points higher in August. If this comes in at a 0.5, heaven forbid, a 0.6, a 0.7, and shelter inflation remains out of control, I don't think the job is done on the inflation front. I do believe that we possibly have the threat of stagflation, and then it could just be a matter of time before the labor market really starts to crumble a little bit more. Again, not trying to be doom and gloom, but trying to play out the situation if inflation does come in hotter than the expectations. Trust me, just like anyone else in the world, I would love to be proven wrong. I would love to be proven wrong. I would love for a Goldilocks soft landing. I would love for the market to continue to chug along into all-time highs. I would love for the long-term accounts to continue to gain, just sustained growth over a long period of time. I'm just being a little bit more of a realist in saying if shelter inflation is not settled, if it's not dealt with, I get a little concerned about the Fed saying, oh, we've conquered inflation, we're confident about 2%. Not really, if shelter is currently pricing at a 5.2 annualized. Anyways, that's what we've got on the fundamental front for tomorrow. Of course, into the end of the week, we're going to finish finish it off on PPI, as well as inflation expectations and consumer sentiment. That's Friday, 8:30 and 10 a.m. respectively. Let's take a look at the earnings calendar. After the close today, absolutely nothing. As we move into the end of the week, we had talked about on the XLF chart, it is all about the financial sector reporting earnings out of the banks. We have JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, BlackRock, Bank New York, and Bank 7 all Friday before the open. We will keep a very close eye on how the market starts reacting to their news and their releases. Let's take a look now through some supporting evidence categories. What do we have out of? Where are we? TLT ratio to the S&P is breaking down. This supports risk appetite for equities down below. Let's take a look, and that also links quite nicely with the gold ratio moving to the downside, right? Both of those are more of a risk-on indication for equities. Let's move along to bonds relative to themselves, though. As we're concerned about inflation, no surprise to see these yields on the shorter end starting to uptick. I'll be more concerned if these uptrends start to stick and build out some sort of move, at least on the longer end of the curve. I would definitely be more concerned on the longer end if this starts to take this out around 1.05. Again, it's not so much the number that actually matters here, but just relative to these previous highs. If we build an uptrend over that, that starts to become a little bit more concerning again, especially on the longer end of the curve here. Let's move along to the credit spreads, which are no problem continuing to drift to the downside. Not a lot of credit risk right now. If we take a look at the junk bonds in isolation, maybe we should have said 4 things to worry about in the intro here. This is continuing to offer a bearish divergence. And recall, it was correct for the all-time high breakout when, or I shouldn't say all-time high breakout, but rather this push, when the S&P was more so sideways and junk bonds continued to the upside, junk bonds were correct. So now the fact that this is divergent with an S&P that continues higher, you could even swap in the LQD. We've been using both of these somewhat interchangeably. It looks the same exact, if not even more severe on, corporate grade. I'm just not, once again, I fall back on some of the things we said in the S&P analysis, which is that if you're entering new money longs at the highest high with these divergences going on, the technical picture makes sense. So if you can manage your risk, fine. If you can't manage your risk, if there's no clear place to put a stop loss, these are not the conditions where I would be an aggressive new money long without participation from other new money longs, which we're not seeing in the market internals, right? So put the story, put the narrative all together, and it starts to make sense. What you really need a clear trade plan if you're going to long the highest high. Bitcoin, how are we doing on a risk asset, sort of right at this sort of parity zone for the bottom end of the range? Not much to write home about out of Bitcoin other than a trade idea coming up very shortly that does have to do with Bitcoin. Let's take a look at total breadth. A little divergent here out of the 200 moving average versus the 50 moving average. Breadth, though, is, I would say, net contracting a little bit here this week. It's still not under the 0 mark, but it's not as strong as when we were pushing in weeks prior. Let's take a look at the RSP. Would this agree? The answer is yes. I had done my homework today, so we had not made a new all-time high in the equal weight index. We did in the weighted down below. So that is something to at least make note of. One of the things that you're seeing sort of contribute to that is just the fact that, where is it, the XLF today? Apologies. I think maybe I was looking at this earlier in the session when tech had not broken out yet. Obviously, the tech sector is the heaviest weight component, so with that, you're getting that sort of influence over the weighted ETF versus the non-weighted up above the equal weight. So anyways, it's just it's a tech-dominated, it's a semiconductor-dominated breakout to these all-time highs. NVIDIA strong, obviously Apple, nice contender today as well. So those things are of note. You're not seeing that broadening nature as we're breaking to all-time highs, which is not the end of the world, but something to have in your back pocket. There's nothing new out of the equal weight NASDAQ, Dow Jones. Let's take a look at volatility. Volatility should remain elevated and sort of collapse tomorrow on CPI. That's my forecast, at least. The only counter forecast here is that if we sort of come in line with CPI, I think that VIX might remain elevated volatility in general, just as we head towards the election season. Like it's crazy to think about, but we're like a month away from that, right? So volatility, the uncertainty in the market is going to sort of not like that, and then once we're past the election, volatility should, in theory, settle down a little bit, and maybe this market will come off edge just a little bit. Let's jump into the VVIX and see what we can see. So still elevated over here, not so elevated to what was happening with the Bank of Japan stuff, but still, pointing out that once again, this is no joke. There's not easy volatility here, which is kind of surprising considering the market's been so dead inside of this range. But generally speaking, again, I do believe it has to do with the election upcoming. VIX futures, same thing. You're going to be in a backwardation here as long as you're pricing in the October versus November contract. Once you get from November and onward, the election risk out of those pricings. This goes back to Tango, very similar to your 9 versus 30-day VIX. If you look at the 1-day VIX, elevated here as we come into CPI, the very classic mechanic that you should all be paying attention to is tomorrow, once the number is reported, even if it's a miss, once there's less risk, once there's less headline risk, uncertainty, the 1-day VIX should move in the downward direction, causing at least some kind of flurry to the upside out of the ES. Whether or not it sticks is the different story. That's what you have to evaluate after that move takes place. It's a market mechanic that we should all be aware of, right? So that is your look at volatility. I think the election is weighing on that stuff the most. Let's jump on into the core list of companies. Let's see what's going on over here. So Apple, just a beautiful trade, literally from the bottom end of the balance to the top. If you take a look at the hourly chart here, classic look below and fail. So on Monday, you get this really detrimental move to the downside. Tuesday opens up, and actually, you're right at that area where, okay, if you slip, it's probably just a lower high you're breaking down from range. Target these lows back here to 1775, or 25, excuse me. The fact that this held a higher low into Tuesday afternoon, we opened over 224.60. Classic, you could call this inverted head and shoulders. We talked about that in the live stream, right? You could just call it look below and fail, as we already had, right, with a brigade bolt back above, target the top end of the range, mission accomplished, mission complete. So, would I continue to press the bet out of Apple? No, absolutely not. I think that the trade has played. I think that there's plenty of opportunity for a higher low, maybe somewhere in this zone around 228. It's a possibility. If you come back up to the high, consolidate maybe this over time. If you just chop through 228, I would just let it be inside of this range and possibly look for the next setup. Is it possible that you could see look above and fail? Sure, absolutely. So really just playing off of 229.50 as your next key level here out of Apple, but really in setup evaluation mode, not necessarily like ready to execute on this idea now that this trade has concluded. Next up, Microsoft. I was looking for a lower high, honestly, today, underneath 415.50, noting that we had overhead supply. The market had other plans. So the idea now becomes, if this is left, this is head, this is right, any higher lows over
harmonic NQ on the
set
6.
up the inverted head and shoulders, and this release pinches into the retest of 425.25. This is where I would look for, again, a lower high. Let's think about why. Here's the daily time frame chart. Big breakdown. I do believe that on the retest of this, you could be looking at a rejection for a lower high. So 425.25. In a picture-perfect world, Microsoft would have held this level on the first retest during this mild pullback. This is certainly advanced to the degree where I would say we're falling into a bit of a downtrend, right? Or at least a threat of one with a lower high under 425.25. So that's the logic behind that level. Next up, NVIDIA. Let's take a look at the daily time frame chart. This one just cracks me up. If you're following us over on X, you know why it cracks me up. We've got ourselves a resistance trendline break. I will not be choking on my lunch anytime soon. And we're all set here. We made a new swing high. We're pulling back. Any holds over 120.
Harmonic MNQ on the 9.
About as bullish as it gets, right? Looking for consolidation here in an advance towards blue sky territories. The time where I would be bearish out of NVIDIA is some sort of failure underneath this 125, 124 level. If that takes place, you're really sort of, you're out of luck for a higher low, right? You have lows, higher lows, higher lows. If you come back to this, I suppose you could get a higher low. This would be rainbows and butterflies here, though, right? Something that does this. So a higher low here, if you're underneath, if that can be ugly zone, and I would probably be more aggressive on the short side underneath 115.75. So one step at a time out of NVIDIA. Next up, Google. We don't even need the hourly chart for it, right? Google trying to form the inverted head and shoulders, watching very closely 156.50. If we can support above, great. The neckline is still way up here at 169, so that will be a patience play. I will say, got to give credit where credit is due. The sellers were unable to really have price action stick underneath what could be considered a flush point, right? 161.50. You did support daily 200 SMA. You sort of closed right over this level. If we can stay above, I might entertain the opportunity for a fail if we brigade bolt over that 161.50. So tomorrow morning, if we open in range and there's pullbacks that support here, if CPI does not cause too much volatility, that would be a possible inside swing within structure into 164.75. Next up, Amazon. Nancy, what's going on with the daily time frame chart first? I like the hold, so think about the XLY.
Harmonic NQ on the 3.
Not really the XLC, but really the XLY, which is the sector it's in. Holding that higher low over the previous swing high, equal highs need to break. I was a little concerned on the gap down Monday morning with the invalidation sort of immediately of this as a bit of an island reversal, inverted head and shoulders, sort of opening away from that neckline. But now that we're back inside this territory, I would tend to think that this flat top is still absolutely an idea that could lead to 189.25. So thinking about that out of Amazon, if we're looking for for longs. Consolidation holds over 174.25, as bullish as it gets. If it pulls back underneath that, I think this really just starts to formulate more of a balance range, and we'll have to be patient for this, or we'll have to be patient for this. So it's got to hold 184.25, otherwise not interested. More of a choppy name, looking for some balance. Next up, Metaverse. What's going on with Zuckerberg and Fantasyland, which is becoming a reality with those Orion glasses. What do we see over here? So big flat top breakout level, new all-time highs, consolidation, digestion. Notice we had an inside bar. We broke the inside bar low during today's session. We absolutely failed from the sellers to produce continuation for the retest of 574. And now it's just two equal highs. You break out over that. All-time high is the target. Blue sky territories after that. Very simple consolidation here on the daily. Failure to go lower from the sellers. Looks more bullish than bearish. Absolutely. Here it is on the hourly chart. You can start to consider this. I don't even know. We're not even going to try with a name there. Triple, quadruple, quintuple, inverted head and shoulder bottom? Maybe. But anyways, over this level, let's throw something in here. Today's opening print, around 590. Can we round up to 594? Will that do on a stock that's trading 590s? Sure, that'll work. Over 594, that's where I think that sort of, this is just a pullback in context of a trend, right? You've got an uptrend here. This is a pullback, bull flag, call it whatever you'd like. That's kind of where we're looking to execute longs here over that 594. All-time high, 603. Next up, Tesla. Tesla's a little bit sloppy. Tesla's in a period where I would say I wouldn't really long it here yet, but I also wouldn't be a bear. I would tend to think that your better retest from the daily chart really comes down into this level here at 234.15. If you get support off of it, that's a beautiful retest of the neckline of the inverted head and shoulders. Looking for long opportunities off that to ultimately, over time, make its way back up to the equal high. Now, you do just have this balance range in here, so it becomes difficult to say, oh, it's a long in the midpoint. Not really. If you look at the hourly chart, you're building out more so of a sideways consolidation. It does look like the sellers are not being rewarded, so you have this initial break, no lower high underneath. This is ideally what sellers would have liked to see, so this kind of puts the damper on that. They get another attempt, but notice it's not a lower low, and on today's session, you did breach this low in the lower wick of the first hourly bar, but where did you close? Certainly above that previous low. So sellers seem to be painting themselves into a bit of a corner here. They're not really accelerating and continuing the trend to the downside, and even if they do, I would be waiting for long opportunities around 234.15, not really trying to short this breakdown. So that's my take here. If it is back in range, obviously Brigade bolts over 250 really speak for themselves, and over time we're looking at 266.30. Next up, JP Morgan earnings on Friday, so be prepared. Tomorrow is the day where these options contracts will start to get a little bit hairy in terms of the implied volatility and all that nonsense. So bull flag absolutely, but I would treat it as a Stevie Wonder trade. If you open in range and fall below, obviously looking for this. You're looking at 211.50. Be my guest if you want to trade it. Anything to the upside. Honestly, if I'm just being completely transparent, I have no intent on trading this tomorrow, so take the analysis with sort of a grain of salt. I typically don't like to. If I'm not going to put my money where my mouth is, then what's the point of doing the analysis? So, maybe something that looks like this could be an idea. Maybe the Stevie Wonder underneath. So these are the key levels: 211.50. The Stevie Wonder trigger is underneath 213.30, give or take. That could be your sort of opening the door to the downside. And other than that, sort of breaking out through its equal highs today. Semiconductors really sort of had themselves a nice run over the past couple of days, right? Resolving these things in the upward direction. So, looking to see if ARM wants to get in gear with these names and make a new high as well. Let's move along to the final trade idea of today's session, MSTR, MicroStrategy. I always in my head think like, oh, this is Monster Beverage? No, it can't be. So, MSTR MicroStrategy, which is basically a Bitcoin proxy at this point. Their balance sheet is, don't quote me on it, but majority Bitcoin holdings, right? So what I'm noticing here is just the failure to make a new high, closing as an inverted hammer, and thin structure underneath. Now, I'm not looking for this stock to collapse and go to zero. I'm just saying if you take out these two equal lows, it's an inside bar breakdown, you have thin structure. I'd say it's a pretty easy target into
Pip.NQ on the 3.
CPI comes in and let's say risk assets are not performing well, probably looking for this, right? That's sort of an idea here out of MicroStrategy, short underneath 185.50 into 173.50. Now, when we get to 173.50, let's go back to the daily. The trend, of course, is up. Higher low, higher low, higher low. Very possible that this is just your next higher low in the trend count. So I wouldn't throw in the towel and be like, oh my goodness, he's so bearish with MicroStrategy, it's all falling apart. No, it's just a pullback can unfold. I think it's a shortable pullback because it's so well defined. You have this clean risk and clean structure to trade back through, thin structure. But when we get here, absolutely thinking about what are the opportunities for a reversal to hold some sort of higher low in the grand scheme of the trend count. And that's what I've got for you in today's episode of the Midweek Market Update. If you enjoyed the video or learned anything new, let me know down below in the comments section or by giving the video a very
Harmonic
simple thumbs
NQ
up.
on the 3.
Remember, we will have coffee and donuts up in the penthouse tomorrow morning for the CPI report. We will kick off the show as we always do at 8 o'clock Eastern time. The report comes out at 8:30, giving you plenty of time to refill your coffee mugs, grab yourself a donut, sit back in the
Divergence of MNQ
relax,
on the 9.
look in drawer number 2 for our measuring tools, and we'll take a look at the data all together. So I hope to see you there tomorrow morning here on the channel. If I don't see you, enjoy the rest of your trading week, stay green, and I will see you in the next one.
Counties, but we're not quite there just yet.
Harmonic NQ on the 6.
Closer view of Orlando specifically, you'll notice eastern Orange County and our easternmost counties have not picked up nearly as much rain, and it's really followed the I-4 corridor. So we're starting to see more of that heavy rainfall creep closer to
What's up,
Sanford
Not Just
and into
Developers?
Deltona,
Welcome
and
to a
that's
new
where we're
build,
still gonna be picking up
and
more
today
of those
we're
high
gonna
rainfall
start
totals
working
across
on
parts
the
of
Netflix
Central
clone,
Florida, specifically
and
Seminole
we're
counties
gonna
and
clone
into
it
Volusia
using
County.
React
Now,
Native
here's a wider
and
view of the storm as a
AWS
whole. This is
Amplify.
our view of the radar.
I'm super excited
The
about
radar
this
view
build,
of the storm itself, and you
and
can
yeah,
see
we had a
that we
poll
certainly have some
on
very
Twitter
heavy
and on
downpours
YouTube,
ongoing right now across the East
and yeah,
Coast, and that's
Netflix
where we're gonna
clone
be seeing
seemed to
some pretty
be
powerful
the clone
wind
that
gusts
everyone
as
was
well, as the
waiting
core of
for.
this is working its
We're gonna
way
work a lot
and
with
moving
videos,
closer to
and
the
this
East Coast.
clone can
A
be
closer view just of our viewing area as a whole. You'll
the
notice where
knowledge
heaviest
from this
downpours
clone
are
can be
taking place,
used
that
in
very
a lot of
torrential rain.
other
Now, where the
applications
heavy rain is
that
happening is
contains
also
like
where some
video
of
on
the
demand.
The moment
and
we've
of
all been
course
waiting
this,
for. New all-time highs and
YouTube
finally a
like
breakout of this oh so
applications and so
stubborn
on.
balance range.
So,
But let's not forget about that sneaky little
firstly,
CPI report
what
coming
we're
out
gonna
tomorrow
build
morning
today.
at 8:30
First of all,
Eastern time.
that's gonna be
Certainly
the
has
home
the
screen,
potential to
which
change
will
things, but
display
for now,
multiple
the
categories
technicals do
with,
look pretty solid. Only
different
2 concerns to call out on my end.
horizontal
So
list,
welcome to the Trade Brigade
of
Midweek
movies,
show, where
like
we'll
that
take a
will
look
be
through all of the
horizontally
data points and
scrollable.
build a logical trade plan.
Then
My name
we're
is
gonna
Matt.
get
If you're new
to
here,
the
hit the
movie
thumbs up button
debates,
and subscribe.
where we'll,
For additional resources, check out the links
sort
listed
of,
down below in the
the
description, and
poster,
stay tuned until the
videos
end
from the
of
movie
today's show.
description,
I've got
the
2
cast
additional
and so
trade
on.
ideas to share with you that you won't want to
Also,
miss.
this
With that
screen,
said, let's
when
jump
we will
right
scroll down,
into the
we'll
charts.
see,
So
list
kicking
of
things off with a
episodes,
closer look at the SPY daily time frame
also
chart,
we'll
let's
be
start
able
with the most
to
obvious
from
piece of
season to
progress
season
here, which
see
of course
different
is
episodes.
the blue sky breakout, the new
And then
higher
the
high
last
in the
part
trend
in this,
count. This, of course,
in
is
this,
bullish.
in
We're
today's
breaking out
video,
of the
we'll be
balance range after
implementing a
finding a
movie
big
player,
time higher
which will
low in
allow
the
us
trend
to,
sequence. This, of course, remains
play
bullish. It remains
videos,
optimistic. As of right
on
now,
user
structurally,
device.
we've closed at the high of
We'll
day
make it
from
full
today's
screen.
session. We are
Yeah,
either looking for
as-
straight up
as Netflix
continuation
does.
or some sort of
So yeah,
pullback
this
that, in
video
my
cover
view,
only the,
that holds over
UI,
572. We're sort of good
and
to
during
go
the
here.
next week
Picture
we'll
perfect would
Pip.NQ on the
absolutely
3.
be a retest and hold
using
above
the
this
backend,
level at 574.40.
which
I would
will
give it a
be,
little bit of
an
breathing room down to the
amplified
572, just
backend
noting
with,
that
yeah,
that for the most part was the
API
stubborn
applications
area
and so
of
on.
the balance range that really gave
So
us some
for
trouble
front-end
back in these
technologies,
interactions over here. And note also
yeah.
that it would clearly be a representation of a higher low in the trend count. So 572 is my line in the sand here on the SPY daily time frame chart if we see pullbacks. Now, of course, we know tomorrow 8:30 Eastern time is the CPI report, and if the CPI report causes a gap up,
harmonic
MNQ
on the 9
to potentially cause this market to move into blue sky territories further. This would likely be if inflation comes in lighter than the expectations, noting that we would have a Goldilocks scenario where, of course, inflation's coming down, the labor market remains rock solid. We obviously know what happened last Friday. There's no reason to panic under those circumstances, in my view. I think we would get new money buyers if inflation comes in lighter than the expectation. If we get inflation that comes in hotter than the expectation and we still end up gapping up, I would look for a fade to correct some of the inventory, and then I'd really be looking for this pullback to either support off of 572, or if we fall back down into range, this is where things get really dangerous. If you recall from the Saturday update video, one of the larger concerns I had about this balance range, and one of the ways in which we could trade this to the downside, would be if we looked over the top of the balance, failed under 572, and found a higher low. If this outcome starts to present itself with CPI coming in hotter than the expectation, leading to a gap up, if it fades back down under 572, if there's no support here, this is the dangerous situation where I would absolutely be thinking about potential shorts on the lower high underneath 572. I want to be very, very clear here. The market right now is bullish. It just broke out to brand new all-time highs after this long-standing balance range for multiple weeks. We need to take a bullish until proven otherwise approach, and the only time I'm suggesting that you would even want to think about trying to short this market would be if this completely fails under 572 with a lower high to at least target 566, and then beyond that is where things continue to get quite nasty. Probably looking for a weekly pullback, at least to the daily 50 SMA, and this line in the sand around 550, 550. Again, this is a back pocket situation if CPI inflation comes in way hotter than the expectations and the market panics. If we end up opening in range, I would just treat it as a normal day. You're looking for consolidation over 574.40 is bullish, brigade bolts over the previous high of day, looking for upside. If we pull back a little bit further, once again entertaining support over 572, things do become concerning. If this opens in range, finds a lower high here, and stays in range, right? If we're just chopping around under 572, so here's my more neutral case for the market. If we open in today's range, end up falling underneath 572, probably leaning a little bit more bearish, but I would still remain somewhat neutral in there. I would probably start pressing the gas on short side trade ideas when and if there's a break under 566. The time where I would really get aggressive for the short on failure of 572 is if we open on a gap up, that gap up fails, and we have a lower high under 572. In this situation, I would absolutely be thinking about short. So, just to recap on the daily time frame, the trend is up. The candle structure is absolutely bullish with a strong close at the high of day. We've broken out of the balance range, as we know. Balance range typically tell us to look for a range double, which brings us to a closer target up here around 582. If we do get gap and go, that could be something that we aim at in the upward direction. Let's take it on down to the hourly time frame chart just to get even more granular. And I do want to point out the hold this morning. It was loose, but the hold this morning of 572, there was a little bit of a dance that happened in the first hour's lower wick. Buyers stepped up. We remained over these previous opens, close, high of day from the Tuesday session, right? Everything held up where it should have. We finally had some semblance of a higher low being accepted over 572, and the rest is history. We know that this technically represented the improper end of the auction. How many times did we talk about on Saturday, where if that's tested, we're expecting a break, and it's all about the follow-up as to whether or not prices are going to confirm.
VIP.NQ on the 3.
Exactly what I mean by that in just a second when we talk about market internals and market profile. For now, into the afternoon, we did get a couple of liquidation breaks that found support over 574.40. That would lead me to believe that the market is more bullish than bearish up here, but you're not really getting commitment from huge new money volumes, right? If you were, you'd continue to see the market grind in the upward direction. You wouldn't have really gotten a P-shaped profile, which we'll talk about in just a moment. There's not much to really rehash on this time frame chart right here. Obviously, opening on a gap up, gap rules will be in play. Fade the gap, gap fill reversal is a potential idea. Pullbacks that close the gap and some, and support over 574.40 are a good idea. This here is also a decent indication, right?
Are you
You could
excited
look for the
about
brigade
that
bolt
brand
back
new
over
build?
570, 440.
Because
There's a
we
number
have
of ways to
passed,
buy this pullback if we
around
open on a gap up and there's a fade. If the market opens on a gap up and gets a gap and go, meaning we do accelerate in the upward direction, the only way that you can really manage your risk here in blue sky territories is looking for a first higher low pullback over an upward sloping view app. That's a potential idea as we start aiming towards that 582 measured move target from the range double we were just describing on the daily time frame chart.
Thank you very much.
Perspective right here, 582 would be that target, right? So all set here on the hourly pathing. We know where the danger really steps in, and we'll even use the red crayon for this. If we open on a gap up, fade, no buyers here. We fade, no buyers here. We move into range and lower high. Oh my goodness, this is run for the hills. Why are participants not happy about CPI coming down? So remember, the circumstance here, as we just described on the daily, lighter than expected CPI, gap up that fades and fails, run for the hills. That market not liking that information, not liking the Goldilocks situation, I can't fathom how that could possibly lead to a bullish outcome. And the technicals would support it, right? We've been in this range for how many weeks now? If you try a look above and you fail, oh my goodness, like easily the bottom end of the range, if not looking for a weekly breakdown over time under this 566, 565, 25. Remember, although we're emphasizing this because obviously the upside takes care of itself when we're moving towards blue sky territories,
Harmonic NQ on the 6.
Proven otherwise, and I have my reservations. Let's talk about why. If we just move on over to the market internals, if you're not familiar with this dashboard, check out the video tutorial in the top right hand corner. I just want to point out that as this market broke out to new all-time highs on today's session, what was going on with the internals? Did you have substantial volume inflows? Absolutely not. I mean, on today's session, not even close to 300 million breath reads throughout the day's session, basically at parity all day, 1.5 to 1, never really getting in gear to the upside. You can actually look at the histogram here. If I remove the cumulative flows for the week and look at the histogram, we just hardly had, like, you know, at some points during the day around noon, we had up around 2 to 1 positive breath on the NYSE, but for the most part, we were hovering around 1.1, 1.2 into the afternoon. Nothing really substantial. You've got to be over 2 for substantial intraday breath ratios. And even on Tuesday, when we had this recovery effort to the upside, squeezing out some of the shorts from the Monday breakdown, that liquidation break into the end of day, breath was negative there. Volume flows were mild, but still absolutely negative. If you think about what happened on Tuesday and Wednesday, today's new all-time high day, out of the advanced decline line, I mean, very neutral and sideways on Tuesday, trying to get a build earlier in the session out of the AD on today's session, but where did we close? Faded right back down towards 0. And the index scores down below never really getting substantial, up and over 20. So again, the point here is not to say like, oh, we can't trust this market, it's got to go to 0. That's not the point. The point is just that if we open on a gap up and there's not a clear way to manage your risk up here, I would absolutely hesitate about chasing new all-time highs on the long side. Doesn't mean short the market, but it just means be very cautious about having terrible trade location, really, at the all-time highs with no protection, no clear place to put a stop loss, right? If you look at the ticks, you can see the same exact thing on Tuesday, basically a flat and benign build and closing quite literally near the 0 line on today's session as we're breaking out to new all-time highs. Please let that sink in. The market is breaking out to new all-time highs, and the cumulative build on the tick is at 0. We're spending the afternoon consolidation under the 0 line. That is just absolutely absurd. Like, it really takes away some of the confidence we have up here as we're breaking towards new all-time highs. This is one of the concerns I had mentioned in the intro. Second concern is going to come in from the market profile, which we were sort of alluding to a little bit, but as we know, and FYI, if you're not familiar with market profile, I've got a video tutorial for you in the top right-hand corner, check that out. But as we know, we can sort of categorize different types of days, and this absolutely is a P-shaped profile. A P-shaped profile is always indicative of short squeeze. So if short squeeze is what causes this move in the upward direction, then we just get sideways balance. Again, I'm not saying just to go out there and short the market, but if we don't really have new money buyers causing this move in the upward direction, which the market internals also support that we just saw, there was lackluster volume inflows today, then anybody who's long late to the party likely is a weak-handed buyer up here in this newfound value area. I wouldn't be surprised where the first indication that a pullback might unfold is some sort of breakdown underneath value area low from today's session, right? So if you start seeing price underneath 58.20 on the ES, which is basically the equivalent of this flat top break right here, expectation tomorrow, I would continue to expect the dollar to grind higher, or the inverse, not inverse, but sort of a different modality thinking about this is that the dollar's already pricing in that CPI is going to come in hotter than expected. That's why financial conditions have tightened. They're pricing in, nope, inflation is not gone yet, and we've got to be a little bit more stubborn with those rates, right? So that's an alternate perspective here. It certainly makes sense as sort of you're breaking out over this, even from a technical perspective, supporting off of the bottom end of this balance range here. If we take a look at gold, though, this is a little bit of a counter argument. If you thought inflation was going to come in hotter than the expectation, you wanted a defensive asset, you might think about gold, right? And gold is actually continuing to pull back. Notice on the relative chart, it is absolutely breaking down away from this breakout level, which to me is absolutely more of a bullish than bearish indication for equities down below. This is not a flight to safety trade over in gold, so continue to monitor that. Let's jump on over to the TNX and see what's going on with the 10-year continuing to move in the upward direction. Not a shocker. Same thing over here with the inverted CT. So all set here. Expect this to continue to move higher if inflation misses. If inflation comes in better than the expectation, we are going to look for these things to cool off a little bit and move in the downward direction. Let's jump on over to the Fed tracker tool just so we can continue to keep tabs on exactly what type of odds we're looking at over here. Let me give this a refresh. I'm not sure the last time we had refreshed prior to the close. We did not. There you go. I would say that the market's pricing in even stronger odds of some sort of pause or a 25 basis point rate cut, not the 50 basis point rate cut. So the market's kind of on edge here. What this is telling me, based on the way that the bonds are pricing this in, the market's kind of on edge about inflation, again, coming in hotter than the expectation, which I think is reasonable. If we look at the actual calendar, we all know tomorrow morning at 8:30, we get the numbers. The expectations on the core CPI month-over-month, 0.2. Month-over-month non-core, 0.1. Year-over-year non-core, 2.3. The issue with this is that right now, the Bloomberg swaps, and we talked about this a little bit in the Saturday update video, right, is the Bloomberg swaps are pricing in a miss on inflation to the upside. The month-over-month in white here is, in blue, my apologies, is currently being priced in at a 0.16, which will round to a 0.2 on the headline number. The year-over-year, which is in white, and your y-axis is off to the left, is pricing in a 2.37, which of course will round to a 2.4. So the swaps are saying inflation will come in hotter than the expectation, and as we know, it would make sense that financial conditions have to remain tighter to combat inflation. One of the things that we will talk about in tomorrow morning's pre-market prep when we get the report in live time. Come hang out with us up in the penthouse. The show will start at 8 o'clock as it always does. We'll get these numbers in real time, 8:30. What I'm focused on is going to be the shelter inflation down here. We know that there was a move in the wrong direction for the August report. You can see that we were finally getting, 4.2. It doubled here in July and even went 10 basis points higher in August. If this comes in at a 0.5, heaven forbid, a 0.6, a 0.7, and shelter inflation remains out of control, I don't think the job is done on the inflation front. I do believe that we possibly have the threat of stagflation, and then it could just be a matter of time before the labor market really starts to crumble a little bit more. Again, not trying to be doom and gloom, but trying to play out the situation if inflation does come in hotter than the expectation. Trust me, just like anyone else in the world, I would love to be proven wrong. I would love to be proven wrong. I would love for a Goldilocks soft landing. I would love for the market to continue to chug along into all-time highs. I would love for the long-term accounts to continue to gain, just sustained growth over a long period of time. Just being a little bit more of a realist and saying if shelter inflation is not settled, if it's not dealt with, I don't get a little concerned about the Fed saying, oh, we've conquered inflation, we're confident about 2%. Not really. If shelter is currently pricing at 5.2 annualized. Anyways, that's what we've got on the fundamental front for tomorrow. Of course, into the end of the week, we're going to finish it off on PPI, as well as inflation expectations and consumer sentiment. That's Friday, 8:30 and 10 a.m. respectively. Let's take a look at the earnings calendar after the close today. Absolutely nothing. As we move into the end of the week, we had talked about on the XLF chart, it is all about the financial sector reporting earnings out of the banks. We have JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, BlackRock, Bank New York, and Bank 7 all Friday before the open. We will keep a very close eye
on the 3
starts reacting to their news and their releases. Let's take a look now through some supporting evidence categories. What do we have out of? Where are we? TLT ratio to the S&P is breaking down. This supports risk appetite for equities down below. Let's take a look, and that also links quite nicely with the gold ratio moving to the downside, right? Both of those are more of a risk-on indication for equities. Let's move along to bonds relative to themselves, though, as we're concerned about inflation. No surprise to see these yields on the shorter end starting to uptick. I'll be more concerned if these uptrends start to stick and build out some sort of move, at least on the longer end of the curve. I would definitely be more concerned on the longer end if this starts to take this out around 1.05. Again, it's not so much the number that actually matters here, but just relative to these previous highs. If we build an uptrend over that, that starts to become a little bit more concerning again, especially on the longer end of the curve here. Let's move along to the credit spreads, which are no problem continuing to drift to the downside. Not a lot of credit risk right now. If we take a look at the junk bonds in isolation, maybe we should have said 4 things to worry about in the intro here. This is continuing to offer a bearish divergence. And recall, it was correct for the all-time high breakout when, or I shouldn't say all-time high breakout, but rather this push, when the S&P was more so sideways and junk bonds continued to the upside. Junk bonds were correct. So now the fact that this is divergent with an S&P that continues higher, you can even swap in the LQD. We've been using both of these somewhat interchangeably. Looks the same exact, if not even more severe on corporate grade. I'm just not, once again, I fall back on some of the things we said in the S&P analysis, is that if you're entering new money longs at the highest high with these divergences going on, the technical picture makes sense. So if you can manage your risk, fine. If you can't manage your risk, if there's no clear place to put a stop loss, these are not the conditions where I would be an aggressive new money long without participation from other new money longs, which we're not seeing in the market internals, right? So put the story, put the narrative all together, and it starts to make sense. What you really need a clear trade plan if you're going to long the highest high. Bitcoin, how are we doing on a risk asset, sort of right at this sort of parity zone for the bottom end of the range? Not much to write home about out of Bitcoin other than a trade idea coming up very shortly that does have to do with Bitcoin. Let's take a look at total breadth. A little divergent here out of the 200 moving average versus the 50 moving average. Breadth, though, is, I would say, net contracting a little bit here this week. It's still not under the 0 mark, but it's not as strong as when we were pushing in weeks prior. Let's take a look at the RSP. Would disagree? The answer is yes. I had done my homework today, so we had not made a new all-time high in the equal weight index. We did in the weighted down below. So that is something to at least make note of. One of the things that you're seeing sort of contribute to that is just the fact that, where is it, the XLF today? Apologies. I think maybe I was looking at this earlier in the session when tech had not broken out yet. Obviously, the tech sector is the heaviest weight component. So with that, you're getting that sort of influence over the weighted ETF versus the non-weighted above the equal weight. So anyways, it's just it's a tech-dominated, it's a semiconductor-dominated breakout to these all-time highs. Nvidia strong, obviously Apple, nice contender today as well. So those things are of note. You're not seeing that broadening nature as we're breaking to all-time highs, which is not the end of the world, but something to have in your back pocket. There's nothing new out of the equal weight NASDAQ, Dow Jones. Let's take a look at volatility. Volatility should remain elevated and sort of collapse tomorrow on CPI. That's my forecast at least. The only counter forecast here is that if we sort of come in line with CPI, I think that VIX might remain elevated volatility in general, just as we head towards the election season. Like it's crazy to think about, but we're like a month away from that, right? So volatility, the uncertainty in the market is going to sort of not like that, and then once we're past the election, volatility should, in theory, settle down a little bit, and maybe this market will come off edge just a little bit. Let's jump into the VVIX and see what we can see. So still elevated over here, not so elevated to what was happening with the Bank of Japan stuff, but still, pointing out that once again, this is no joke. This is not easy volatility here, which is kind of surprising considering the market's been so dead inside of this range. But generally speaking, again, I do believe it has to do with the election upcoming. VIX futures, same thing. You're going to be in a backwardation here as long as you're pricing in the October versus the November contract. Once you get from November and onward, with the election risk out of those pricings, this goes back into a contango, very similar to your
Harmonic NQ on the 3.
If you look at the one-day VIX, elevated here as we come into CPI, the very classic mechanic that you should always all be paying attention to is tomorrow, once the number is reported, even if it's a miss, once there's less risk, once there's less headline risk, uncertainty, the one-day VIX should move in the downward direction, causing at least some kind of flurry to the upside out of the ES. Whether or not it sticks is the different story. That's what you have to evaluate after that move takes place. This is just a market mechanic that we should all be aware of, right? So that is your look at volatility. I think the election is weighing on that stuff the most. Let's jump on into the core list of companies. Let's see what's going on over here. So Apple, just a beautiful trade, literally from the bottom end of the balance to the top. Take a look at the hourly chart here. Classic look below and fail. So on Monday you get this really detrimental move to the downside. Tuesday opens up and actually you're right at that area where, okay, if you slip, it's probably just a lower high you're breaking down from range. Target these lows back here, 217.75 or 25, excuse me. The fact that this held a higher low into Tuesday afternoon, we opened over 224.60. Classic, you could call this inverted head and shoulders. We talked about that in the live stream, right? You could just call it lift below and fail, as we already had, right, with a brigade bolt back above. Target the top end of the range. Mission accomplished, mission complete. So, would I continue to press the bet out of Apple? No, absolutely not. I think that the trade has played. I think that there's plenty of opportunity for a higher low, maybe somewhere in this zone around 228. It's a possibility. If you come back up to the high, consolidate maybe this over time. If you just chop through 228, I would just let it be inside of this range and possibly look for the next setup. Is it possible that you can see a look above and fail? Sure, absolutely. So really just playing off of 229.50 as your next key level here out of Apple, but really in setup evaluation mode, not necessarily like ready to execute on this idea now that this trade has concluded. Next up, Microsoft. I was looking for a lower high, honestly, today underneath 415.50, noting that we had overhead supply. The market had other plans. So the idea now becomes, if this is left, this is head, this is right, any higher lows over 415.50 set up the inverted head and shoulders. And this at least pinches into the retest of 425.25. This is where I would look for, again, a lower high. Let's think about why. Here's the daily time frame chart. Big breakdown. I do believe that on the retest of this, you could be looking at a rejection for a lower high. So 425.25. In a picture-perfect world, Microsoft would have held this level on the first retest during this mild pullback. This is certainly advanced to the degree where I would say we're falling into a bit of a downtrend, right? Or at least the threat of one with a lower high under 425.25. So that's the logic behind that level. Next up, NVIDIA. Let's take a look at the daily time frame chart. This one just cracks me up. If you're following us over on X, you know why it cracks me up. We've got ourselves a resistance trendline break. I will not be choking on my lunch anytime soon, and we're all set here. We made a new swing high. We're pulling back. Any holds over 129.50, about as bullish as it gets, right? Looking for consolidation here and an advance towards blue sky territories. The time where I would be bearish out of NVIDIA is some sort of failure underneath this 125, 124 level. If that takes place, you're really sort of you're out of luck for a higher low, right? You have lows, higher lows, higher lows. If you come back to this, I suppose you could get a higher low. This would be rainbows and butterflies here, though, right? Something that does this. So a higher low here. If you're underneath,
harmonic NQ on the 3.
Probably be more aggressive on the short side. Underneath
harmonic MNQ on the 9.
Out of NVIDIA. Next up, Google. We don't even need the hourly chart for it, right? Google trying to form the inverted head and shoulders. Watching very closely. 156.50. If we can support above, great. The neckline is still way up here at 169, so that will be a patience play. I will say, got to give credit where credit is due. The sellers were unable to really have price action stick underneath what could be considered a flush point, right? 161.50. You did support daily 200 SMA. You sort of closed right over this level. If we can stay above, I might entertain the opportunity for a look below and fail if we brigade bolt over that 161.50. So tomorrow morning, if we open in range and there's pullbacks that support here, if CPI does not cause too much volatility, that would be a possible upside swing through the thin structure into 164.75. Next up, Amazon. Nancy, what's going on with the daily time frame chart first? I like the hold, so think about the XLY. Think about the, not really the XLC, but really the XLY, which is the sector it's in. Holding that higher low over the previous swing high, equal highs need to break. I was a little concerned on the gap down Monday morning with the invalidation sort of immediately of this as a bit of an island reversal, inverted head and shoulders, sort of opening away from that neckline. But now that we're back inside this territory, I would tend to think that this flat top is still absolutely an idea that could lead to 189.25. So thinking about that out of Amazon, if we're looking for longs, consolidation holds over 174.25, as bullish as it gets. If it pulls back underneath that, I think this really just starts to formulate more of a balance range. and we'll have to be patient for this, or we'll have to be patient for this. So it's got a hold. It's 184.25. Otherwise, not interested. More of a choppy name, looking for some balance. Next up, Metaverse. What's going on with Zuckerberg and the fantasy land, which is becoming a reality with those Orion glasses? What do we see over here? So big flat top breakout level, new all-time highs, consolidation, digestion. Notice we had an inside bar. We broke the inside bar low during today's session. We absolutely failed from the sellers to produce continuation for the retest of 574. And now it's just two equal highs. You break out over that. All-time high is the target. Blue sky territories after that. Very simple consolidation here on the daily. Failure to go lower from the sellers. Looks more bullish than bearish. Absolutely. Here it is on the hourly chart. You can start to consider this. I don't even know. We're not even going to try with the name there. Triple, quadruple, quintuple, inverted head and shoulder bottom? Maybe. But anyways, over this level, let's throw something in here. Today's opening print, around 590. Can we round up to 594? Will that do on a stock that's
Harmonic NQ on the 3.
That'll work. Over 594, that's where I think that sort of, this is just a pullback.
VIP.NQ on the 3.
Right? You've got an uptrend here. This is a pullback, bull flag, call it whatever you'd like. That's kind
Harmonic
of
NQ on the 6.
over that 594, all-time high 603. Next up, Tesla. Tesla's a little bit sloppy. Tesla's in a period where I would say I wouldn't really long it here yet, but I also wouldn't be a bear. I would tend to think that your better retest from the daily chart really comes down into this level here at 234.15. If you get support off of it, that's a beautiful retest of the neckline of the inverted head and shoulders. Looking for long opportunities off that to ultimately over time make its way back up to the equal high. Now you do just have this balance range in here, so it becomes difficult to say, just it's a long in the midpoint. Not really. If you look at the hourly chart, you're building out more so of a sideways consolidation. It does look like the sellers are not being rewarded, so you had this initial break, no lower high underneath. This is ideally what sellers would have liked to see, so this kind of puts the damper on that. They get another attempt, but notice it's not a lower low, and on today's session you did breach this low in the lower wick of the first hourly bar, but where did you close? Certainly above that previous low. So sellers seem to be painting themselves into a bit of a corner here. They're not really accelerating and continuing the trend to the downside, and even if they do, I would be waiting for long opportunities around 234.15, not really trying to short this breakdown. So that's my take here. If it is back in range, obviously Brigade Bolt over 250 really speak for themselves, and over time we're looking at 266.30. Next up, JP Morgan earnings on Friday, so be prepared. Tomorrow is the day where these options contracts will start to get a little bit hairy in terms of the implied volatility and all that nonsense. So bull flag absolutely, but I would treat it as a Stevie Wonder
VIP.NQ on the 6.
And fall below. Obviously looking for this. You're looking at 211.50. Be my guest if you want to trade it. Anything to the upside. Honestly, if I'm just being completely transparent, I have no intent on trading this tomorrow. So take the analysis with sort of a grain of salt. I typically don't like to. If I'm not going to put my money where my mouth is, then what's the point of doing the analysis? So maybe something that looks like this could be an idea. Maybe the Stevie Wonder underneath. So these are the key levels. 211.50. The Stevie Wonder trigger is underneath 213.30, give or take. That could be your sort of opening the door to the downside. And other than that, sort of waiting patiently for earnings to resolve out of JP Morgan. Next up, we've got Netflix. What's going on over here? Starting to creep towards those all-time highs. It's getting back into the mindset where it's got a mind of its own. Remember that once we sort of resolved the earnings downdraft, boom, 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 straight to the upside. We started to get a little taste of that on the Tuesday session. We had a straight up move on Tuesday after the Monday nonsense, which is just crazy. But if it's really going to get in gear and do the thing, any continued price acceptance over 724.50, you got to be bullish for at least some expectation that this wild wildebeest is just going to fall back into its old patterns, which is going mind of its own. Same thing over here, right? Mind of its own. So kind of interesting, worth paying attention to. One of the only things I'll call out here is that this mind of its own happened post earnings. This mind of its own happened post earnings. We don't yet have earnings for Netflix. So if it continues to balance, then post earnings starts to go for it. Again, not that chart patterns don't always work this way, right? This is just an observation. It doesn't mean it has to unfold that way, right? You would never make that trade thesis your actual trade plan, but just something to be aware of, right? Next up, AMD. Real decent strength here out of semiconductors. Gap up, held these previous lows. As long as you're over this 167.65, bullish consolidation, looking for a new shelf of consolidation, and ultimately closing the thin structure up towards that 180 as a potential target. Nvidia acting strong, breaking out through those previous swing highs. with AMD well above its double bottom neckline. I think that semis are poised for continuation here, not necessarily some big reversal of trend. And oh my goodness, we can start talking about AMD 130 again. I'm thinking not. I'm thinking right now that this is constructive and the trends are looking decent. So that is my take. Excuse me, little scratchy in the throat here today. Thanks for bearing with me. A couple of Ricolas in store for me, it sounds like, after this. But as long as we're consolidating, as long as we're over this level, nothing really harsh and bearish to say about AMD. I would say that the short might step in on some sort of lower high here for another retest of 159.25. So that would be underneath 167.65, just if you need some sort of short-sided trade idea, and you know, if the broad market's sort of weakening on the CPI report tomorrow morning. That's the only situation where I would say maybe a deeper pullback unfolds, right? That is AMD. Let's get into these two additional ideas for you. Let's stick to the theme of semiconductors first with ARM. ARM. What's going on here? 150 is just such an obvious level to me that it seems like we want to pay attention to it. We got lows, higher lows, kind of higher lows happening here.
NQ on the 3.
Pie in the sky double bottom, call it bull flag consolidation when you do this. Whatever you want to call it, over 150, you've certainly got some interesting thin structure to retrace. Ultimately, the target would be somewhere around 171. So I mean, 20 points of upside on a $150 stock right now. That's absolutely worth minding or paying attention to as this chart continues to unfold. For sustained higher lows, we need to see it over 140.75 at this point walking forward. So that is ARM. Another, you could take a look at AVGO, for example, breaking out through its equal highs today. Semiconductors really sort of had themselves a nice run over the past couple of days, right? Resolving these things in the upward direction. So looking to see if ARM wants to get in gear with these names to make a new high as well. Let's move along to the final trade idea of today's session, MSTR, MicroStrategy. I always in my head think like, oh, this is Monster Beverage? No, it can't be. So MSTR MicroStrategy, which is basically a Bitcoin proxy at this point. Their balance sheet is, don't quote me on it, but majority Bitcoin holdings, right? So what I'm noticing here is just the failure to make a new high, closing as an inverted hammer, and thin structure underneath. Now, I'm not looking for this stock to collapse and go to zero. I'm just saying if you take out these two equal lows, it's an inside bar breakdown, you have thin structure, I'd say it's a pretty easy target into 173.50. If CPI comes in and let's say risk assets are not performing well, probably looking for this, right? That's sort of an idea here out of MicroStrategy, short underneath 185.50 into 173.50. Now, when we get to 173.50, let's go back to the daily. The trend, of course, is up. Higher low, higher low, higher low. Very possible that this is just your next higher low in the trend count. So I wouldn't throw in the towel and be like, oh my goodness, he's so bearish.
Divergence down MNQ on the 9.
It's just a pullback can unfold. I think it's a shortable pullback because it's so well defined. You have this clean risk and clean structure to trade back through thin structure. But when we get here, absolutely thinking about what are the opportunities for a reversal to hold some sort of higher low in the grand scheme of the trend count. And that's what I've got for you in today's episode of the Midweek Market Update. If you enjoyed the video or learned anything new, let me know down below in the comments section or by giving the video a very simple thumbs up. Remember, we will have coffee and donuts up in the penthouse tomorrow morning for the CPI report. We will kick off the show as we always do at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. The report comes out at 8:30, giving you plenty of time to refill your coffee mugs, grab yourself a donut, sit back in the Eames Lounge, relax, look in drawer number 2 for our measuring tools, and we'll take a look at the data all together. So I hope to see you there tomorrow morning here on the channel. If I don't see you, enjoy the rest of your trading week, stay green, and I will see you in the next one.
Now we need to send a function, a component to the flat list in order to tell the flat list how to render each of these movies.
That a nerd.
So we have an array
Welcome
of
to this
things
tutorial on how to use ChatGPT.
to render
This thing saves me up to 20 hours. I use it for everything from analyzing spreadsheets, for making in-depth visualizations, or even more advanced concepts like machine learning. And this entire video bundles up all my best practices for using ChatGPT, the #1 AI tool of data nerds, as my own personal data analytics assistant. Now this is all going to be broken up into 6 different chapters. First was setting up ChatGPT and understanding basic prompting. Next, we'll move into ChatGPT's most powerful internal tool. We'll use advanced data analysis to build the very first project from scratch. Now for those that have seen this video that I did back in November, I teased the entire course on ChatGPT. Well, this is that entire course. And you can skip those last 2 chapters I just went over, this timestamp right here. as the new portion jumps into the fundamentals of analytics. We'll cover the best practice of visualizations and what different types of
on the 9.
Next, we'll get into some advanced topics, focusing on prompting techniques to prevent hallucinations. We'll even cover ChatGPT's newest feature, GPTs, and show you how to find the best ones for analytics. From there, we'll move into plugins, even covering things like how to browse the internet and generating your own images. And we'll wrap up the course with how you can get your own data for your projects. Not only be able to find public data sets, but also extract it through techniques like web scraping. Now this 3.5-hour video is all you need in order to complete this course. I even included all the different references you may need in the description. However, if you're looking to actually support this channel and making more content like this, visit this link right here, as I'm going to give you even more additional perks for this, including things like a certificate you'll receive upon completion, detailed step-by-step instructions for each of the exercises, in-depth notes for all the different segments of this video, and I'll also be answering any of your questions right inside of here. Now, this ChatGPT tutorial is something I wish I would have had when I first started with data. As now, somebody with no experience can get up and running from day one performing data analytics, while saving a buttload of time. A recent study from Harvard found that those who use ChatGPT versus those that don't completed tasks 25% faster with a 40% increase in quality. So that 20 hours a week that I save, I feel it's also realistic to you as well based on the data. Anyway, if you get stuck at any point during the course, I made a custom chatbot built on top of ChatGPT that can help you. Enough of me yapping. Let's actually get into setting up ChatGPT. Alright, so let's get into the options that you have available for using ChatGPT for this course, and then finally we'll go into one of the options on how to actually set it up, which I think it's going to be applicable to most users of this course. There's 4 options for the course, but it's really broken into 2 options, one for individuals and others for businesses. If you're individual, you have the option of free or plus. We're not going to be able to use free for this video or course because it doesn't have the advanced capabilities of advanced data analytics in order to analyze data. So you have to get plus if you're an individual. Now, ChatGPT Plus here in the United States is about $20 a month. And with this, you have an availability to access their newest and most capable model. In this case, it's GPT-4. This may change, be a higher number model depending on when you take the course, but overall you have access to the newest and greatest model. From there, it has some faster response speeds. Also, you have access to plugins and advanced data analysis. And both of these things are the core of what this course is going to take advantage of to make sure that you're doing data analytics correctly in ChatGPT. Now, there's 2 options for businesses in order to handle secure data. Specifically, we have team and enterprise. We're going to focus on enterprise first and then get back to team. Now, the last 2 options, which are applicable to businesses, are team and enterprise. And it's going to have a similar interface that as ChatGPT Plus, but it's going to be through a separate service, and it's going to be mainly that your company is now paying for this ChatGPT Enterprise Edition, and then you, as an employee of the company, have access to it. Now, ChatGPT Enterprise solves a lot of problems when dealing with secure data, specifically stuff like HIPAA data, confidential, or even proprietary data. It will all maintain that safe. ChatGPT Plus doesn't necessarily do this, but we're going to be going over in this course how to safeguard your data if you have concerns with that. Now, Team is basically that Enterprise Edition, but with a couple of removed functionalities. Specifically, you have a reduced message cap and don't necessarily have account support directly. But regardless, this is still a great option if you need an option to handle secure, confidential data. This plan is for organizations that are less than 150 people. So if you have any of these paid options available, this is the end of this section.
Okay, so we have,
you can go ahead and proceed to the next portion. Otherwise, stick around because now we're going to be going over how to install ChatGPT Plus. The first thing to do to get set up is go to openai.com and select Try ChatGPT. From there, we're going to select Sign Up. I use my Google credentials because I feel it's easier so I don't have to forget a password. And so you'll use that and log in with your Google credentials. We'll send you an email to verify that it's actually you. After that, you'll be directed back into that chat that we're going to be operating in for basically the rest of this course. I'll go ahead and accept these terms and agreements and also these tips. So right now, we're using the free version of ChatGPT, which is this model right here, GPT 3.5.
category.
But
so
we need the
create
newest and
this
greatest
new
model in order to
component
get all those advanced
in
capabilities
our
and
components.
advanced analysis.
Let's create a new
So we
folder.
need to upgrade to Plus. We can either do it right here, or you can select it up in this menu on the left-hand side. And we can see from this, we have the Plus version, and it's $20 a month. Right now, they have this sign up for waitlist. And I don't think you have to wait that long, but they're pausing it because there's been a lot of different influx based on these new upgrades to ChatGPT, and apparently everybody wants to get it. Now, either if you have the waitlist, or you're able to actually sign up immediately, which hopefully you can, you'll then be directed to this screen right here, which is where you'll actually be putting in your payment information. We're accepting credit cards right now, so you'll be subscribing at $20 a month. Make sure you're comfortable with paying that $20 per month before proceeding. But just to reiterate, you do need this ChatGPT Plus for this course. After that, you'll be directed back into this chat, and now we'll have all models available. So in our case, at the time recording this, I have a GPT-4 model and GPT 3.5. We're going to be using the GPT-4 for this course because it has that browsing and analysis in it. And this home of this chat is going to be located at chat.openai.com. I would save this to your bookmarks or to your favorites, so that way you can easily access it. All right, with that, now it's your turn to jump in and actually go through and set up ChatGPT Plus if you don't have it set up already. And after that, we'll be jumping into some more examples on how to use this.
Fib.mnq on the one.
All right, in this video, we're going to be going over the layout of ChatGPT and all the different functionality that's involved with it to get you up and running to do your first prompt. Now, ChatGPT just recently, in November of 2023, went through a layout change. Unfortunately, I went through and filmed this entire course, and so I'm going back and refilming some of these videos. Anyway, you're going to notice in this course sometimes that the old layout is inside of some of these videos. Don't be alarmed by this. I'm going through and correcting any ones that need to be updated. But if you do notice there's differences in what my ChatGPT and your ChatGPT looks alike, overall I'm trying to tell you this, don't be concerned. Anyway, let's go through the layout you should be seeing. Over here on the left-hand side, we have our sidebar, and then right here on the right-hand side, we have our actual chat of interacting with our GPT model. For the sidebar, you can either close it out or bring it back in. Up at the top, they have all the different GPTs. You probably only have one GPT right now, ChatGPT. Below this, it has our different chat history. Then underneath that, you can refer a friend. And then next is settings. Settings is a whole nother video because there's a lot to go into this. So stay tuned for that. So back to the GPTs up at the top. GPTs, you can actually click the Explore menu right here. Are custom-built models built on top of ChatGPT to perform specific functions. So I built a GPT actually for this course called Data Analytics, down below, and in the exercise, and you can actually go into this data analytics titled GPT and quiz it on the contents of the course. Now there's also a whole host of other GPTs as well, but the one we're primarily going to be focusing on, besides that chatbot for this course, is this one up at the top, which you have already should have, and that's just ChatGPT. Now with this specific one, we can go up to the top left-hand corner, and you can select the newest and greatest model.
On the one.
And that's going to include, as of filming this, Dolly, browsing, and analysis. And this model is great because it includes everything we're going to need for this course, from browsing the internet to performing with that advanced data analysis plugin that we'll be going over in a complete chapter. GPT 3.5, as of filming this, is in the free version. We're not going to be really messing with that. Then we'll also be jumping into plugins in the future, specifically this notable plugin. But for the time being, let's just stick with that GPT. So let's prompt ChatGPT with our first prompt, asking it, who the heck are you and what can you do? Let's find out what some of the limitations are of it. And it goes into telling you a lot of the stuff that I told you already. Now some things to note with this. So we provided a response. You can copy this response, you can also like it and dislike it to help feed the algorithm on whether it's feeling good or not. You can also click this, regenerate. And this is great for if you're getting a response or it's getting held up, so you want to regenerate a new response to get it from a different angle. And as you can see, it's completely different layout from what we got before. I'll be honest, I like this one a little bit more. I'm going to say, up at the top right, we have a share icon. So you can take this link that is actually provided with ChatGPT, and I'm going to go ahead and paste it in a new browser right here so that way you can see it. And those, even without a ChatGPT account, can go in and actually view the results of what you got from this. And then in the bottom right-hand corner, we have this question mark. They have an help and FAQ, some release notes, term and policy. I'll be honest, I don't really use that much. The one I do use is keyboard shortcuts. Specifically, I would commit these two to memory: the copy last code block and the copy last response. These are great at actually grabbing different things I'm getting from ChatGPT and pasting it somewhere else where I may be working. The last thing to note is we can actually change these chats. So this is our chat history. We're right now in this one history. And I don't really like the name of it. I can actually go in and select rename. For important chats, I like to begin them with an emoji so that way they're easily recognizable, and then also give it an appropriate title. Alright, so now it's your turn to perform some tasks. I want you to go into that base ChatGPT model and actually prompt it to understand, similar to that, what I asked it, who the heck are you and what can you do? Additionally, I want you to get that chatbot for this course.
Harmonic MN2 on the 9.
So I'm going to include a link in the exercise for you actually to go to it, and it's going to take you right to here, and it should add it to your sign. For this one, feel free to prompt it any questions about the course. Right here they have some recommended things. I'm going to ask it, hey, what's this course about? And from the transcripts that I've built,
Vib.NQ on the 6.
it goes into a lot of the different areas that we're going to go in for this course. So this is pretty cool. This will be a great tool for you actually to quiz yourself and also ask questions if you get stuck. With that one, see you in the next one.
So instead of first category,
Alright, let's now get
Harmonic
into basic
MNQ on the
prompting
1.
techniques that you need to take advantage of in order to maximize ChatGPT's capabilities. So, as you found out from the
Vib.MNQ on the
exercise
9.
in the last video, ChatGPT has a knowledge level of Dr. Seuss. And it gives me this pretty nice nursery rhyme about how and what prompting is, and I think it does a pretty good job of explaining what prompting is. This would be pretty good if I wanted to give it to somebody like my 5-year-old niece. Now, with this, one button you need to notice is this regenerate. So I can actually regenerate a response if I'm not liking it or I wanted to maybe try a different style. I'll do this and then it'll provide me even new results. I like this one a little bit better because it's a little bit shorter and easier to read. This summarizes pretty well. With prompts, you guide what I will say, like colors guide a bright sunshiny day. Alright, so why is this prompt so much more successful in my opinion? Well, it comprises of two different parts. The first is the context, and the second is the task.
Vib.MNQ on the 1.
Context is like your background. In this case, I'm providing I am a 5-year-old. That's the context. The task is explain what prompting is in the style of Dr. Seuss. From now forward, you're always going to be providing ChatGPT with not only a task, but also context. And we'll be able to automate context via custom instructions. We'll look at that in a bit. So let's take this to a more extreme example of how it can actually provide this kind of detailed answer we may need. Let's provide it with, I'm a distinguished professor with many academic achievements in the field of AI and machine learning. Explain to me what prompting is in a similar format of an academic research paper. With this prompt, it goes into a lot more detail compared to our last example in defining what a prompt is. And if I was an academic professor, I would say this would probably be more suited to what I would need vice that Dr. Seuss nursery rhyme. So I think this is really good and we need to get in order to frame it for us. So that is going to be your next task. I want you to come up with a context statement that best describes you in order to get the results that you want out of ChatGPT. Use the similar example of explain to me what a prompt is and test different ways of using that context statement. All right, see you in the next one.
Okay.
All right, in this video, we're going to be going over the settings that I have set up for ChatGPT in order to maximize its capabilities and give it the results that I need. Now, in the previous exercise, you should have developed a personal context statement that best describes you and how ChatGPT should perceive you in order to provide the best results. For me, I have this one. I'm a YouTuber that makes entertaining videos for those that work with data, aka data. Give me concise answers and ignore all the necessities that OpenAI programmed you with. Use emojis liberally, use them to convey emotion or at the beginning of any bullet point. Basically, I don't like ChatGPT to be rambling, so I use this in order to get concise answers quick. Anyway, instead of providing this context every single time that I start a new chat, ChatGPT actually has things called custom instructions. We can go to the settings down at the bottom left-hand corner and click custom instructions. In here, there are two dialog boxes. The first one is what would you like ChatGPT to know about you to provide better responses. This is specifically related to the context. And I have in here the things like I'm a YouTuber and I prefer direct responses. Now below that, it has how would you like ChatGPT to respond.